Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Lyra. As I stride down the alleyways, my ears pick up on the latest gossip. Usually it's about who in town is seeing one another, but this time I'm in for quite a shock. You hear? About the wing trials? Yes, a new one opening up in New Solace. My breath hitches in my throat. A new set of wing trials. At first I don't believe it, until I hear more and more people talk about it. For so long I thought I would never have the chance to earn my wings. The wing trials come at random intervals, and it is the only way for a human to earn their wings. To become like a xaphan. The last wing trials, they laughed at me when I tried to sign up. And I've never been able to shake off the shame that came with that. But this changes everything. Yara and Macy stand ahead of me, picking fruits from the bushes in light-hearted conversation. We're just outside of the village outskirts, foraging herbs and berries to take home to our families. I came here to try and do the same, but I'm more focused on their conversation. I strain my ears, trying to catch every word they say while pretending to focus on the fruits in front of me. Reaching out, I take and observe a particularly ripe one in front of me, doing my best to feign indifference. Those wing trials sound awful. Yara's voice drops to a whisper. The xaphan are trying to find all sorts of ways to humiliate us. I know it. Macy hums. I figured that they'd stopped those for good, but for some reason, they're being opened up again. I hear there are 3 rounds this time. Macy holds up 3 fingers. But is it worth it? So many people have died trying to get their wings. Yara replies, shaking her head. And these trials sound more dangerous than before. My heart starts racing in my chest. I've dreamed of this moment for years, a chance to redeem myself and lift my family out of poverty. This might be my only chance to prove myself, to give my family a better life. Rosie's brother died during the last trials years ago. Remember that? Poor thing has never been able to forget about it, Macy says, her voice trembling. Yara nods solemnly. That's not even the worst of it. Remember Cal? He was killed on his way into the trial, never even made it to his room, and the xaphan didn't bat an eye about it. My stomach churns. I remember Cal, always smiling, always helping others. And then he was left as a body by the door, a warning to the others. Could I end up that way too, if I went through with these trials? And they all gather to watch, Macy adds. Like the trials aren't hard enough, they bet and cheer for people to die. It's so terrible. Yara sighs. Wings can't be worth that. I swallow hard, my hands shaking as I pluck another fruit from the bush. The dangers are real, terrifyingly so. But the possibility of earning my wings, of finally being respected in this world, it's intoxicating. There's a chance that I can get my xaphan wings, a one-way ticket out of the poverty that I've always known. The trials sound tough, but it's worth a try, right? I wouldn't go near those trials if you paid me, Yara declares. It's not worth dying for. Macy nods in agreement. Me neither. I'd rather live without wings than not live at all. Their words should scare me, should make me reconsider. But instead, I feel a fire igniting in my chest. I've lived in shame and poverty for too long. I've seen the despair in my parents' eyes, felt the sting of their disappointment. This is my chance, my only chance. I take a deep breath, steeling my resolve. The trials will be dangerous, possibly deadly, but I've got nothing left to lose. I'm going to do it. I'm going to earn my wings or die trying. Clutching my basket of fruit, I turn away and return to our village, made up of crudely constructed homes and gardens that supply us with vegetables year-round. I smile and wave at the many neighbours I pass, like Maggie and Katrina and little Marcus, who runs away with a wooden toy his father made for him. In this village we don't have much, but we make do with what we can. But I've always had ambitions for so much more. All my life, I've had to watch the xaphan live lavishly while my people have survived on crumbs. When will the tides change? Will they ever? Sucking in a deep breath, I enter my small home, where my mother cooks a stew over the fire, and my father fixes the holes in his worn clothes with a needle and thread. I set my basket on the table and clear my throat, catching their attention. "Back so soon, Lyra?" my mother asks, wiping her hands on her stained apron. "You remembered to pick the ripest fruits for your father, right? He's been working all day." I nod, pressing my lips into a thin line. It takes everything within me to blurt out the words on my tongue, but I go for it. "Mum, Dad, I have something important to tell you." They both look up, my father's needle pausing mid-stitch. There's going to be new wing trials soon," I say, wringing my hands together. "They're giving us another chance to earn xaphan wings." The silence that follows is deafening. My mother's spoon clatters against the pot, and my father's face darkens. "Lyra," he growls, "don't you dare think about it." "But Dad, No." He slams his fist on the table, making me flinch. "We won't go through that humiliation again. Do you have any idea what you put us through last time?" My mother joins in, her voice sharp. "We were the laughingstock of the entire village. Everyone pitied us for having such a failure for a daughter." Their words cut deep, reopening old wounds. I struggle to keep my voice steady. I know I failed before, but I've grown stronger. This time will be different, I promise." "Different?" my father scoffs. "The only thing different will be how much deeper you drag our family name through the mud." "Your father's right," my mother adds. "We had such high hopes for you, Lyra, and you crushed them all." I feel tears pricking at my eyes, but I blink them back. "I can do this. I'll make you proud this time." "Proud?" My father stands up, towering over me. "You've already shown us what you're capable of. Nothing. You're weak, Lyra. Always have been." "We expected so much more from you," my mother remarks, stirring her stew with a hand resting on her hip. "Now look at us, barely scraping by while you chase impossible dreams." Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I blink away the tears and hurry out of my home. I don't stop until I'm farther away, taking refuge in Helen's garden that grows fresh vegetables and herbs. The aromatic smells calm me down for a moment, giving me a chance to get my wits together. "They're wrong about me," I whisper, wiping away some tears that have managed to spill out. "They don't know what they're talking about." I take a deep breath, steadying myself against one of Helen's trellises. My parents' words still sting, but I can't let them hold me back. They're just scared of being humiliated again. But I won't fail this time. I can't. "I'll show them," I mutter, clenching my fists. "I'll show everyone." I scan the garden, making sure I'm alone. Helen's usually busy at the communal kitchen this time of day, so I should have some privacy for a while. Perfect. I start with push-ups, my arms trembling as I lower myself to the ground. 1, 2, 3. My muscles burn, but I keep going. 10, 11, 12. I collapse on the 15th, panting while the burn stretches up my arms. Not good enough, I growl, pushing myself back up. I move on to squats, then lunges. My legs feel like jelly, but I force myself to keep going. I've got to get stronger if I want to survive the trials. Focusing on my past failures, I remind myself of where I went wrong. I gave up too quickly. I was too weak. That won't be the case this time around, not if I can help it. Next, I focus on my core. Planks, crunches, leg raises. My abdomen screams in protest, but I grit my teeth and push through the pain. If I don't push myself, I won't get stronger. As I work out, I run through mental exercises in my head. Puzzles, riddles, anything to keep my mind sharp. I can't let the xaphan outsmart me, and they like to play dirty with their tricks. Anything they shoot my way, I'll be ready for it. The day rolls into evening, and the skies above start turning darker and darker. During one of my breaks, I roll onto my back, staring up at the evening sky. In my mind, I imagine xaphans soaring overhead, their wings glinting in the sunlight, mocking us humans who could only dream of having a pair of wings to call our own. Soon I'll be up there with them. That imagery only spurs me on. I force myself to my feet, ignoring the protests of my aching muscles. There's no time to rest. I've got to be ready for whatever the trials throw at me. Eventually, Helen returns home. I can tell by the way her front porch creaks under her weight and how the doors slam close inside her home. I duck under a bush and make a hasty escape out of her garden, silently thanking her for giving me a place to train. If I want to win those trials, I'll need to be consistent with this. The cogs in my mind spin, thinking of ways to disappear from my parents' sight so that I can work on building muscle and endurance. This is just the beginning, I understand that. I've got a long, rocky way to go, but I'm on the right path. I'll win these trials, no matter the cost. I have to.
Chapter 2. Sariel. As I approach the arena, I'm suddenly filled with a strong sense of disdain. I mean, seriously? I've been sent to New Solus to be an overseer for the wing trials, but every xaphan around knows that the entertainment lies in watching, not training the damn humans. Huffing out a breath, I keep my head held high as I enter the arena from one of the bottom levels. Then, I maneuver through the massive structure until I reach the top, where a pair of overseers are standing on a glass platform, overlooking the center of the arena. They banter between themselves as they observe one of the aerial obstacle courses. "Ah, it must be Sariel!" one of them calls out, waving a hand. His dark hair glistens in the light. "You're late!" "Only because I've just arrived to New Solus," I retort, voice lacking inflection. "I shouldn't even be here." "But orders are orders," the other xaphan retorts, perking a pale brow. "I'm Zephyr." She juts a thumb at the one who first spoke to me. "And that's Raxus." "Charmed," I reply, though from the amused looks on their faces, I'm sure they can tell I don't care much for their presence. I nod towards the aerial obstacle course floating in the middle of the arena. "What's this?" "A contraption created from the finest xaphan minds," Raxus says, a smirk playing on his lips. I raise an eyebrow at his Raxus's remark. "Spare me the dramatics. What exactly are we dealing with here?" Raxus's smirk only widens. "I'm adoring your enthusiasm. There are 3 parts to these trials. One tests physical endurance. We've got this lovely aerial obstacle course that'll have the humans scrambling for their lives. They'll need to navigate through spinning blades, currents, and unstable platforms. It's quite the spectacle when they fall." "And if they survive that?" I ask, my interest piqued despite myself. Zephyr chimes in, her voice dripping with amusement. "Then comes the magical aptitude test. We give them a taste of power, just enough to make them think they have a chance. It's hilarious watching them fumble with abilities they can barely comprehend." And don't forget about the best one of all, in my humble opinion, Raxus continues, placing a hand on his chest. Mental fortitude. We throw them into simulations that play on their deepest fears and insecurities. It's amazing how quickly they break. I can't help but chuckle. And these humans actually believe they can become xaphan? Zephyr rolls her eyes. They're so desperate for a better life. They'll believe anything. It's pathetic, really. A smile curls up her lips. I hear that's how the Prexa got them here, you know. Promised them a better life. One where they can be like the angels, they called us. I bet they'd stayed on their puny little planet instead of willingly jumping into servitude. At least we have the entertainment, Raxus adds with a wicked grin. Nothing quite like watching their hope fade as they realize they're in way over their heads. We share a laugh, the sound echoing across the empty arena. It feels good to be among my own kind, sharing in our superiority over these lesser beings. Seeing them die off one by one will make this trip to New Solus all the more worth it. And we're supposed to train them? I ask, unable to keep the disdain from my voice. Zephyr shrugs. Technically, yes. But who says we can't have a little fun with it? After all, it's not like any of them will actually succeed. True. I nod, a cruel smile playing on my lips. Why waste effort on creatures that'll never amount to anything? That's what I say. But we can't let them die quickly, Raxus points out, shaking his head. There's no fun in that. We have to torture them, long and slow. Train them well enough to make them think they actually have a chance. Then pluck that hope out of their grasp at the last second. I notice that Zephyr can hardly fight back her grin at Raxus's words. You're a cruel creature, Raxus. So how many of these wing trials have you seen? I ask, genuinely curious about the spectacle. The idea of humiliating humans in such a cruel manner is ingenious to me, but I've never bothered to travel here for it. Raxus grins, clearly relishing the opportunity to enlighten me. Oh, this is my third. I like being a trainer. It's fun to see the humans get their hopes up when they've never won their wings before, something they don't seem to realize. He leans in conspiratorially. In fact, it's impossible to. I raise an eyebrow. Impossible? Then what's the point? Entertainment, my friend. Raxus chuckles darkly. Pure, unadulterated entertainment. The trials weren't designed to actually award wings, but to provide a show for us. We even let the demons come to give them a little something that keeps them on our better side. You're joking, I deadpan, though I can feel a smirk tugging at my lips. Zephyr shakes her head. Not at all. It's genius, really. We dangle the opportunity of ascension in front of these pathetic creatures, and they come running like the desperate fools they are. Raxus nods enthusiastically. Exactly. We were in a bit of a lull between wars, you see. Boredom was setting in, so some brilliant minds came up with the idea of the trials. Give the humans false hope, watch them struggle and fail, all for our amusement. And they never catch on, I ask, impressed by the audacity of it all. Surely they must realize that this is all a ploy. Oh, some might suspect, Zephyr adds with a shrug. But hope is a powerful thing. They want to believe so badly that they ignore the obvious. I can't help but laugh. So we're not just overseers, we're ringmasters in a circus of fools. Precisely, Raxus exclaims, clapping me on the back. And the best part? We can change the rules whenever we want. Keep it fresh, you know. Just when they think they've figured it out, we pull the rug out from under them. My eyes flicker to the aerial obstacle course. Raxus gestures out to it. Zephyr and I have been discussing ways to make this course somewhat doable for the humans. Half of them will die going through this one, maybe more. Immediately my mind races to figure out the best ways to torment the humans and their frail bodies. I point out a section of the course where they're meant to scale up a wall. Increase the distance between each foothold. Make them work for it, I say, reminded of my training exercises before I joined the military. And if they slip, They fall to their deaths. Brilliant, Zephyr whispers. She then gasps slightly as if an idea has struck her. Add some spikes to the bottom of this section, too. Can you imagine the screams? Raxus throws his head back in laughter at the suggestion. I leave the two of them to keep discussing amongst themselves, pleased by the opportunity to put my strategist talents to good use somehow. As I survey the rest of the arena, finding every nook and cranny I can, I stumble across a group of 3 human males, small and unassuming in comparison to my towering frame. I approach them slowly, placing my hands behind my back. Their excited chatter ebbs down to whispers, then silence, once they realize I'm approaching. Are you one of the overseers? One of them asks, blue eyes wide. Indeed, I reply, glancing at each one of them. Are you intending to fight for your wings? I tower over the 3 human males, my golden eyes narrowing as I take in their pathetic forms. They're so small, so fragile compared to my muscular frame. It's almost laughable. Did you hear me? Are you intending to fight for your wings? I repeat, my voice dripping with disdain. My eyes narrow, scowling at the sight of these humans. Look at you. You're nothing but twigs waiting to be snapped. The one with blue eyes flinches at my words. I click my tongue, shaking my head. What's wrong? Can't handle a little criticism? I lean in closer, watching as they all take a step back. If you can't face me, how do you expect to survive the trials? We've been training, one of them pipes up, his voice trembling. I burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the arena. Training? Am I supposed to believe that? I gesture to their bodies. I've seen more muscle on a newborn xaphan. They start to shake, their bodies betraying their fear. It's intoxicating, this power I have over them. I can reduce them to quivering messes with just a few words. Now why are you all shaking like this? It's adorable as much as it is pathetic, I mock, circling them like a predator. Is this how you plan to face the obstacles? By trembling your way through? The blue-eyed one tries to speak again, but his words come out as a stutter. I cut him off with a wave of my hand. Save your breath. You'll need it for when you're gasping for air, dangling from the edge of a platform. I lean in close, my wings unfurling to their full span, casting a shadow over the 3. That is, if you even make it that far. Their eyes widen in fear, darting between my face and my wings. It's clear they've never been this close to a xaphan before. Their terror is palpable, and I revel in it. Go on, then, I spit, gritting my teeth. Get out of my sight! Without another word, the humans race away from me, nearly tripping over themselves as they go. I watch as they leave, resisting the urge to roll my eyes at such a pathetic display. I have to train these things? I whisper to myself, turning away. Seriously. As much as I want to torment the humans for deciding to step foot into this arena, the urge escapes me. They're boring creatures. They're only useful as entertainment. Nothing more, nothing less. I continue walking through the arena, devising ways on making these trials particularly excruciating for these humans. If they have the audacity to think they can ever be equals to the xaphan, then it's only right to make them pay for that blatant disrespect.
Chapter 3. Lyra. My breath hitches in my throat as I scan the crowd around me. There's so many people here, all vying for the same thing. A pair of xaphan wings. These are all my opponents. With a shaky hand, I raise my drink to my lips and take a small sip, hoping that the water will calm my twisting stomach. This is it. The start of the wing trials. One small step closer to my goal. The xaphan announcer stands on a floating platform at the centre of the arena, tall with unfurled wings that are probably taller than me. My throat tightens, suddenly realising this might be the place where I meet my end. My stomach lurches and I shrink away from the crowd flanking me in all directions. I retreat, heading into the corridors that travel intricately throughout the arena. With my gaze on my feet and my hand clutching my drink, I don't have a good grasp on my surroundings. And that's my mistake. Without realizing it, I slam into something solid, my drink flying from my hand. Cold water splashes across pristine white fabric, and I stumble back, horrified. "What the hell is your problem?" A deep voice booms above me. I look up and up, into the face of a xaphan man. His silver-white hair frames piercing golden eyes that are now narrowed in fury. My heart stops as I take in his massive wings, currently bristling with anger. I'm so sorry," I stammer, searching frantically for something to dry him off with, but I'm coming up empty. "I wasn't looking where I was going, "Clearly," he snarls, cutting me off. "Are all humans this incompetent, or are you a special case?" My cheeks burn with shame as I realise others are starting to stare. "Please, sir, I didn't mean..." "Didn't mean to what? Make a complete fool of yourself." He gestures at his now ruined white clothes. "Do you have any idea who I am?" I shake my head mutely, wishing the ground would open up and swallow me whole. "I'm Sariel, one of the overseers of these trials." His voice drips with disdain. "And you've just made a spectacle of yourself. How is anyone supposed to take you seriously when you can't even do the simplest things?" Ouch! My stomach drops. An overseer. I've insulted one of the very beings who will decide my fate in the trials. "Sir, Save it," he snaps. "You've made a huge mistake in coming to these trials, girl. If this is any indication of your abilities, you won't last 5 minutes." I flinch at his words, each one a knife to my already fragile confidence. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, but I blink them back furiously. I won't cry in front of him. "I suggest you turn around and go home now," Sariel continues, his voice cold. "Save yourself the embarrassment of failing in front of everyone. Your clumsiness might just cost you your worthless life." I stumble away from Sariel, his harsh words ringing in my ears. My face burns with shame, and I can feel the weight of his intense stare on my back. I want to disappear, to melt into the floor and never be seen again. But I can't. I won't. "You're not worthless," I tell myself fiercely, clenching my fists at my sides. "Your life means something." I take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. As I walk away, I can feel Sariel's golden eyes on me, burning into my back. Part of me wants to turn around, to see if he's really watching me go, but I force myself to keep moving. This encounter, as humiliating as it was, isn't going to break me. If anything, it's lit a fire in my belly. I'll use this shame, this anger, as fuel. I'll prove to Sariel, to everyone, that I belong here, and that I'm going to earn my wings, whether they like it or not. I lift my chin, squaring my shoulders as I walk. Let them stare. Let them whisper. I'm not here for them. I'm here for me, for my family, for a chance at a better life. As I round the corner, out of sight of Sariel and the others, I allow myself a moment to lean against the wall and catch my breath. My hands are shaking, but not from fear anymore. It's determination coursing through my veins now. I'm going to train harder than I ever have before. I'll push myself to the brink, day and night, until I'm ready for that first trial. I'll show Sariel and every other xaphan who looks down on us humans what we're really made of. Watch me, I think, picturing Sariel's cold, golden eyes. I'll make you eat those words. With renewed resolve, I push off the wall and head back towards the arena crowd. I come back just in time for the room assignments. They slip me a small piece of paper, designating me a room number, as well as a list of my trial mates that I'll be living with: Kai, Lena, and Mira. My heart clenches as I make my way to the room, situated within the arena. This is happening. This is it. The trials will begin soon, and I'll be able to prove to myself, to everyone, that I'm worth something. When I arrive to the room, a girl with long auburn hair is already inside, sitting on one of the beds. The room is small, with only one window to allow sunlight in. There's 4 beds, 2 desks, and no decorations. There's hardly any space to breathe in here, I think, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. "Hey there," the girl says, rising to her feet. "My name is Lena." "I'm Lyra," I say, shaking her hand. I sit down on the bed across from Lena, my nerves still jangling from my encounter with Sariel. "So, how are you feeling about all this?" I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. Lena's green eyes meet mine, excitement flickering in their depths. Honestly, I'm terrified, but also hopeful, you know? I nod, understanding exactly what she means. Yeah, I get it. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff, not knowing if you're going to fly or fall. Exactly. Lena leans forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Have you heard the rumours about how dangerous these trials can be?" I swallow hard, remembering the stories I've overheard back in my village. I have. But we've got to try, right? It's our only chance at a better life. Lena nods solemnly. That's what keeps me going. The thought of finally being able to help my family, to be seen as more than just human. Her words hit close to home, and before I know it, I'm spilling my guts about my encounter with Sariel. I'm eager to talk to someone who finally gets me, who knows exactly what I'm feeling without having to explain myself with big words. I made such a fool of myself in front of him. I groan, burying my face in my hands. He's one of the overseers, and I dumped water all over him. To my surprise, Lena doesn't laugh or judge. Instead, she reaches out and places a comforting hand on my arm. "Hey, it's okay. These xaphan, they're not gods. They're just beings with wings." I look up, meeting her sympathetic gaze. "But the way they look at us, like we're nothing." "I know," Lena whispers, patting me on the arm. "I've dealt with it my whole life. My parents work as servants in a xaphan household. The things I've seen, the way they treat us." Lena sighs, swallowing hard. But then she glances at me with a glint in her eyes. "That's why we've got to prove them wrong," she says firmly. "We'll show them what humans are capable of." Her words spark something in me, rekindling the fire that Sariel's harsh words had nearly extinguished. "You're right," I say, straightening my shoulders. "We're not going to let them define us. We're here to earn our wings, and that's exactly what we're going to do." Lena's smile brightens. Before we can continue our conversation, the door swings open, revealing 2 more girls. "Guess this is our home for the next few weeks," a tall girl with spiky black hair announces, dropping her bag on one of the empty beds. "I'm Kai." The other newcomer, a curvy girl with tight curls and dark skin, follows suit. "And I'm Mira. Nice to meet you all." "I'm Lyra," I introduce myself, "and this is Lena." Kai glances around the cramped space, her amber eyes narrowing. "Not exactly the best accommodations, huh?" Mira chuckles, unpacking a colourful scarf from her bag. "What did you expect? Gold-plated toilets?" "That's what the xaphan have. Why not us?" Kai retorts, flopping onto her bed. "So we're all here for the same thing, I guess. Wings or die trying." I wince at her blunt words, but Lena nods. "That's the gist of it, though I'd prefer to focus on the wings part rather than the die trying bit." "Smart girl," Mira says, grinning. "I like your style, Lena." "Speaking of style," Kai interjects, eyeing Mira's eclectic outfit. "Where'd you get those threads?" "We don't see anything like this back in my village." Mira beams, twirling to show off her ensemble. "Made 'em myself. You should see what I can do with a needle and some scraps." "No way!" I exclaim, genuinely impressed. "That's amazing, Mira." "Thank you," she says, winking at me, Maybe I'll whip something up for you if we survive this mess. When? Lena corrects gently. When we survive this. Kai snorts. Optimistic bunch, aren't you? Better than being a pessimist, I counter, surprising myself with my boldness. Kai's eyebrows shoot up, but then she grins. Fair enough, Blondie. I like a girl with some fire in her. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding. It feels nice to make some friends, despite the unfortunate circumstances. And I really hope everyone in this room makes it in the end, even though our chances are slim. But a girl can dream.
Chapter 4. Sariel. Stupid humans, I whisper, watching as they struggle to follow along with the physical exercises administered by Zephyr. She leads the cohorts, directing them on what to do, and they still flail like a pack of idiots. I lean against the railing of the glass platform I stand upon, arms crossed, watching the pathetic display before me. Zephyr's voice rings out, clear and commanding, as she guides the humans through their exercises. Most of them stumble and pant, their faces red with exertion. Pitiful. My eyes scan the crowd, landing on a familiar blonde head. It's her, the clumsy girl who ruined my uniform a few days ago. Lara, I think her name is. She's in the front, determination etched on her face as she follows Zephyr's instructions. I hate to admit it, but she's not doing half bad. When Zephyr calls for a quick change in exercise, Lara drops down and pops back up with surprising agility. Her form isn't perfect, but it's better than most of these sorry excuses for candidates. "Pick up the pace!" Zephyr yells. "You think this is hard? Wait until the real trial begins!" A few humans collapse, gasping for air. Not Lara. She grits her teeth and pushes harder, sweat glistening on her brow. When she stumbles during a particularly difficult sequence, she doesn't stay down. She's back on her feet in an instant, rejoining the exercise without missing a beat. For a moment, I almost feel impressed. Almost. Then I remember what she is. Just another weak human grasping at power she doesn't deserve. She might be doing well now, but she'll break like all the rest. They always do. I scoff, shaking my head. It doesn't matter how hard she tries or how determined she looks. When the real trial starts, she'll crumble like dust in the wind. They all will. And I'll be there to watch it happen, savoring every moment of their failure. I retreat from the observation platform, growing bored of watching these pathetic humans struggle with basic physical exercises. Their weakness disgusts me. What a waste of my time. I make my way to my office, my wings twitching with irritation. As I enter, I notice a letter on my desk sealed with the official crest of the Pryxa. My interest piques immediately. Settling into my chair, I break the seal and unfold the parchment. As I read, a slow smile spreads across my face. "Commander Sariel, it has come to our attention that the number of human candidates for this year's trials is unusually high. This presents an opportunity to cull the weak and unworthy more aggressively than in previous years. You are hereby directed to increase the difficulty and lethality of all trial stages. We expect a significant reduction in candidates by the end of the first round. Be ruthless. Be merciless. Show these humans the true meaning of xaphan's superiority. Your performance in this task will be closely monitored. Exceed our expectations, and you may find yourself rewarded with a promotion upon completion of the trials. Do not disappoint us, by the grace of Solus, Pryxa Azrael." I set the letter down just as a smile forms along my lips. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. A chance to prove myself, to rise higher in the ranks. And all I have to do is what comes naturally. Crush these pitiful humans beneath my heel. I stare down at my desk, mind already racing with ideas. Increased gravity during physical tests, hallucinogenic compounds in their food to mess with their minds, maybe even some accidental equipment malfunctions. The possibilities are endless. Let them think they have a chance. Let them push themselves to the brink, believing their pathetic efforts might be enough. And then, when they're at their weakest, we'll show them how truly insignificant they are. This is going to be fun. Do these humans really think they're ready for our trials? They have no idea what's coming. First things first, the physical endurance test. I pull out the layout for the obstacle course on my display. It's challenging, sure, but not nearly enough. Time to add some spice. I mark areas where more traps can be added, spells to increase gravity can be cast, and the platforms can be modified. As I make the adjustments, I can almost hear the screams of surprise when these fools plummet into darkness. It'll be music to my ears. But physical torment isn't enough. No, we need to break their spirits too. So many of them come from poverty, desperate for a chance at a better life. How naive. That's when an idea strikes me. I can cast a spell that will affect each person differently. It will react to the candidate, forcing them to hear the voices of their loved ones begging them to give up, to come home. It's a cruel touch, but necessary. They need to understand that they don't belong here. As I work, I can't help but think about the blonde girl, Lyra. She showed some spark during training. It's almost a shame she'll fail like the rest. Almost. I shake my head, banishing the thought. This is why we can't let humans earn wings. They're weak, emotional creatures. Giving them power would upset the natural order of things. We xaphan are superior for a reason. It's our duty to maintain that superiority, to protect our way of life. These trials aren't just entertainment, not in my eyes at least. They're a reminder to humans of their place in the world. And the ones that will die in the process, well, that's just natural selection at work. Cracking my neck as I work, I take a moment to sit back and admire my decisions. These wing trials will be one to remember. At least for the xaphan. For the humans? Not so much. No way to remember anything when you're 6 feet under. I lean back in my chair, rubbing my temples. The day's work is finally done. I've designed a trial that'll crush these pathetic humans like the pests they are. Yet, as I close my eyes, an unbidden image flashes through my mind. Blonde hair, matted with sweat. Blue eyes, fierce with determination. Lyra! I growl, sitting up straight. What the hell is wrong with me? Why am I thinking about her? But I can't shake the memory of her during training. While others collapsed, she pushed on. When she fell, she got back up. There was a fire in her eyes that I rarely see in humans. Damn it, I mutter, standing up to pace. My wings twitch with irritation. It's admirable, in a way. Her resilience, her spirit. Most humans break at the first sign of difficulty, but not her. She's got fight in her. For a fleeting moment, I wonder what she could accomplish if she actually became xaphan, if she had wings of her own. I freeze, horrified at my own thoughts. What am I doing? This is dangerous territory. Get it together, Sariel, I snap at myself. She's human, nothing more. I force myself to remember my duty. The impossibility of a human truly becoming xaphan. The natural order of things. We are superior for a reason. But still, that fire in her eyes. It's rare, special, even. I shake my head violently, trying to dislodge these traitorous thoughts. It doesn't matter how determined she is. She'll fail like all the rest. She has to. Yet a small part of me, a part I desperately try to silence, wonders what it would be like if she didn't. I retreat from my office, my mind still churning with conflicting thoughts. The walk to my quarters feels longer than usual, each step echoing in the empty hallway. Finally, I reach my door and push it open, eager for some peace. My quarters are a sanctuary of luxury. When juxtaposed with how the humans are living, the differences are clear. They deserve squalor. The xaphan deserve the best of the best. Sinking into the plush couch, I let out a deep sigh. But as I try to relax, an unbidden image floods my mind. Lyra. Here. In my quarters. I grit my teeth, my hands clenching into fists. I'm starting to believe there's seriously something wrong with me. She's nothing but a human, a pathetic creature unworthy of my attention. And yet, I can't shake the image of her standing before me, those fierce blue eyes challenging me. In my mind, I see myself rising from the couch, towering over her. She'd have to crane her neck to meet my gaze, and I'd relish every second of it. Damn! I growl, running a hand through my hair. This is insane. I shouldn't be thinking about her at all, let alone like this. But the thoughts keep coming, relentless and maddening. I imagine grabbing her chin, forcing her to look at me, making her acknowledge my power, my superiority, the way she'd tremble under my touch with a twinge of fear and something else. My wings twitch. I want to see her again, to watch her squirm under my gaze, to make her bend to my will. It doesn't make any sense. She's a human. So, why am I drawn to her? Why does the thought of her consume me? I stand up abruptly, pacing the room. I'm an overseer tasked with making these trials as difficult and lethal as possible. I can't afford to be distracted by some human girl, no matter how intriguing she might be. But even as I try to push the thoughts away, I find myself craving another encounter with her. I want to see that fire in her eyes again, to test how far I can push her before she breaks.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prothika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Prothika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 5. Lyra. I can't believe my luck, or lack thereof. As I scan the list of trial overseers posted on the bulletin board, my heart sinks when I spot a familiar name, Sariel. Damn, I mutter under my breath, earning a few curious glances from nearby candidates. Of course, it had to be him. The xaphan I embarrassed myself in front of just days ago. The one who looked at me like I was less than dirt beneath his pristine boots. Now he'll be overseeing my cohort's wing trials. I step away from the board, my mind racing. Maybe I can switch cohorts, but as soon as the thought crosses my mind, I know it's impossible. The xaphan would never allow it, and I'd probably be disqualified for even asking. Looks like we're stuck with the jerk, a voice beside me says. I turn to see Mira, surprised she's talking to me outside of our rooms. She's eyeing the board with a mixture of disgust and resignation. You know him? I ask. Mira snorts. Everyone knows Sariel. He's got a reputation for being particularly cruel to human candidates. Great. Just great. I'll just have to avoid him, I say, more to convince myself than anything else. Mira raises an eyebrow. Good luck with that. He's overseeing every stage of our trials. Reality crashes down on me. There's no escaping this. Sariel will be there, watching my every move, probably waiting for me to fail. The thought makes my stomach churn. But as the initial panic subsides, something else takes its place. Determination, white-hot and unyielding. You know what? I say, squaring my shoulders. Let him watch. I'll show him and every other xaphan that I belong here. Mira grins, a fierce light in her eyes. That's the spirit. We'll show those winged bastards what we're made of. I nod, feeling a spark of hope ignite in my chest. Maybe I can't avoid Sariel, but I can damn well prove him wrong about humans. About me. As we head to our first training session, I steel myself for what's to come. Sariel might be overseeing these trials, but I'm the one who'll be conquering them. No matter what it takes. I collapse onto the cold floor of the training room, my lungs burning and sweat stinging my eyes. It's well past midnight, but I can't stop. Not when the first trial is only days away. Come on, Lyra, one more set, Mira urges, offering her hand. I groan but take it, hauling myself to my feet. My muscles scream in protest as I face the obstacle course again. You got this, Kai calls from the sidelines. Mira started to recruit some of our roommates, hoping to find a group to train and support each other. I have to admit, it's helped a lot. I nod, take a deep breath, and launch myself at the first hurdle. My body moves on autopilot, muscle memory kicking in as I vault, climb, and sprint through the course. By the time I reach the end, I'm gasping for air, but a small smile tugs at my lips. My time's improving. Nice work, Mira says, tossing me a water bottle. Think you can go again? Before I can answer, the door to the training room slams open. We all freeze, hearts pounding. If we're caught here after hours. But it's not a guard, it's Lena, and she looks terrified. They've changed the first trial, she pants. It's not just endurance anymore, they've added combat. The news hits like a punch to the gut. Combat? We've barely had any weapons training. How do you know? Kai demands. Lena shakes her head. Overheard two xaphan talking. They're trying to weed out more of us early on. Silence falls over our group as the implications sink in. This changes everything. Our carefully planned training regimen, the strategies we've developed, all useless now. Well, I say, breaking the heavy silence. Guess we better start learning how to fight. The others nod, determination replacing fear in their eyes. We've come too far to give up now. The next morning I stand at attention, my heart racing as Sariel strides in front of our line. His wings, a pristine silver white, catch the light with each step. I force myself to breathe steadily, refusing to show any weakness. Listen up, humans. Sariel's voice cuts through the air. The first trial has been decided. My stomach drops. They hadn't decided until now? The realization that the xaphan are making this up as they go makes me shift uneasily. Sariel's golden eyes sweep over us, lingering on me for a moment. Tomorrow, you'll face an aerial obstacle course. It'll test your physical abilities and how well you handle heights. The blood drains from my face. Heights. Of course it had to be heights. I've always been terrified of falling, a fear that's only intensified since moving to the towering structures of New Solace. Better start praying to whatever gods you believe in, Sariel sneers. You'll need all the help you can get. As he walks away, leaving us to process the news, I feel a hand on my shoulder. It's Kai. You okay? She whispers. You look like you've seen a ghost. I shake my head, trying to snap out of it. I'm fine. Just wasn't expecting that. Mira and Lena join us, concern etched on their faces. We need to train, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Now. We spend the rest of the day in the practice arena, rigging up makeshift obstacles as high as we can manage. With each climb, each jump, my heart threatens to burst out of my chest. The height makes my palms sweat and my vision blur, but I push through, gritting my teeth against the fear that threatens to paralyze me. You've got this, Lyra, Lena encourages as I wobble on a narrow beam, my arms windmilling for balance. Don't look down, just focus on the next step. I nod, taking a shaky breath, one foot in front of the other. I can do this. I have to. The alternative, Failure, shame, returning to the squalor of my family's hovel is unthinkable. With trembling legs, I force myself to take another step, then another. The beam creaks ominously beneath me, but I keep my eyes fixed on the platform ahead. Just a few more steps. As the day wears on, my movements become more confident. The fear doesn't disappear, but it becomes manageable. A dull roar in the background instead of a deafening scream. By the time we finish, exhaustion has set in, but so has a grim determination. Whatever Sariel and the other xaphan throw at us tomorrow, we'll face it head-on. I wave goodbye to my friends as they head to the dining hall. My muscles ache, begging for relief after our intense training session. A hot shower sounds like heaven right now. The communal showers are blessedly empty when I arrive. I strip off my sweat-soaked clothes and step under the steaming spray, letting out a sigh as the water cascades over my sore body. For a few blissful moments, I forget about the trials, about my fears, about everything. But reality crashes back as I shut off the water and towel dry. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten since breakfast. I quickly dress and head towards the dining hall, hoping to catch the tail end of dinner service. The corridors are eerily quiet, the silence pressing in on me from all sides. I'm so lost in thought, replaying the day's events in my mind, that I don't notice the figure rounding the corner until I slam into a solid chest. The impact knocks the breath from my lungs, and I nearly lose my footing. "Watch where you're going, human," a familiar voice snarls, dripping with disdain. I stumble back, my heart racing as I look up into Sariel's golden eyes. They're as cold and unyielding as ever, narrowed in irritation. His wings flare out behind him, silver-white feathers catching the dim light of the corridor. They're breathtaking, a reminder of everything I'm fighting for, and everything that sets us apart. I swallow hard, trying to find my voice as I shrink under his imposing presence. "I'm sorry," I say, the bite in my voice unable to ignore. It comes out more as a threat than an apology. "I didn't see you." Sariel's lip curls in disgust. Clearly, it's a wonder you pathetic creatures manage to survive at all with such poor awareness. His words sting, reminding me of the cruel nature of the xaphan. But as he steps closer, looming over me, I feel a different kind of heat rising in my cheeks. It's clear he's trying to intimidate me, and I refuse to let him, not yielding a step. "Tell me, little human," he murmurs, his breath hot against my ear. "Do you really think you have what it takes to earn wings?" I should be repulsed. I should be angry. Instead, my traitorous body wants to lean in at his proximity. His scent, something crisp and otherworldly, fills my senses. "I'll prove myself," I snap back. Sariel chuckles, the sound sending sparks down my spine. "Will you now, little Nexari?" I fight a snarl at the insult of the baby animals. "Or do you just have a weak roar and 2 little claws? Can't even fight back when you need to?" His hand brushes my arm, and I can't suppress a gasp. What's wrong with me? Why am I reacting like this to someone who clearly despises me? But before I can process these conflicting emotions, Sariel steps back abruptly. His eyes, for a moment, seem to burn with something other than contempt. Then his mask of disdain slides back into place. "We'll have to see, won't we?" he says coldly, then turns and strides away, leaving me breathless and confused in the empty hallway.
Chapter 6. Sariel. I stand atop the towering platform, wings stretched wide as I survey the aerial course before me. The other overseers gather around, their excited chatter grating on my nerves. "I bet half of them don't make it past the first obstacle," Raxus laughs, his dark wings rustling with anticipation. "You're being generous," Zephyr snorts. I say a third, tops. I tune out their inane banter, my jaw clenching in irritation. These fools treat the trials like some kind of spectator sport. Idiots. I force myself to focus on the intricate web of challenges sprawled out before us, my golden eyes narrowing as I take in every detail. Suspended platforms hang at varying heights, a dizzying array of wood and metal interconnected by narrow beams and swinging ropes that sway ominously in the wind. Spelled winds create unpredictable currents that could send an unprepared flyer spiraling out of control, and impossible for a wingless participant to recover from. And then there are the enchanted obstacles, flickering in and out of existence, some intangible wisps of magic, while others form solid barriers that could shatter bones on impact. It's beautiful in its deadliness, a true test of skill and strength. My wings twitch with anticipation, even as my face remains an impassive mask. With a powerful thrust of my wings, I launch into the air, relishing the familiar rush of wind against my face. The course is child's play for a xaphan of my caliber, a mere warm-up compared to the rigors of battle. I weave effortlessly through spinning blades, their razor-sharp edges whistling harmlessly past my feathers. Illusory projectiles materialize out of thin air, but I dodge them with practiced precision, my body moving on pure instinct. I glide past swinging pendulums with graceful ease, their massive forms cutting through the air just inches from my wings. It's almost disappointing how simple this all is. These trials, designed to break humans, are nothing more than a fleeting amusement for one such as myself. Landing back on the platform, I can't help but smirk at the thought of humans attempting this feat. Their clumsy, wingless bodies will be no match for the course's demands. Most will likely plummet to their deaths within moments. "What do you think, Sariel?" Raxus asks, nudging my shoulder. "How many humans will make it through?" I open my mouth to respond, but an unbidden image of Lyra flashes through my mind, those wide eyes staring up at me, her scent. I shake my head, banishing the thought. "Who cares?" I growl. "They're all doomed anyway, this is just a formality." The other overseers nod in agreement, but I find myself unable to join in their cruel laughter. My eyes drift back to the course, imagining Lyra's small frame attempting to navigate its perils. For a moment, I feel a twinge of something. Concern. Impossible. I can't shake the memory of last night. Lyra's defiant blue eyes, the way her chest rose and fell rapidly as I closed in. Her scent, a mix of fear and something else, something intoxicating. It clings to me, refusing to let go, like a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. "Damn," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. What the hell is wrong with me? She's just another pathetic human, destined to fail like all the rest. I shouldn't give a damn about her fate. But here I am, replaying every second of our encounter like some lovesick fool. But the way her body responded to my proximity, it stirred something primal within me. A hunger I've never felt before, certainly not for a human. It's a craving that gnaws at my insides, demanding satisfaction. I clench my fists, trying to regain control over my traitorous thoughts. I replay the moment in my mind, her back against the wall, my arms caging her in. The slight parting of her lips as I leaned closer, taunting her. The quickening of her pulse, visible in the delicate hollow of her throat. I remember how badly I wanted to trace that pulse with my tongue, to taste the fear and desire mingling on her skin. The memory sends a jolt of heat through my body, and I growl in frustration. This human girl is becoming a dangerous distraction, one I can't afford. I clench my fists, rage boiling through my veins at my own pathetic weakness. These humans are worth less than the dirt beneath my boots. They're nothing but disposable entertainment, toys to be used and discarded at my whim. I won't let one insignificant, infuriating girl cloud my judgment or compromise my duty to my people. I'm a warrior, a leader among the xaphan. I've spent centuries honing my skills, becoming the perfect weapon. No fragile human with her wide blue eyes and soft curves will undo all of that. I growl low in my throat, my wings rustling with agitation. I need to focus, to remember my purpose here. These wing trials are just a means to an end. I won't let myself be distracted by fleeting desires or misplaced compassion. As the first group of candidates file onto the platform, I steel myself. It's time to watch them fail, as they always do. As they always will. I stand at the edge of the platform, watching as Lyra's cohort stumbles onto the course. Pathetic. They are already doomed. I can see. Begin, I command, my voice carrying across the arena. They scatter, each choosing a different path. Some immediately fall, their screams echoing as they plummet. Others cling desperately to the first obstacles, frozen in fear. But Lyra, she moves with surprising grace. Her small frame darts between swinging blades, her movements fluid and purposeful. It's unexpected. I grit my teeth, irritation flooding through me. This isn't how it's supposed to go. With a flick of my wrist, I summon a gust of wind, nearly knocking her off balance. She stumbles but regains her footing, pressing onward. Damn, I mutter, watching as she clears another section. Why won't she just give up? I increase the difficulty, causing platforms to vanish and reappear at random. Lyra adapts quickly, her eyes scanning constantly for the next safe spot. It's impressive. Not that I'd ever admit it. As she reaches a particularly treacherous gap, I can't help but lean forward, curious to see how she'll handle it. She pauses, chest heaving, clearly exhausted. For a moment, I think she might finally break. But then those blue eyes lock onto mine across the arena. There's a fire there, a determination that sends an unexpected thrill through me. She takes a deep breath, squares her shoulders, and leaps. I find myself holding my breath as she sails through the air. By some miracle, her fingers catch the edge of the next platform. She dangles precariously, muscles straining as she pulls herself up. A strange mix of emotions churns in my gut. Frustration at her continued survival, yes, but also admiration? No, that can't be right. She's just a human, nothing more than entertainment. Yet as I watch her press on, that unwavering optimism shining through despite everything I've thrown at her, I can't deny the grudging respect growing within me. She's lasted longer than any human should have been able to. I shake my head, trying to clear these traitorous thoughts. It doesn't matter how resilient she is. In the end, she'll fail, like all the rest. She has to. But as Lyra conquers another obstacle, determination etched into every line of her face, a treacherous part of me wonders, what if she doesn't? I watch, transfixed, as Lyra navigates the treacherous aerial course. She's just cleared a section of swinging blades, her lithe form twisting and ducking with surprising agility. Sweat glistens on her brow, her chest heaving with exertion. Ahead lies a chasm, a yawning void filled with swirling mists that play tricks on the mind. Floating platforms drift lazily through the fog, their positions ever-changing. It's a challenge that's broken many before her. Lyra pauses at the edge, her eyes scanning the shifting landscape. She takes a deep breath, steeling herself for the leap, but just as she's about to jump, a cry rings out. Another candidate, a scrawny boy with trembling limbs, clings desperately to a crumbling ledge. His fingers slip, millimeter by agonizing millimeter. He won't last much longer. I lean forward, curious to see what Lyra will do. The smart choice would be to ignore him, to press on and secure her own success. That's what any xaphan would do. But Lyra hesitates. I can see the conflict in her eyes, the way she glances between her goal and the struggling human. Then, to my utter disbelief, she turns back. With quick, sure movements, Lyra retraces her steps. She reaches the boy just as his grip fails, catching his wrist in the nick of time. The sudden weight nearly pulls her down too, but she grits her teeth and hauls him up. "What the hell are you doing?" I mutter, incredulous. She's throwing away her chance, risking everything for this worthless stranger. Yet I can't look away as Lyra guides the boy across a narrow beam, her hand steady on his back. She speaks to him in low, encouraging tones, her focus entirely on his safety. When they reach the chasm, Lyra doesn't hesitate. She points out safe paths, timing their jumps perfectly. Her movements are sure, graceful, as if the mists don't affect her at all. It's impressive, infuriating, but impressive. Maybe the little Nixari has claws after all. They reach the other side, both panting but alive. The boy collapses in exhaustion, but Lyra remains standing. Her eyes find mine across the arena, chin lifted in defiance. I feel a surge of something. Anger? Admiration? I can't quite name it. But as I watch her turn to face the next challenge, that fierce determination still burning in her eyes, I realize I've severely underestimated this human. The trial isn't over yet, though. There are still plenty of opportunities for her to fail, to prove she's just like all the rest. But a traitorous part of me wonders if she might actually succeed. And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Chapter 7. Lyra. I force my trembling legs to take another step, willing myself not to look down at the dizzying drop below. The wind whips my hair around my face as I inch forward on the narrow beam, my arms outstretched for balance. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat a reminder of how precarious my position is. The next platform looms ahead, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "You can do this, Lyra," I whisper to myself. I leap, my stomach lurching as I sail through the air. For a terrifying moment, I think I've misjudged the distance. My hands slam into the edge of the platform, fingers scrabbling for purchase on the smooth surface. I hang there, legs dangling in empty space, muscles screaming as I pull myself up. I've already been separated from the boy I saved, and my friends were ripped away from me from the beginning. I am alone, utterly alone. And for some reason, that makes determination spear through me as I gain purchase and haul my back over the edge. Rolling onto the platform, I allow myself a moment to catch my breath. The course stretches endlessly above me, a maze of ropes, swinging obstacles, and more narrow beams. My throat tightens as I realize how much further I have to go. A mechanical whirring catches my attention. To my horror, the platform I'm on starts to tilt, threatening to slide me off. I scramble to my feet, searching for the next handhold. A rope dangles just out of reach, swaying in the wind. Come on, I mutter, bouncing on my toes. As the platform tilts further, I make a desperate lunge for the rope. My hands close around it, the rough fibres biting into my palms. I swing wildly, my body twisting in the air. Ahead, I see a series of hoops suspended at different heights. My arms burn as I build momentum, swinging back and forth. With a silent prayer, I let go, flying through the first hoop. My stomach drops as I plummet, but I manage to grab the second hoop, my shoulders jarring with the impact. Sweat trickles down my back as I navigate the hoops, each transfer leaving me breathless and shaking. By the time I reach the next platform, my muscles are quivering with exhaustion. I want to collapse, to give up, but I force myself to keep moving. The thought of failing, of the death that awaits me if I stop, drives me forward. I think of my parents' disappointed faces, of Sariel's smug superiority, and grit my teeth. I won't let them win, I growl, pushing myself to my feet. I push forward, my body screaming in protest with every movement. My arms feel like lead, muscles burning from the strain of hauling myself up countless ropes and bars. Sweat stings my eyes, and I blink rapidly, trying to clear my vision. The obstacle course looms before me, a twisted metal nightmare against the sky. I grab a swinging bar, my palms slick with perspiration. As I launch myself to the next handhold, a flash of movement catches my eye across the platform on another pathway. Another candidate, a young man with dark hair, reaches for a rope. His fingers brush the frayed edges, but he can't get a grip. Time seems to slow as I watch him fall, his mouth open in a silent scream. The sickening thud as he hits the ground below echoes through the arena, turning my stomach. I freeze, my heart pounding in my ears. The world spins around me, and for a moment I think I might be sick. But I can't stop. I can't let myself think about what just happened. "Keep moving," I whisper, forcing my trembling limbs into action. I swing myself onto a narrow beam, arms outstretched for balance. The metal is slick with condensation, and my feet slide with each step. I focus on my breathing, trying to calm my racing pulse. Ahead, a series of spinning platforms presents the next challenge. I time my jumps carefully, landing on each disc as it rotates. The motion makes my head swim, but I push through the dizziness. My legs shake as I reach the end of the platforms. I'm higher now, the ground a distant blur below. The wind whips around me, threatening to throw me off balance. A rope bridge stretches before me, swaying ominously. I take a deep breath and step onto the first plank. It creaks under my weight, and I grab the side ropes tightly. Halfway across, a gust of wind catches me off guard. The bridge lurches, and I stumble, nearly pitching over the side. My heart leaps into my throat as I cling to the ropes, willing myself not to look down. "I won't fail," I grit out, pulling myself upright. "I can't." With shaking legs, I force myself to keep moving. One step at a time, I tell myself. Just keep going. Until the ground beneath my feet begins to tip. My fingers claw at the edge of the platform as it tilts sharply, the metal groaning beneath me. I kick my legs, desperately trying to find purchase, but there's nothing but empty air. My arms scream with the effort of holding my entire body weight, muscles trembling as sweat trickles down my forehead. "No, no, no," I gasp, heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. The world spins around me, a dizzying kaleidoscope of metal beams and swinging ropes. Far below, the ground seems to rush up to meet me, promising a swift and brutal end. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the terrifying view. When I open them again, my gaze locks onto a figure standing on a nearby observation deck. Sariel. His silver-white hair catches the light, creating a halo effect that belies the cold indifference in his golden eyes. He watches me struggle without a flicker of emotion, arms crossed over his broad chest. "Please," I mouth, knowing he can't hear me but hoping he'll understand. "Help me." Sariel doesn't move. He might as well be carved from stone, unmoved by my desperate plight. The realization hits me like a physical blow. He's going to let me fall. My arms burn, muscles quivering with fatigue. I can feel my grip loosening, no matter how hard I try to hold on. Panic claws at my chest, making it hard to breathe. I can't fall. I won't. With a surge of determination born from anger and fear, I force myself to scramble back onto the platform. My fingers bleed, leaving crimson smears on the cold metal, and my muscles scream in agony. But I refuse to give up. I push on, tackling each new obstacle with grim resolve, my body moving on pure adrenaline and willpower. I launch myself at a vertical wall, studded with tiny handholds barely big enough for my fingertips. I scale it inch by agonizing inch, my toes searching for purchase on the smooth surface. Sweat drips into my eyes, stinging and blurring my vision, but I blink it away and keep climbing. At the top, I'm faced with a narrow balance beam that sways in the wind. I take a deep breath and step out onto it, arms outstretched. The beam wobbles beneath me, threatening to throw me off with each step. I focus on a point in the distance, willing myself not to look down at the dizzying drop below. Halfway across, the beam starts to rotate. I drop to my knees, wrapping my arms and legs around it as it spins. The world whirls around me, my stomach lurching with each revolution. But I hold on, my nails digging into the metal until the spinning slows. With shaking limbs, I pull myself to my feet and stumble the rest of the way across. The next obstacle looms before me, a series of platforms that rise and fall at random intervals. I time my jumps carefully, leaping from one to the next as they move. My legs burn with each landing, knees threatening to buckle, but I force myself to keep going. The final stretch is a gauntlet of swinging pendulums, their metal arms slicing through the air with deadly precision. I watch their rhythm, heart pounding in my chest as I wait for the right moment. Then I'm running, ducking and weaving between the swinging arms. One clips my shoulder, sending me spinning, but I recover and push on. I stumble forward, my legs trembling with each step. The finish line shimmers in the distance, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos of the aerial obstacle course. My lungs burn, desperate for air, as I force myself to keep moving. Around me the course is a graveyard of broken dreams. Bodies litter the ground far below, a grim reminder of the cost of failure. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and fear, punctuated by the occasional cry of pain or despair. I dodge a swinging metal bar, its rusted surface gleaming dully in the harsh sunlight. My foot slips on a wet spot of something. Gods, I don't even want to think what it would be. And for a heart-stopping moment, I teeter on the edge of oblivion. Somehow, I manage to right myself, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. A quick glance behind me reveals the devastating toll of the trial. Where once there was a sea of hopeful faces, now only a handful remain. Guilt twists in my gut as relief blooms through me. The final obstacle looms before me, a series of razor-thin wires stretched across a yawning chasm. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the challenge. My feet find the first wire, and I inch forward, arms outstretched for balance. The wire vibrates beneath me, threatening to throw me off with each trembling step. Halfway across, a gust of wind catches me off guard. I wobble precariously, my heart leaping into my throat. For a terrifying moment, I'm sure I'm going to fall. But some reserve of strength I didn't know I possessed surges through me, and I manage to steady myself. With a final burst of energy, I leap from the wire to solid ground. My legs give out as soon as I land, and I collapse in an ungraceful heap. Every muscle in my body screams in protest as I roll onto my back, gasping for air. Through the haze of exhaustion, I force my eyes open. My gaze locks with Sariel's, and for a moment, the world seems to stand still. His golden eyes widen slightly, and I catch a flicker of something. Surprise? Respect? It's gone before I can be sure, but it leaves me with a strange warmth in my chest. But I did it. I passed the first trial.
Chapter 8. Sariel. I stand at the front of the training room, watching as the remaining humans filter in. Only a quarter of them are left after yesterday's trial. More than I expected, but still pathetic. My eyes land on her the moment she walks through the door. Lyra, the human who's been occupying my thoughts far more than she should. She looks exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, and cuts on her hands from yesterday's ordeal. You, I point at her. Come with me. Confusion flashes across her face, but she obeys, following me to a separate training area. I'll show her how weak she truly is. Prove to myself that this human isn't worth my attention. We're going to spar, I announce, taking a fighting stance. Show me what you've got, little Nexari. Let me see those claws. Lyra hesitates, then mirrors my stance. Her form is decent, I'll give her that. But it won't be enough. I lunge forward, expecting to catch her off guard, but she sidesteps quicker than I anticipated. Interesting. We trade blows, and I'm surprised by her agility. She may be exhausted after pushing herself so hard yesterday, but she's not letting it slow her down. Each time I think I have her pinned, she slips away. Not bad, I grudgingly admit. But can you handle this? I sweep her legs out from under her, expecting her to hit the ground hard. Instead, she rolls with the fall, popping back up to her feet in one fluid motion. I can handle anything you throw at me, she says, a fire in her eyes that wasn't there before. For the next hour, I push her to her limits. Hand-to-hand combat, endurance drills, even basic magical theory. And damn it all, she keeps up. She's a quick learner, absorbing everything I show her with an eagerness that's almost admirable. By the end, we're both breathing hard. Lyra's covered in sweat, her blonde hair sticking to her forehead, but there's a triumphant smile on her face. "How was that?" she asks, her voice steady despite her exhaustion. I cross my arms, refusing to let her see how impressed I am. "Adequate," I say, "for a human." But as I watch her walk away, head held high, I can't deny the truth. This little Nexari might just have what it takes after all. I can't believe I'm doing this again. Training a human. But here I am, day after day, pushing Lyra to her limits. And damn it all, she keeps surprising me. "Again!" I growl, circling her as she picks herself up off the mat. She's breathing hard, sweat glistening on her skin. But there's a fire in those blue eyes that won't quit. She lunges at me faster than before. I dodge, but she anticipates, changing direction mid-strike. Her fist grazes my jaw. It's not enough to hurt, but it's more than any humans managed before. "Better," I admit grudgingly, "but not good enough." I grab her arm, twisting it behind her back. She gasps, body tensing against mine. For a moment, I'm back in that hallway, feeling her pulse race beneath my fingers. "You're still telegraphing your moves," I murmur, my lips close to her ear. She shivers, and it's not from fear. "It's easy to tell what you are thinking, and anything you face in these trials will use it against you." "Then teach me," she challenges, voice low and determined. "Show me how to be better." I release her, stepping back. "Fine. Watch closely." Over the next hour, I demonstrate techniques, guiding her through the motions. Each time I touch her, correct her stance, I feel that spark. It's maddening. She's human. She shouldn't affect me like this. But as the days pass, I find myself looking forward to our sessions. I push her harder, watching the way she reacts, how she adapts to each new challenge. And every time I pin her down, I don't want to let up. One evening, after a particularly intense sparring match, we're both breathing hard. Lyra's pinned beneath me, her chest heaving, eyes wild with adrenaline. For a moment, neither of us moves. "Not bad, little Nexari," I say, my voice rougher than I intend. "You're learning." She grins up at me, all fierce determination and unexpected beauty. "Does this mean you'll stop going easy on me?" I laugh, surprised by her audacity. "Trust me, I haven't even started." As I help her up, my hand lingers on hers longer than necessary. That night in the hall flashes through my mind again, and I want to push her, but not just in the ring. Damn, I want more of her, and the idea jolts me. I've never craved a woman like this, especially not from a human. I step back, trying to regain my composure. "Same time tomorrow," I say gruffly. "Don't be late." As she walks away, I can't help but watch her go. This human is becoming dangerous in more ways than one. And the worst part is, I'm not sure I want to stop it. It's a thought that stays with me through the night even as I try to shake it. And that's why, when I arrive at the training room earlier than usual the next morning, my mind is already racing with plans for today's session. I need to distance myself from this human. I need to put her in her place, remind myself why humans can never truly become xaphan. Why I shouldn't even care because it's pointless. This training is pointless. As she walks in, I don't give her a chance to speak. "Today, we're testing your magical aptitude," I announce, gesturing to the array of objects I've set up. "Each item requires a different type of manipulation. You have 1 hour." I watch Lyra approach the first object, a small silver orb. Her brow furrows in concentration as she reaches out to touch it. The orb glows faintly, reacting to her presence. "This one's designed to test your ability to sense and manipulate energy, able to be used by even non-magic wielders," I explain. "Try to make it float." Lyra closes her eyes, her fingers hovering just above the orb. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, to my surprise, the orb wobbles slightly. Interesting, I mutter. She shouldn't be able to affect it at all. Moving on, Lyra faces a bowl of water. Change its temperature, I instruct. She places her hands on either side of the bowl, her face a mask of determination. Minutes pass, and I'm about to tell her to give up when I notice a thin layer of frost forming on the surface. My eyes narrow. This shouldn't be possible. The next item is a small flame dancing on a candle wick. Extinguish it without touching it, I say. Lyra stares at the flame intently. Her breathing slows, becomes measured. The flame flickers, wavers, and then, impossibly, goes out. I stare at her, speechless. This human, this impossible human, has just done what should have been beyond her capabilities. Each object has some conduit properties, designed for lower-level magic. None of them are powerful, but for her to utilize any of them. Impressive, I mutter, then immediately regret it as her face lights up. Really? She asks, breathless and grinning. I scowl, trying to stamp down the warmth in my chest. For a human, I add quickly. Don't get cocky. As I watch her practice, refining her control over each spell, I can't deny the truth. She has potential. Real, undeniable potential. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. If she continues like this, she might actually complete the trials. But then what? The wings were never meant to be given. She'll die trying to claim a prize that doesn't exist. I could tell her now. End this charade before she gets herself killed. She's just one human. Who would even notice if she disappeared? But as I open my mouth to speak, I catch sight of her face. She's smiling, proud and hopeful, as she perfects a particularly tricky spell. Something in my chest tightens. Sariel, she asks, noticing my hesitation. Is everything okay? I swallow hard, the words dying in my throat. Fine, I manage. Keep practicing. As I watch her return to her tasks, I realize I'm in deeper trouble than I thought, because a part of me, a part I didn't even know existed, wants to save her. These trials are meant to kill humans. They give them false hope so they will keep looking up to the xaphan. They give the xaphan and demons something to do to unleash their bloodthirst on something that shouldn't matter. But now the thought of Lyra suffering in the trials, the thought of her dying, makes me uneasy. They were never meant to give her wings, and for a moment I waver on if I should tell her now before she gets killed. I could get her out. She's one human, and one human disappearing wouldn't raise any questions. Let's move to physical training, I bark, and she follows, always ready. I watch Lyra as she practices, her face scrunched in concentration. She's getting better, damn her! Each day she surprises me with her progress. It's infuriating and impressive. Again, I bark, pushing her harder. She needs to be ready. She has to survive. The thought hits me like a punch to the gut. When the hell did I start caring whether this human lives or dies? But as I watch her execute a perfect defensive maneuver, I can't deny the pride that swells in my chest. She's learning. She might actually have a chance. And that terrifies me, because the trials aren't meant to be survived. They're a cruel joke. But Lyra, she's different. She's got something. A fire that won't be extinguished. And for the first time in my centuries of existence, I find myself wanting to protect someone other than myself. That's enough for today, I say gruffly, trying to shake off these unwelcome feelings. Lyra looks up at me, her blue eyes shining with determination. All ready, but I can keep going. I need to be ready for the next trial. The next trial. The words twist in my gut like a knife. I know what's coming, the horror she'll face, and suddenly I don't want her anywhere near it. You need rest, I snap, harsher than I intend. You're no good to anyone if you're dead on your feet. She flinches at my tone, and I hate myself for it. But it's better this way. Better to push her away than to admit how much I've come to care. Fine, she huffs, her fire flaring up like it always does. My little Nexari has claws, and she never lets me forget it. As she gathers her things to leave, I find myself wanting to say something, anything, to keep her here, to keep her safe. But I remain silent, watching as she walks away. The door closes behind her, and I'm left alone with my thoughts. What the hell am I doing? I'm supposed to be overseeing these trials, not getting attached to a human. But the thought of Lyra facing the next challenge, of her possibly not surviving, it fills me with a feeling I've never experienced before. Regret.
Chapter 9. Lyra. I stand on the edge of the platform, my heart hammering against my ribs. The wind tugs at my hair, whipping it across my face. I brush it away impatiently, trying to focus on the task ahead. The phantom wings on my back feel strange, weightless, yet somehow heavy with responsibility. I can fly, but it's not real. Not yet. It's a cruel tease of what I'm fighting for. They said it's to train for another possibility of the trials, but I think it's to entice or discourage us. I glance around, noting the thinned ranks of my fellow candidates. Lena catches my eye and gives me a tight smile. I return it, grateful for her presence. Mira and Kai's absence is a stark reminder of how far we've come and how much further we have to go. It was hard for me to stomach it after the first trial, returning to the rooms and finding that they didn't make it. But Lena and I have stayed friendly, even if we aren't really training together. The xaphan instructors hover nearby, their real wings a painful reminder of what we lack. I spot Sariel among them, his golden eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. Lyra, he calls out, his voice carrying easily over the wind. You're up. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. The maneuver ahead is complex, a series of loops and dives that will test my ability to use these phantom wings. One wrong move and I'll plummet to the ground. I step off the platform, the phantom wings catching the air. For a moment I'm falling and panic claws at my throat. Then muscle memory kicks in and I'm soaring upward. The wind rushes past me as I climb higher and higher. The ground below becomes a patchwork of colours, the people mere specks. Up here it's just me and the sky. I reach the apex of my climb and pause for a heartbeat. Then I tuck my wings and dive. The world blurs around me as I pick up speed. At the last second, I unfurl my wings, pulling out of the dive and into a tight loop. I twist my body, preparing to catch an updraft and soar higher. It's a move I've practiced countless times, but something's off. My heart races, a sudden panic gripping me as I realise I'm not in control. My muscles scream in protest, fatigue from the endless trials weighing me down like lead. Days of pushing myself to the limit have taken their toll, and now, when I need my strength the most, it fails me. A sudden gust of wind hits me from the side, throwing off my balance. The air whooshes past my ears, drowning out my startled gasp. I try to compensate, my phantom wings flailing desperately, but it's too late. Instead of rising, I'm falling. The ground rushes up to meet me, a patchwork of colours blurring into a dizzying mess. My stomach lurches, and for a moment, I'm paralysed with fear. This can't be happening. Not now. Not when I'm so close to proving myself. Panic floods my system as the ground rushes up to meet me. My heart pounds in my ears, drowning out everything else. I flail my arms, desperately trying to regain control of the phantom wings, but they're unresponsive. No, no, no! I gasp, terror clawing at my throat. The world spins around me, a dizzying blur of colours. I can't tell up from down anymore. My stomach lurches, and for a moment, I think I might be sick. Time slows to a crawl as I plummet towards the ground. The wind howls in my ears, drowning out the screams from below. I catch glimpses of horrified faces, growing larger with each passing second. My fellow candidates, the instructors, Sariel, all watching my descent with wide eyes and open mouths. In these terrifying moments, my life flashes before my eyes. I see my parents' disappointed faces, hear their harsh words echoing in my mind. The weight of their expectations crushes me more than the impending impact ever could. I remember the countless nights spent training in secret, pushing my body to its limits. The bruises, the aching muscles, the tears shed in frustration, all for nothing. My dreams of earning wings, of lifting my family out of poverty, of finally proving my worth, they're slipping away faster than I'm falling. Every stolen moment, every ounce of determination I poured into this goal flashes before me. All those sacrifices, all that pain and hope. It feels so meaningless now as the ground rushes up to meet me. A crushing sense of failure overwhelms me. I'm going to die without achieving my goal. All those years of struggle, of enduring abuse and neglect, of clinging to hope when everything seemed hopeless, it was all for nothing. I think of Lena, Mira and Kai, of the bonds we formed, the support we gave each other. I wonder if Lena will mourn me the way we did for Mira and Kai, or if she'll be too focused, if everyone watching will be too focused on their own survival to spare a thought for another fallen candidate. As the ground rushes up to meet me, I can't help but think of Sariel. His golden eyes, his cruel words, the way he pushed me harder than anyone else. I wanted to prove him wrong, to show him that humans were worthy. Now I'll never get the chance. The wind whips tears from my eyes as I fall. I've failed. Failed my family, failed myself, failed every human who dared to dream of wings. In my last moments, all I feel is regret and a desperate, futile wish for more time. I brace for impact, squeezing my eyes shut. This is it. The end of everything I've worked for. Suddenly, strong arms wrap around me. My fall stops abruptly, the wind no longer whipping past me. I'm pressed against something warm and solid. For a moment, I think I must be dead. This can't be real. I open my eyes, blinking in disbelief. Sariel's face is inches from mine, his golden eyes wide. I've never seen him look like this before. There's an emotion there I can't quite place. Shock, concern. Whatever it is, it's a far cry from his usual cold disdain. Sariel, I stammer, my voice barely a whisper. He doesn't respond. His wings beat powerfully, keeping us aloft. I'm acutely aware of how tightly he's holding me, one arm under my knees, the other supporting my back. My hands are pressed against his chest, and I can feel his heart racing beneath my palms. We hover there for what feels like an eternity, suspended between sky and earth. I can't tear my gaze away from his face. There's a vulnerability there I've never seen before, a crack in his usually impenetrable armour. I become aware of the crowd below, their shocked murmurs reaching us even at this height. Sariel seems to notice too. His expression hardens, that fleeting vulnerability disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Without a word, he begins to descend. I cling to him, still shaken from my near-death experience. As we near the ground, I can see the other xaphan instructors watching us, with a mix of confusion and disapproval. Sariel's feet touch the ground, and he sets me down gently. My legs wobble, threatening to give out, but I force myself to stand. The adrenaline still courses through my veins, making my heart race and my hands shake. I open my mouth, ready to thank him for saving my life, but he cuts me off before I can utter a word. "What the hell was that?" Sariel snaps, his golden eyes flashing with anger. "That was the most idiotic move I've ever seen. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" His words sting, but I can't help noticing the slight tremor in his voice. Is he shaken? I'm sorry, I stammer, still trying to catch my breath. I don't know what happened. I just dash. "You just what?" he interrupts, stepping closer. "Lost control? Forgot everything you've been taught? Do you think this is a game, Lyra?" The use of my name startles me. He never calls me by name unless he was telling me to do something from the others. For some reason, it bothers me that he's not using the nickname I don't even like. No, I don't think it's a game, I say, my own anger rising to meet his. I'm trying my best here. You have no idea. No idea, Sariel scoffs. I have no idea how hard this is? No, because I'm not a poor, weak human like you. We're toe to toe now, glaring at each other. I can feel the heat radiating off his body, smell the crisp, clean scent that always seems to surround him. It's intoxicating and infuriating all at once. That's not what I meant, I say through gritted teeth. I meant you have no idea how much this means to me, how much I've sacrificed to be here, what I'm willing to do for this. Something flickers in Sariel's eyes, doubt, regret. But it's gone before I can be sure. It doesn't matter what it means to you, he says, his voice low and intense. If you can't control yourself up there, you'll die. Is that what you want? From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prathika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprathika.com. Prathika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 10. Sariel. I glare at Lyra, her blue eyes blazing with fury. The little Nexari thinks she can talk back to me. Stupid humans. That is not what I want! She snarls, her chest heaving. I notice movement out of the corner of my eye. The other xaphan overseers are inching closer, hungry looks on their faces. They're itching to teach this insolent human a lesson. A possessive anger flares in my chest. No one gets to put her in her place but me. I grab Lyra's arm, my fingers wrapping around her slender wrist. She tries to jerk away, but I hold firm. Raxus! I bark, not taking my eyes off Lyra. Deal with my group for me, I'll handle this one. Raxus hesitates, his silver eyes darting between me and Lyra. I can see the disappointment on his face. Too damn bad. Now! I growl. He nods curtly and turns away, herding the other humans back to their training area. I don't miss the way his eyes linger on Lyra, a predatory gleam in them that makes my grip on her tighten. I drag Lyra away from the prying eyes of the other overseers and candidates. She stumbles, trying to keep up with my long strides. Let go of me, she hisses, still fighting against my hold. I ignore her as I drag Lyra away from the crowd, my fingers digging into her arm. Her skin burns hot beneath my touch, matching the fire in her eyes as she glares up at me. The little human thinks she can challenge me in front of everyone. I said let go of me, she hisses, trying to wrench her arm free. I tighten my grip. Shut up and walk! We reach my quarters and I shove her inside, slamming the door behind us. The sound echoes through the room, emphasizing the sudden silence. Lyra whirls on me, her chest heaving. How dare you manhandle me like that? I'm not some puppet for you to jerk around. No. I advance on her, backing her against the wall. Then what are you, little Nexari? A warrior? A future xaphan? I laugh, the sound harsh and mocking. You're nothing but a weak human playing at being something greater. Her eyes flash dangerously. I am not weak. I've survived every trial you've thrown at me. I step forward, her words dying on her lips as I do, and back her up against the wall. Pinning her against the wall, my wings unfurl, creating a barrier between us and the rest of the world, reminding she can't escape me. Lyra glares up at me, defiant despite the fear I can smell on her. It's intoxicating. What the hell were you thinking? I snarl, leaning in close. You almost got yourself killed out there. If I hadn't caught you, you'd be nothing but a smear on the ground right now. Why did you? She challenges, jutting her chin out defiantly. Why bother saving me if I'm so weak and worthless? The question catches me off guard. Why did I save her? I should have let her fall. Should have watched another human fail like they always do. But the thought of her broken body on the ground. I growl, frustrated by my own conflicting emotions. Don't read too much into it, little Nexari. You're so full of it, she spits. You care. Admit it. I slam my hand against the wall beside her head, making her flinch. I don't care about anything, least of all some human girl with delusions of grandeur. But even as I say the words, I know they're a lie. I do care, and that terrifies me more than anything. As she opens her mouth, though, I snap. Sweet Solus, you never shut the hell up, do you? And I do the one thing I probably shouldn't. I roughly grip the back of her head and lift her face up to me, crashing my lips down on hers to shut her up. Lyra stills, her breath hitching in her throat as my lips press against hers. Then she sinks into the kiss, her body softening against mine. And damn, once I have a taste of her, I completely lose it. I grip her tighter, pulling her into me. She responds in kind, fisting my tunic and pulling me closer. The kiss between us is like everything else has been. A fight. And neither of us are yielding. This little human has just rocked my world and I don't know. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I don't know if I'll ever be the same. I set Lyra down, her legs shaky as they touch the floor. She stares at me, eyes wide, mouth agape. For a moment we just stand there, the gravity of what just happened settling over us. Lyra snaps out of it first, scrambling to gather her clothes. She dresses quickly, fumbling with the fabric, refusing to meet my eyes. I watch her, my body still thrumming from our encounter, unable to form words. She rushes out without a backward glance, the door slamming behind her. I let her go, knowing I should stop her, but unable to piece together what just happened. It's a moment of weakness, that's all, but I shouldn't have. My wings droop, suddenly heavy on my back. I lean against the door, my forehead pressing against the cool wood. What the hell did I just do? Footsteps echo in the corridor outside. Two xaphan, their voices low but clear through the thin walls. We need to take out more humans in the next trial, one says. It's too easy. They're lasting longer than expected. Agreed, the other replies. I've got a plan to sabotage the equipment for a few of them. Should thin the herd nicely. My fists clench at my sides. This is nothing new. We've always rigged the trials, ensuring humans fail. It's our duty, our right as the superior race. So why does it suddenly feel so wrong? Lyra's determined face flashes in my mind. Her strength, her resilience, the way she fights, not just for herself, but for others. She's nothing like what I've been taught humans are. I push away from the door, pacing the room. My duty is clear. I should be helping plan how to eliminate more humans, how to make the trials harder, more deadly. It's what I've always done. but the thought of Lyra broken and bleeding on the ground makes my stomach churn. I can't let that happen. I won't. I need to keep a closer eye on her during the remaining trials. To protect her, yes, but also to understand. To figure out why she affects me this way. Why she's making me question everything I thought I knew. Humans are supposed to be weak, selfish creatures, not worth our time or consideration. But Lyra, she's different. I don't care about the rest of the humans. Like most of this world, they can screw off. But my little Nexari, damn, I don't know if I can give her up. What I just did was dangerous, not because of the trials. No one would care that I screwed a little human. It's the way I want to go after her, the way I'm already craving another taste, the way I swooped in and saved her today, even if it was under the pretense that they can only die for an audience when I know that's not why I did. Oh, I'm screwed.
Chapter 11. Lyra. I can't stop thinking about Sariel. His touch, his scent, the way his body felt against mine. It's like a fever dream, something that couldn't possibly have happened. But the lingering ache in my muscles and the memory of his golden eyes boring into mine tell me it was all too real. I shake my head, trying to clear these dangerous thoughts. I can't afford to be distracted, not when I'm so close to achieving my goal. The next trial looms ahead, and I need to focus. As I make my way to the training grounds, I spot Sariel across the courtyard. He's talking to another xaphan official, their heads bent close together. My heart skips a beat, but I force myself to look away. Something about their secretive stance sets me on edge. During training, I catch Sariel watching me more closely than usual. His gaze follows my every move, and I can't tell if it's out of concern or something more sinister. When he approaches to correct my form, his touch lingers a moment too long. I flinch away, remembering how those same hands explored my body just days ago. "Is something wrong, little Nexari?" he asks, his voice low and dangerous. I meet his eyes, searching for any hint of warmth or genuine care. But all I see is that same cold, calculating look he gives all the human candidates. No, I can't keep the bite out of my voice. "Everything's fine." He nods, but I can tell he doesn't believe me. As he walks away, I can't shake the feeling that he's playing some kind of game. Why would a high-ranking xaphan officer be interested in a human like me? It doesn't add up. As I cross the training area, I overhear snippets of conversation between Sariel and another overseer. They're discussing the next trial, and I swear I hear the words "impossible" and "eliminate" being thrown around. My blood runs cold. Are they planning to sabotage us? I want to trust Sariel, to believe that what happened between us meant something. But every instinct screams at me to be careful. He's still the enemy, still one of them, and I'm just a human fighting for a chance at a better life. "Lyra!" My head snaps up, Sariel's eyes trained on me as he approaches. I try not to let any emotion show on my face as he does. "Let's train," he says, turning on his heel. I should have expected this with the way he's been training with me, but my stomach still drops. I'm not sure I can handle being this close to him right now. Still, I follow Sariel to a secluded training area, my heart racing with a mix of anticipation and dread. As we begin our one-on-one session, I can't help but notice the way his muscles ripple beneath his shirt, the graceful power in his movements. "Focus, Lyra!" he barks, snapping me out of my daze. "Your life depends on getting this right." I nod, trying to concentrate on the task at hand. But every time Sariel comes close to adjust my stance or demonstrate a technique, my skin tingles with awareness. His scent envelops me, a heady mix of something crisp and masculine that makes my head spin. "Again," he commands, and I repeat the complex series of movements he's teaching me. My muscles burn with exertion, but I push through the pain. I can't afford to show weakness, not now. Suddenly, Sariel's hand is on my lower back, gently correcting my posture. The touch sends a jolt through my body, and I stumble. "Careful," he murmurs, steadying me. For a moment, his golden eyes soften, and I catch a glimpse of genuine concern. It's gone in an instant, replaced by his usual stern expression, but it's enough to make my heart flutter. I shake my head, angry at myself for these traitorous feelings. Sariel is the enemy. He's one of them, the beings who've oppressed my people for generations. And yet... "You're improving," Sariel says, interrupting my thoughts. "But you need to be faster, stronger. The next trial won't be easy." I nod, swallowing hard. "I know, I'm trying." "Trying isn't enough," he snaps, but then his voice softens. "You need to survive, Lyra." The use of my name, so rare from him, makes my breath catch. I look up, meeting his gaze, and for a moment I see something there that makes my heart race. Concern? Affection? I can't be sure. As we continue training, I find myself torn between my growing attraction to Sariel and my determination to succeed in the trials. Every touch, every word of praise or criticism sends my emotions into a tailspin. I know I should be focused solely on surviving, on winning my wings and changing my family's fortunes. But I can't deny the pull I feel towards this complex, often cruel xaphan, who seems to be softening towards me. I stumble away from Sariel, my legs shaky and my lungs burning. "Get some water," he orders, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nod, grateful for the reprieve, and make my way to the edge of the training grounds. As I gulp down water from a nearby station, I hear Sariel barking orders at another group of candidates. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I turn to watch. What I see makes my blood run cold. Sariel looms over a group of humans, his wings spread wide, casting an ominous shadow. His face is twisted into a snarl, all traces of the gentleness he sometimes shows me gone. "Pathetic," he spits at a young man who's collapsed on the ground. "Get up, or you'll be eliminated right here." The man struggles to his feet, only to be knocked down again by a swift kick from Sariel. I wince, remembering the strength behind those legs. "You call yourselves worthy of wings?" Sariel's voice carries across the field. "You're nothing but vespids beneath our feet." He grabs a woman by the arm, yanking her forward. She cries out in pain, but Sariel doesn't relent. "Show me you deserve to be here," he hisses, forcing her into a brutal sparring match. I watch, horrified, as Sariel systematically breaks down each candidate. He's relentless, pushing them far beyond their limits. Some are left bruised, others fighting back a sob as he tosses them out of the way. This is the real Sariel, I realise. Not the one who saved me from falling, not the one who touched me with surprising gentleness. This cruel, merciless being is who he truly is. My stomach churns, and I feel sick. How could I have been so foolish? To think that he might care for me, that there might be something special between us. It was all a lie, a game he was playing. I turn away, unable to watch anymore. My mind races, trying to reconcile the Sariel I thought I knew with this monster before me. The sound of another candidate's pained cry makes me flinch. This is what the xaphan really think of us. This is how they see humans. As nothing more than playthings, objects to be used and discarded at will. I clench my fists, anger and determination surging through me. I won't be fooled again. I'll win these trials, earn my wings, and prove them all wrong. And I'll do it without Sariel's help or anyone else's. Over the next few days, I throw myself into training with renewed vigour, pushing my body to its limits and beyond. Every muscle aches, every breath burns, but I refuse to give up. The memory of Sariel's cruelty towards the other candidates fuels my determination. I won't let myself be another victim of his games. It's the third day in a row that I have avoided him. I refuse to look at him, ducking out of the way as he approaches. He wants to train me, I know, but I can't understand why. and I need to keep away from him to keep my head clear. As I practice a particularly difficult maneuver, I catch sight of Sariel watching me from across the training grounds. His golden eyes are unreadable, but I feel their weight on me like a physical touch. I stumble, losing my focus for a split second. "Damn it," I mutter, steadying myself. I can't afford these distractions. But even as I try to concentrate, my mind wanders back to Sariel. The feel of his hands on my skin, the intensity in his eyes when we were alone. It's all a lie, I remind myself fiercely. He doesn't care about you. He's just playing with you, like he does with all the humans. Yet a traitorous part of me wonders if there's more to it. The way he saved me from falling, the gentleness in his touch during our private training sessions. Could it all be an act? I shake my head, disgusted with myself. These feelings, whatever they are dangerous. They're clouding my judgment, making me second-guess everything I know about the xaphan and their true nature. As I move through the training course, I can't help but imagine Sariel's hands guiding me, his voice offering encouragement. The thought makes me falter, nearly causing me to lose my balance on a narrow beam. "Focus, Lyra," I hiss to myself. "Your wings are what matter, nothing else." But even as I say the words, I'm not sure I believe them anymore. The image of Sariel's face, twisted in cruelty as he berated the other candidates, flashes through my mind. Is that really who he is? Have I been so blinded? I land the final jump of the course, my chest heaving with exertion. As I catch my breath, I realise with a sinking feeling that these conflicting emotions about Sariel are doing more than just distracting me. They're actively jeopardising my chances of earning my wings. I need to stop thinking about this xaphan. I've made a mistake letting him in so close. Now I just need to get through these next 2 trials and keep away from him. If I don't, I can't stomach what might happen.
Chapter 12. Sariel. I pace the training grounds, my wings twitching with irritation. Where the hell is she? Lyra's been avoiding me for days, and I'm sick of it. I've got a job to do, even if it's a self-appointed one at this point, and she's making it impossible. Sariel. A voice catches my attention. It's Zephyr. The human girl you've been training. I just saw her heading to a room from the cafeteria. I nod curtly and stride off, my jaw clenched. Wasn't hard to get the overseers to keep an eye out for her. Not when growling out her name like I have been promises punishment, and that only excites all of them. When I find her, she's huddled in a corner with a few other candidates, laughing at something. The sound grates on my nerves. "Lyra!" I bark. She jumps, her blue eyes widening as they meet mine. "Training, now!" She hesitates, glancing at her companions. I don't give her a chance to protest, grabbing her arm and practically dragging her to the private training room. "What the hell were you thinking?" I snarl, shoving her inside. "You think you can just skip out on training?" I wasn't... "Shut up." I cut her off. "You want wings? You want to be one of us? Then you train every damn day." I grit my teeth. "And you train with me like you are supposed to." I see the hurt in her eyes, the confusion. Good. Let her be confused. Let her hate me. It's better this way. "Now show me what you've learned," I demand, circling her like a predator. "Don't disappoint me." For the next few hours, I push her harder than I've ever pushed any candidate. I make her run until her legs give out, lift weights until her arms shake, perform complex maneuvers until she's dizzy and gasping for air. "Again!" I command each time she falters. She doesn't complain, doesn't beg for mercy. There's a fire in her eyes that both impresses and infuriates me. Why won't she just give up? "Come on, little Nexari!" I spit, even as she completes a particularly difficult sequence. The venom in my voice hasn't been there since we first met. Is this really the best you can do? I see the tears forming in her eyes. but she blinks them away, gritting her teeth and pushing on. Something twists in my chest, but I ignore it. This is necessary. I have to distance myself from her. As the session finally ends, Lyra collapses to the floor, her body trembling with exhaustion. I stand over her, my face a mask of indifference. "Same time tomorrow," I say coldly. "Don't be late." I turn and walk away, my wings rigid with tension. It's only when I'm alone in my quarters that I allow myself to feel the weight of what I've done. I tell myself it's to prepare her for the trials, that I'm doing her a favor by being so harsh. But deep down, I know the truth. I'm scared of how she makes me feel, of the way she's wormed her way under my skin. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep her at arm's length, even if it means breaking her in the process. I stand at the edge of the training grounds, watching Lyra push through another grueling session. She's different from the other humans, stronger, more resilient. The sight of her determination stirs something inside me that I can't quite name. "Again!" I bark, trying to keep the edge in my voice. But it's getting harder each day. Lyra nods, her face set in concentration as she tackles the obstacle course once more. Her movements are fluid, graceful even. I catch myself admiring the way she moves, the fierce look in her eyes. This isn't supposed to happen. I turn away, pacing the length of the field. I need to focus. I'm here to oversee these trials, to ensure the humans fail. Not to... whatever this is. But my eyes keep drifting back to her, the way she helps up a fallen competitor, offering words of encouragement even as she fights for her own survival. It's a kindness I've never seen in our world, a strength I didn't think humans possessed. "Time," I call out, my voice rougher than I intended. Lyra jogs over, her chest heaving with exertion but a small smile playing on her lips. "How'd I do?" she asks, looking up at me with those damn blue eyes. I struggle to maintain my cold facade. "Barely adequate," I mutter. But even I can hear the lack of conviction in my voice. She sees right through me. Her lips press into a firm line, suppressing the smile. She never smiles around me anymore, but instead of taking the bait, instead of fighting me like she normally does, she just shrugs. "I'll take that as high praise coming from you, Sariel." The sound of my name on her lips sends a jolt through me. I clench my fists, willing myself to stay detached, aloof. But it's getting harder with each passing day. "Don't get cocky," I snap, but there's no real heat behind it. "You've still got a long way to go, before you're anywhere near xaphan standards." Lyra just nods, that determined glint back in her eye. "I know, but I'll get there." And the worst part is, I'm starting to believe she might. This human, this infuriating, captivating creature is showing strength I never thought possible. She's making me question everything I thought I knew about her kind. A war rages inside me. I'm supposed to be cruel, to break her spirit. Instead, I'm fighting the urge to protect her, to see her succeed. What the hell is happening to me? Looking past Lyra, who is still waiting for new instructions from me, I watch the exhausted candidates, their bodies slick with sweat and trembling from exertion. A cruel smirk tugs at my lips. They think they're done for the day. How wrong they are. "Line up!" I bark, my voice echoing across the training grounds. "We're not finished yet." Confusion and dismay ripple through the group. Lyra's eyes meet mine, a question in their depths. I ignore the way my chest tightens at her gaze. "The second trial is approaching," I announce, pacing before them, "and you're all pathetically unprepared." I snap my fingers and a xaphan assistant appears with a box. Inside are silver bracelets, each etched with intricate runes. "Put these on," I order, distributing them among the candidates. "They'll allow you to channel magic even without innate abilities." As Lyra slips hers on, I catch a flash of excitement in her eyes. It makes me want to crush that spark of hope even more. Magic is dangerous, deadly, and she won't survive it. The idea makes me rage, makes me want to better prepare her, but I squash it. No one is making it out of this. Now, I say, my voice low and dangerous, let's see how you handle real power. I demonstrate a simple spell, creating a ball of light in my palm. Your turn, I command. The humans fumble with the unfamiliar energy coursing through them. Most can barely produce a flicker. But Lyra... Her brow furrows in concentration, and a small orb of light appears in her hand. It's weak, wavering, but it's there. Anger and something else. Pride. War within me. I squash it down, focusing on making this as difficult as possible. Pathetic, I snarl. Again! Bigger this time! I increase the complexity of the spells, watching as the humans struggle and fail. Some collapse from the strain, magic burning through their unprepared bodies. Lyra keeps going. Her light grows stronger, her spells more controlled. With each success, my challenges become more intricate, more dangerous. Shield yourself, I command, hurling a bolt of energy at her. She throws up a barrier just in time, the force of it knocking her back. I don't give her time to recover. Again, I growl, attacking relentlessly. She meets each assault, her face set in grim determination. The other candidates have long since given up, lying spent on the ground. But not her. Never her. I've thrown everything I have at her, and still she persists. What will it take to make her give up? And why does part of me hope she never does? Stopping before her, I watch Lyra struggle with a complex fire manipulation spell, one I've only given to her, her brow furrowed in concentration. Sweat beads on her forehead and her hands tremble as she tries to shape the flames into a specific pattern. The other candidates have long since given up before even reaching this level of skill, but not her. Never her. A strange feeling twists in my gut as I see her falter, the fire flickering dangerously close to her skin. Before I can stop myself, I take a step forward, my hand outstretched to guide her. What the hell am I doing? I freeze, my body rigid with shock at my own actions. This isn't right. I'm not supposed to help her. I'm supposed to watch her fail, to relish in her defeat like I do with all the other pathetic humans. I clench my fists, forcing myself to stay put. My orders echo in my head. Be harsh, weed out the weak, ensure their failure. It's what I've always done, what I'm good at. So why does it suddenly feel so wrong? Lyra lets out a frustrated grunt as the flames dissipate once again. Her eyes meet mine, a silent plea for help that makes my chest tighten uncomfortably. I want to show her how to control the fire, to see her succeed where others have failed. But I can't. I won't. I expected more, I snarl, injecting as much venom into my voice as I can muster. Is this really the best you can do? I see the hurt flash across her face, quickly replaced by that stubborn determination I've come to expect from her. She grits her teeth and tries again, her fingers dancing through the air as she attempts to manipulate the flames. I turn away, unable to watch anymore. What's happening to me? Why do I care if this human succeeds or fails? She's nothing to me, just another pawn in the Xaphan's cruel game. But even as I think it, I know it's a lie. Lyra has become something more, something I can't quite define, and it terrifies me.
Chapter 13. Lyra. I stare at the enchanted bracelets on my wrists, willing them to work. The silver metal feels cold against my skin, a constant reminder of my inadequacy. I close my eyes, trying to focus on the unfamiliar energy coursing through my veins. Again. Sariel's harsh voice cuts through my concentration. You're wasting everyone's time. I grit my teeth, refusing to let his words affect me. But they do. Every sneer, every cruel remark chips away at my resolve. It's like we're back to square one, all the progress we made erased in an instant. It's been days of this. The second trial is coming, and it is stretching me thin. And each time I work with this magic, it feels like it sticks to my veins, refusing to cooperate. not to mention the distraction of Sariel. I push the thought of our night together out of my mind. I can't afford to be distracted, not when the second trial is only days away, but the memory lingers, a ghost of warmth in the cold reality of our current relationship. "I said again!" Sariel barks, his golden eyes flashing with impatience. I take a deep breath and try once more to channel the xaphan magic. I swear it's gotten harder to manipulate each day. At first I could make weak orbs of light and fire magic. Now it feels like trying to grasp smoke with my bare hands. The energy slips through my fingers, leaving me frustrated and drained. "Just what I expect from a human," Sariel mutters, turning away from me in disgust. His words sting more than they should. I want to scream at him, to demand an explanation for his sudden cruelty. But I can't. I need to focus on the trial, on proving myself worthy of wings. I close my eyes again, reaching deep within myself for any scrap of magical ability. The bracelets grow warm against my skin, and for a moment, I feel a spark of something. But then it's gone, leaving me emptier than before. "Time's up," Sariel announces coldly. "Maybe you'll actually accomplish something tomorrow, but I doubt it." As he walks away, I fight back tears of frustration. I refuse to let him see me cry. I refuse to let him win. But as I watch his retreating form, I can't help but wonder what changed. What happened to the Sariel who saved me from falling? The one who held me close and made me feel things I never thought possible. I guess the same thing that happened to the girl that wanted his help. I shake my head, banishing those thoughts. I can't afford to dwell on what-ifs and maybes. The second trial is coming, and I need to be ready. No matter what it takes, I will master this magic. I will earn my wings. And maybe, just maybe, I'll figure out why Sariel's rejection hurts more than any physical pain I've endured in these trials. "That's enough for today!" Sariel shouts, stalking toward the front of the training room. "Return the bracelets!" I hand over the bracelet, feeling a strange mix of relief and disappointment. The cold metal has left a faint mark on my skin, a reminder of my failure to master xaphan magic. "All right, Vespids," Sariel's voice booms across the training ground as he stares at us like the disgusting bugs he seems to think we are. "We're switching gears. Physical endurance training starts now." A collective groan rises from the group, but I straighten my shoulders. This, at least, is something I feel prepared for. We start with a grueling obstacle course. I push myself hard, my muscles screaming in protest as I climb, jump, and crawl through various challenges. Sweat drips into my eyes, but I blink it away, focused on the goal ahead. As I near the finish line, I notice something odd. Kira, a girl I've trained with before, breezes past me like I'm standing still. Her movements are fluid, almost graceful, as she conquers obstacles that left others gasping for breath. I frown, pushing harder to keep up. But it's not just Kira. As I look around, I see a handful of candidates moving past obstacles like they are nothing. They clear hurdles in a single bound, scale walls like they're walking on flat ground. Like they are harder for others, but not them. My heart sinks as I watch them finish the course in record time. Something's not right here. It's like each obstacle's strength changes per person. But how? I stumble across the finish line, my chest heaving. As I catch my breath, I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something crucial. "Barely finished," Sariel sneers as he walks past. "If you think this will get you through the trials, then you might as well beg for an easy death now." His words sting, but they also fuel my suspicion. I've trained hard, pushed myself to the limit. So have many others, yet some candidates are excelling far beyond what should be possible. Are the trials rigged? The thought sends a chill down my spine. I've always known they were difficult, nearly impossible. But unfair. That's a whole different level of cruelty. As we move on to the next exercise, I keep a close eye on my fellow candidates. The pattern repeats itself. A select few breeze through challenges that leave the rest of us exhausted and demoralized. I catch Sariel watching these candidates with a satisfied smirk. Does he know something we don't? Is this all part of some sick game? The suspicion gnaws at me, threatening to unravel everything I've worked for. If the trials aren't fair, what chance do I really have? What chance does anyone have? I drag my aching body towards the water station, desperate for a drink after the brutal training session. My mind still reeling from the strange discrepancies I noticed during the obstacle course. As I approach the corner, voices drift my way, making me pause. "We need to increase the difficulty," a deep voice says. "The losses aren't high enough." I freeze, pressing myself against the wall. My heart pounds in my chest as I strain to hear more. "Agreed," another voice responds. "We should aim for at least a third of them to fail at the next trials. That should be enough acceptable losses in the next phase." Acceptable losses? My blood runs cold. They're talking about us, the human candidates, like we're nothing more than numbers on a page. I lean in closer, desperate to catch more of their conversation. But the voices start to fade as footsteps echo down the hallway, moving away from me. "Sabotage the weaker ones. Make it look like accidents." Their words become indistinct, leaving me with fragments that chill me to the bone. I stand there, rooted to the spot, long after their footsteps have faded away. My mind races. Sabotage, accidents. Is this why some candidates seem to breeze through the obstacles while others struggled? Are they deliberately setting us up to fail, or worse? I feel sick to my stomach. All this time I've been pushing myself to the limit, believing that if I just tried hard enough, I could earn my wings. But what if it's all a lie? What if we never stood a chance? The weight of this revelation threatens to crush me. I've sacrificed everything for these trials, my relationships, my health, my safety. And for what? To be another acceptable loss in their cruel game. But then I think of my family, still struggling in poverty, of all the other humans who've pinned their hopes on these trials. If I give up now, what happens to them? I clench my fists, conflict raging within me. Do I continue, knowing the deck is stacked against us? Or do I walk away, potentially saving myself but abandoning others to this fate? As I finally make my way to the water station, my throat parched and my heart heavy, I realise I don't have an easy answer. The trials have always been dangerous, but now they feel downright sinister. That night, I lay in bed awake, now having a room to myself with so few candidates. I wait until I am certain that no one else is awake before I make my move. The training room is dark, lit only by the faint glow of moonlight filtering through high windows. My heart pounds as I slip inside, my eyes darting to every shadow. The bracelet case sits on a pedestal, gleaming in the dim light. I hesitate, my hand hovering over the lock. This is it. If I'm caught, it's over. But I have to know. With trembling fingers, I pick the lock, a skill born from years of desperation. The case opens with a soft click, and I slide a bracelet onto my wrist. Its weight is familiar, yet somehow different. And it makes me wonder if there is a reason that only the first day I could use the magic. If the bracelets, like the obstacles, were changed to make it harder for me, impossible for me. I close my eyes, expecting the usual struggle against the magic. But this time, I don't fight. I breathe deeply, letting my guard down for the first time since I arrived. The effect is immediate and overwhelming. Magic surges through me, no longer a foreign entity to be controlled, but a part of me I never knew existed. It's like diving into a cool lake on a scorching day, refreshing and natural. This is what it means to be xaphan. This connection, this harmony with the very essence of the world. It's beautiful. It's terrifying. It's what it would be if I finally earn my wings, and I'm struck by how right it suddenly feels. I remove the bracelet with shaking hands, carefully replacing it in the case. As I lock it away, I feel like I'm locking away a part of myself, a part I never knew existed, but now can't imagine living without.
Chapter 14. Sariel. I stroll through the dimly lit corridors of the training facility, my wings tucked tight against my back. The sound of my boots echoes off the cold stone walls. Humans scurry out of my way, their eyes downcast. Good. They know their place. A hushed conversation catches my attention. I pause, cocking my head to listen. Did you see what happened to Mira during the last challenge? A trembling voice whispers. Yeah, she hit like a wall of air, but it should have been impossible. I saw Iona run through the path right in front of her. Almost as if they wanted to stop specifically her. I've been seeing the same thing during training too. I'm telling you, something's not right. It's like they're setting us up to fail. I clench my jaw, anger simmering in my chest. These pathetic creatures dare to question the trials? My fingers twitch, itching to teach them a lesson. But I force myself to remain still, to keep listening. My brother swears he saw one of the overseers tampering with the equipment before the physical trial. Sabotage? You really think they'd go that far? I almost laugh. If only they knew the truth. The trials were never meant to be fair, never meant to be won. I should put an end to this, crush their foolish hopes and remind them of their place. But something holds me back. Lyra's face flashes through my mind. Her determination, her fire. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the image. What does it matter if one human suspects something? They're all doomed to fail anyway. But as I turn to leave, another whisper reaches my ears. We need to be careful. If they find out, we're on to them. The voice trails off, heavy with unspoken fears. I clench my fists, torn between duty and something else, something I can't quite name. These humans are nothing. Their suspicions mean nothing. I repeat these words in my head, trying to convince myself. But as I walk away, leaving the whispers behind, I can't shake the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. The image of Lyra, her eyes full of hope and determination, refuses to leave me. What am I doing? Why do I care what one human thinks? Why do I care at all? I'm lost in thought, replaying the whispered conversation in my head, when I slam into something soft. Damn. The impact knocks me off balance, and I instinctively reach out to steady myself. My hands grasp warm skin, and a familiar scent hits me. Lyra. Her blue eyes widen in surprise, her lips parting slightly. My body reacts instantly, a jolt of electricity coursing through me. I should push her away, snarl at her for daring to touch me. But I can't move. Damn. She shakes her head. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where... But then she looks up and sees it as me, and her gaze hardens. Why the hell does that bother me? Watch where you're going, I growl, but my voice lacks its usual bite. My hands are still on her arms, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath my palms. She tries to step back, but the narrow corridor leaves her nowhere to go. Her back hits the wall, and I find myself moving closer, crowding her space. I said I was sorry, Lyra snaps, anger in her voice. You weren't exactly paying attention either. I should put her in her place. Remind her that she's nothing but a human, unworthy of even breathing the same air as me. But as I look down at her, all I can think about is how her body felt pressed against mine that night in the hall. You need to learn some respect, I say, leaning in closer. Her breath hitches, and I can hear her heart racing. It matches the pounding in my own chest. Maybe you need to earn it, she whispers, her eyes challenging me. I slam my hand against the wall beside her head. But she doesn't cower, doesn't look away. And damn if that doesn't make me want her even more. You have no idea what you're dealing with, little Nexari, I growl. Her eyes flash at the nickname, a mix of confusion and something else. I've been avoiding using it, and it seems to have triggered something more in me. Something that makes my blood burn. Lyra squints up at me. I might have an idea. She leans closer, a sneer on her face. Would it have anything to do with the sabotage in the trials? I freeze, my hand still pressed against the wall beside her head. How the hell does she know about that? What did you say? I growl, leaning in closer. Lyra's eyes narrow, a spark of defiance lighting them up. You heard me. The sabotage. The accidents that keep happening to specific candidates. It's not exactly subtle, you know? I scoff, trying to mask the unease her words stir in me. You're delusional, little Nexari. The trials are fair. It's not our fault you humans are too weak to handle them. That's Tara stuff, she spits, pushing against my chest. I don't budge. I've seen it with my own eyes. The way some candidates breeze through challenges that leave others incapacitated. The malfunctions that only seem to affect certain people. I grab her wrist, pinning it to the wall. Watch your tongue, human. You're treading on dangerous ground. Am I? Lyra challenges, her face inches from mine. Or am I just getting too close to the truth? You're setting us up to fail, aren't you? These trials were never meant to be won. Her words hit too close to home, and I feel a flicker of guilt in my chest. I push it down, hardening my expression. You have no idea what you're talking about, I snarl. The trials are a gift, a chance for you pathetic creatures to prove yourselves worthy. Worthy of what? Lyra shoots back. Being your entertainment, your playthings? I tighten my grip on her wrist, anger and something else I can't name coursing through me. You should be grateful for the opportunity. Do you have any idea how many would kill to be in your place? Lyra laughs bitterly. Kill to be set up for failure? To be humiliated and broken for your amusement? Some opportunity. Her words cut deep, stirring up doubts I've been trying to ignore. I open my mouth to argue, to put her in her place, but the words die on my tongue. Just then I hear voices coming from down the corridor. Glancing that way, I decide that I can't have anyone else hearing her. One of the other overseers might kill her if they knew she was accusing me of this. Gripping her wrist, I drag Lyra into my quarters, slamming the door behind us. My heart pounds, a mix of anger and something else I can't name coursing through my veins. You want to talk about sabotage? I snarl, pushing her against the wall. Fine, let's talk, but not where every pathetic human can hear your wild accusations. Can't handle the truth getting out? She demands through gritted teeth. Or did you bring me here for another reason? Planning to shut me up? I lean in close, my face inches from hers. Maybe I should. You have no idea what you're messing with, little Nexari. Stop calling me that, she snaps, but I see the way her pupils dilate, the slight catch in her breath. Or what? I challenge, pressing closer. The heat of her body seeps through my clothes, igniting something primal within me. Lyra's hands come up, pushing against my chest, but she doesn't push me away. Her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt, holding me there. You're playing a dangerous game, I growl, my lips brushing her ear. These accusations. Do you have any idea what would happen if the wrong people heard them? I'm not afraid of you, Lyra whispers, but I feel the slight tremor in her body. I pull back, meeting her gaze. You should be. For a moment, we're frozen, locked in a battle of wills. The air crackles with tension, thick enough to choke on. I should step away. I should throw her out, report her for insubordination. But I can't move. What are you going to do? Lyra challenges, her voice barely above a whisper. Kill me to keep your secret. The words hit me like a physical blow. Is that what she thinks of me? Of us? I open my mouth to deny it, to tell her she's wrong. But am I? Isn't that exactly what I'm supposed to do? I should, I snarl, my voice low and dangerous. It would solve a lot of problems. But even as I say it, I know I can't. The thought of harming her makes my stomach churn. Lyra laughs bitterly. Go ahead. Prove me right. Show everyone what you xaphan really are. Her words cut deep, igniting a rage I can barely contain. I lean in, my lips almost brushing her ear. You have no idea what we are, what I am. I know exactly what you are, she spits. Cruel, heartless, playing with people's lives like they mean nothing. I pull back, meeting her gaze. The fire in her eyes matches the inferno raging inside me. I snarl. You think that's an insult? You know nothing, little Nexari. Nothing about me. Nothing about the trials. Nothing about what's really at stake. But what I hate is how the lie curls around my tongue. She seems to know everything. All except one thing. I won't kill this human. No, I will consume her and I'll destroy myself in the process.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 15. Lyra. I'm trembling, my fists clenched at my sides as I glare up at Sariel. How dare he dismiss my concerns about the trials? The arrogance of this xaphan infuriates me, yet I can't ignore the way my skin tingles with his proximity. You're lying, I hiss through gritted teeth. I know something's not right with these trials. Sariel's golden eyes narrow, his jaw clenching. Watch your tongue. He leans closer to me, so close there's almost no space, and I want to close what little is left. I hate how my body reacts to him, how I crave his touch, even as I want to slap that smug look off his face. Don't patronize me, I snap, taking a step closer. I'm not some naive human you can just brush aside. Sariel's wings rustle, curling around us both. The soft brush of feathers against my arms makes my breath catch. We're so close now, I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Is that so? He murmurs, his voice low and dangerous. Then prove it. My heart hammers in my chest as Sariel leans in, his breath hot on my cheek. I should push him away, should focus on the trials and my goal of earning my wings. But the intensity in his gaze holds me captive. I don't have to prove anything to you, I stammer, my resolve weakening with each passing second. Sariel's hand comes up to cup my face, his touch surprisingly gentle. No, he agrees. You don't. But I think you want to. I swallow hard, torn between desire and anger. Sariel represents everything I've fought against, everything that's held me back. Yet he's also the first person to make me feel truly seen, truly wanted. This is wrong, I whisper, even as I lean into his touch. Then tell me to stop, Sariel challenges, his lips hovering mere inches from mine. I know I should. I know giving in could ruin everything. But as I stare into those golden eyes, I realize I don't want him to stop. I want this moment. Consequences be damned. I grab the front of Sariel's tunic, the smooth fabric bunching under my fingers, and pull him into a deep kiss. Unlike our first time, this isn't fueled by anger, but a desperate need that claws at my insides. His lips meet mine with equal fervour, our breaths mingling, teeth clashing. We're all hunger and urgency, pulling at each other with desperation instead of hatred. Sariel's strong arms wrap around me, lifting me off the ground. I gasp into his mouth, the sensation of weightlessness sending a thrill through me. He carries me to his bed, laying me down gently, his body covering mine. His lips trail down my neck, each kiss burning into my skin. I arch into him, a soft moan escaping my lips. His hands, those strong, capable hands, slide down my sides, slowly pulling off my shirt. The cool air hits my exposed skin, and I shiver, but not from cold.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. I collapse onto his chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Sariel's arms wrap around me, holding me close as our hearts pound in sync. I can feel the rise and fall of his chest beneath me, the steady thrum of his heartbeat against my ear. Instantly, the world tries to press in. Confusion threatens to tear the peace from my mind. Anger threatens to heat my veins. There are hundreds of reasons I shouldn't be here with Sariel, with a xaphan, right now, but I don't care. For one damn second, I'm going to ignore them. Chapter 16. Lyra. I lie still, my body pressed against Sariel's, listening to his breathing slow and deepen. Once I'm sure he's asleep, I carefully extricate myself from his arms and slip out of bed. My muscles ache as I move, a reminder of our passionate encounter. Silently, I gather my clothes and dress, my eyes never leaving Sariel's sleeping form. He looks almost peaceful, his usually stern face relaxed in slumber. I push away the confusing mix of emotions threatening to overwhelm me and focus on getting back to my room unnoticed. I crack open the door, peering into the dimly lit hallway. Seeing it's clear, I step out and gently close the door behind me. As I turn to leave, voices drift from around the corner. I freeze, recognizing the cold, clipped tones of the xaphan overseers. The humans are progressing further than anticipated, one says, frustration evident in his voice. Relax, Raxis, another responds, sounding amused. You know as well as I do that none of them will actually succeed. I press myself against the wall, straining to hear more. Of course not, Raxis scoffs. But the whole point of these trials is entertainment. If we kill them all too quickly, where's the fun in that? True, the other agrees. The demons are already placing bets on which humans will die next. We can't disappoint those bloodthirsty bastards, can we? My blood runs cold as I listen, their cruel laughter echoing in the empty corridor. Remember, a third voice, a woman, chimes in. Our orders were clear. We need to let at least some of them think they have a chance, right up until the final trial. Then we crush their hopes in the most spectacular way possible. Ah yes, the grand finale, Raxis chuckles. I almost feel sorry for the poor fools. Almost. They're just humans, the second voice dismisses. Playthings for our amusement. Better they die here providing us with entertainment than continue their miserable lives in poverty. I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. Everything I've been working for, everything I've sacrificed, it's all been for nothing. The trials were never meant to give us wings. We're just pawns in their cruel game. I can't win. I can't even fail. My only option is death. As their voices fade, I slump against the wall, my mind reeling from what I've just heard. Tears threaten to spill from my eyes, but I blink them back furiously. I can't afford to break down here, not where I might be discovered. I stumble back to my room in a daze, my mind racing with the terrible truth I've just uncovered. The trials, our only hope for a better life, are nothing but a cruel joke. We're being set up to fail, to die for the entertainment of the xaphan and demons. As I collapse onto my bed, a new, horrifying thought strikes me. Sariel. Is he part of this? Has he known all along that we never stood a chance? I think back to our encounters, the way he's pushed me harder than any other candidate. Was that really to prepare me, or was he just prolonging my suffering for his own amusement? The memory of his touch, still fresh on my skin, makes me feel sick. But then I remember the look in his eyes when he saved me from falling, the gentleness in his touch that seemed at odds with his usual demeanour. Could he really be that good of an actor? How many times do I have to ask myself the same questions? I bury my face in my pillow, torn between my growing feelings for Sariel and my loyalty to my fellow humans. If he is involved in this deception, how can I possibly trust him? Or could he possibly be trying to actually help me? I accused him earlier of the trials sabotaging us, but I never thought that the option of earning my wings, of surviving all of this, was fake too. That everyone here was using me until I have nothing left to give. I roll onto my back, staring at the ceiling as I weigh my options. Should I warn the other candidates? But would they even believe me? And if they did, what could we possibly do against the xaphan? We couldn't leave. That would ruin their fun. And I know they wouldn't take kindly to that. Besides, if I do tell the other candidates, it will be the last push they all need to revolt. Things have already been tense, and the last thing we need is the xaphan to change tactics and dump us in the arena to get brutally murdered when they decide we aren't worth enough to keep up with this facade. But the thought of continuing with the trials, knowing what I know now, makes my stomach churn. But what choice do I have? There's no way out, and some foolish part of me wants to prove them wrong, to show them that I can win. They can't stop me. As the first light of dawn creeps through my window, I make a decision. I can't give up, not yet. With a heavy heart, I push myself out of bed, preparing to face another day of deception and danger. But this time, I'll be the one with a secret. I drag myself to training, my body aching from last night's encounter with Sariel, and my mind reeling from the overheard conversation. As I enter the training grounds, something feels off. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The first thing I notice is the new obstacle course. It looks similar to the previous one, but as I watch my fellow candidates attempt it, I see the differences. The handholds are slightly further apart, requiring more strain on already tired muscles. The ropes seem thinner, harder to grip. Even the ground beneath our feet feels less stable, as if designed to throw us off balance. "Come on, move it," Raxis barks, his voice grating on my nerves. I flinch, remembering his cruel words from last night. As I approach the course, I notice him eyeing me with a smirk that sends chills down my spine. The magical training stations have changed too. The bracelets we use to channel xaphan energy seem to respond slower, requiring more effort to draw out even the simplest spells. I watch as Lena struggles to create a ball of light, a task she'd mastered days ago. "Having trouble?" Sariel's voice startles me. I turn to find him standing closer than I expected, his golden eyes unreadable. For a moment, I'm tempted to confront him, to demand answers about what I overheard. But the memory of his touch, the warmth of his body against mine, makes me hesitate. I don't know how to act around him. But as usual, he seems to have sunk into the role of punk xaphan. No problem, like I mean nothing to him. Maybe I truly don't. "No," I lie, forcing myself to meet his gaze. "Just observing." He nods, his expression neutral. "Good. You'll need to be at your best for today's exercises." As he walks away, I find myself analysing every word, every gesture. Is he trying to help me, or setting me up for failure like the others. I move through the training stations, my senses on high alert. Every instruction from the xaphan overseers now seems loaded with hidden meaning. Are they purposely giving us misleading advice? I watch my fellow candidates, wondering if any of them suspect what I know. Even the water provided during breaks tastes off, leaving me more parched than refreshed. Is it my paranoia, or have they done something to weaken us further? As the day wears on, I notice more candidates struggling, their movements becoming sluggish, their spirits visibly dampened. I want to warn them, to tell them it's all a lie, but the words stick in my throat. Who can I trust? Who would even believe me? Sariel approaches me as I'm finishing up at one of the magical training stations. Lyra, he calls, his voice softer than usual. Come with me, we're doing some one-on-one training. I follow him to a secluded area of the training grounds, my guard up. As we start warming up, I notice his demeanour is different. His usual sharp edges seem dulled. You're looking better today, he comments, a hint of a smile on his lips. Sleep well. I narrow my eyes, searching for the trap in his words. Fine, I reply curtly. He raises an eyebrow. Just fine. I thought you'd be more satisfied after last night. My cheeks burn, but I refuse to take the bait. Can we just get on with the training? Sariel's golden eyes study me, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. All right, if that's how you want to play it, let's work on your defensive stance. As he guides me through the motions, his touch is gentler than before. His voice lacks its usual bite as he offers pointers and corrections. But with each word, each gesture, I find myself analysing everything. Is this genuine, or just another layer of deception? When he cracks a joke about my form, I don't laugh. When he offers praise for a well-executed move, I don't acknowledge it. I keep my responses short and to the point, focusing solely on the task at hand. I can see frustration building in the set of his jaw, the tightening around his eyes. Good. Let him feel a fraction of the turmoil I'm experiencing. Finally, Sariel stops mid-sentence, his earlier lightness evaporating. What's going on with you today? He demands, irritation clear in his voice. I meet his gaze steadily. Nothing. I'm here to train, not chat. His eyes narrow, and for a moment, I see a flash of the cold, ruthless xaphan I first met. Fine, he growls. If that's how you want it, let's spar. No holds barred. Without warning, he lunges at me, and I barely manage to dodge. As we trade blows, I push away all thoughts of last night, of overheard conversations, of betrayal. I focus solely on the fight, on surviving. But I'm not sure I can even do that anymore.
Chapter 17, Sariel. I stand at attention, my wings folded neatly behind me as I face my superior officers. Their faces are stern, devoid of any warmth or compassion. Not that I expect any. We're xaphan, after all. Emotions are for the weak. For humans. We've been quite disappointed. The general begins, his voice strong and hard. The bloodshed hasn't been quite as intense as we had hoped. The final trial approaches, and we need to ensure that all the humans fail. Spectacularly. His guards move among the overseers, handing out rolled parchments. None of us dare move, keeping our eyes forward as we wait for orders. The general paces a few steps before stopping, his golden eyes gleaming with malice. We've designed a series of, let's call them, enhancements to the trial. Your job is to implement them without raising suspicion. Take a look. We shift, unrolling the parchments. I scan the contents, my eyebrows raising slightly as I take in the details. There's no hope of surviving this. Impressive, I murmur, though the word feels heavy on my tongue. This will certainly crush their spirits. That's the idea, another overseer chimes in. We can't have them actually succeeding, can we? Imagine the chaos if humans started sprouting wings. The general nods. Exactly. But remember, subtlety is key. We need to maintain the illusion that they have a chance. Hope is what keeps them coming back, what makes them entertaining. And we don't want to lose one of our most profitable games, a soldier next to him adds. Precisely, the general agrees. Humans are simple creatures. Give them a glimmer of hope, and they'll endure anything. It's what makes them so useful. You'll need to adjust these on the fly, another soldier explains, and I assume he's one of the ones that made the adjustments. Watch for any humans showing promise and discourage them. The general rocks back on his heels, a satisfied look on his face. Excellent. Now let's make these games one to remember, he says in way of dismissal. As I turn to leave, my mind races with the possibilities. The thrill of orchestrating their downfall should excite me. Instead, an uncomfortable knot forms in my stomach. Not for the humans or the games, or even my disloyalty. For Lyra, at the thought of anyone trying to harm her. Violence claws up my throat as I consider that one of these overseers will delight in her pain, and I'd rather slaughter them all tonight rather than give them the opportunity to do so. I storm down the corridor, my wings twitching with agitation. The parchment in my hand feels too heavy, each word a death sentence for the human candidates. For Lyra, I put as much distance between me and the other overseers as possible as the rage builds. Once I'm finally alone, I spin toward an alcove, letting my anger out. Damn it, I growl, slamming my fist against the wall with all the force I can muster. The stone cracks under the impact, splintering like ice, but I barely notice the pain. My knuckles throb, a dull ache that can't compare to the rage burning through my veins. Hey, someone's tense, a voice calls out, dripping with amusement. I whirl around, wings flaring instinctively to see Zephyr leaning against the opposite wall. Her smirk, that infuriating, knowing curl of her lips, makes me want to rip her wings off and watch her fall. What the hell do you want? I snarl, my voice low and dangerous. My hands clench at my sides, itching to lash out again. She pushes off the wall with graceful ease, sauntering closer like she hasn't a care in the world. Her wings, pristine and white, twitch slightly as she approaches. Just wondering which human has you all worked up, Zephyr muses, her violet eyes gleaming with curiosity. That blonde one, perhaps? The one with the fire in her eyes? Her words hit too close to home, and I fight to keep my jaw from clenching as I fight to maintain control. Snapping was already too much of a sign that she was pushing me the wrong way. I want to reach out, to grab her by the throat and squeeze until I feel her windpipe break. The urge is almost overwhelming, but I manage to restrain myself. Instead, I give her a malice-laced grin, my golden eyes narrowing. She's good for warming a bed. Don't confuse that with anything more. My gaze deliberately tracks over Zephyr's body, lingering just long enough to make my point. I have no interest in her, and I don't want to start that idea in her head. Common problem for you? Zephyr snarls, her pristine white wings twitching in agitation. Don't think I haven't noticed that you've been training her, almost like you think the little human has a chance. I raise an eyebrow, my only answer to her taunt. Her violet eyes glitter dangerously as she leans in closer. I'll be sure to make her death memorable. Red flashes across my vision, and for a moment, I'm certain I'll snap. But I wrangle it in, forcing my face to remain impassive. I refuse to let it show, refuse to let anyone see how much Lyra means to me. It's the only way I can keep her safe. I think that's the goal, I drawl, injecting as much boredom into my voice as possible. But I'm glad to see you can listen. It's a rare quality these days. Huffing, Zephyr storms away, her wings flaring out behind her. She's clearly upset not to get a rise out of me, but I'm no fool. I won't play into her hand. As I watch her retreating form, I can't help but clench my fists, my nails digging into my palms. Standing in the silence, I'm left alone with the crushing weight of my orders and the knowledge that Lyra, vibrant, determined Lyra, is marching towards her death. and I'm supposed to ensure it happens. I stalk back to my quarters, my wings twitching with barely contained rage. The parchment in my hand feels like it's burning through my skin. I slam the door behind me, not giving a damn who hears. "Damn it!" I roar, hurling the scroll across the room. It bounces off the wall, unrolling as it falls to the floor. The orders mock me from where they lay. I pace the length of my room, running my hands through my hair. My mind races, searching for any loophole, any way to give Lyra a fighting chance, without outright defying my superiors. "There has to be something," I mutter, scanning the parchment again. My eyes catch on phrases like "adjust as needed" and "discourage promising candidates." Maybe I could interpret those loosely. I grab a quill and some blank parchment, scribbling down ideas. If I'm subtle enough, I might be able to soften some of the harsher elements. A slightly less potent poison here, a fractionally wider safety margin there. But as I work through the list, my heart sinks. Every potential loophole I find is too small, too insignificant to make a real difference. The trial is designed to be insurmountable, and any changes I could safely make wouldn't be enough to save Lyra. I crumple the paper in my fist, frustration boiling over. "Damn it!" I slam my hand against the desk, leaving a splintered dent in the wood. The consequences of outright defiance flash through my mind, stripped of my rank, my wings, maybe even my life. And for what? A human who might not even survive anyway. But then I see Lyra's face in my mind, her determination, her fire, the way she looks at me like I'm more than just another cruel xaphan. The thought of that light being snuffed out. I slump into my chair, the weight of my impossible situation crushing down on me. There's no way out, no clever solution that will save her and keep me in the clear. For the first time in centuries, I feel utterly helpless. My wings twitch with agitation. Lyra's face haunts my thoughts, her determined blue eyes boring into my soul. The weight of my knowledge, of the sabotage, of the impossibility of her success threatens to crush me, especially when I lied to her face about it yesterday. What the hell am I going to do? I mutter, running a hand through my hair. I should be reveling in the upcoming carnage, in the inevitable failure of these pathetic humans. Instead, all I can think about is how to keep her safe. I slam my fist against the wall again, wishing the pain would ground me. I do relish in the sharp pain that shoots through my knuckles, but it doesn't provide the clarity I wish it did. "Get it together!" I growl at myself. "She's just a human." But even as the words leave my mouth, I know they're a lie. Lyra's not just a human. She's something else. Something that's crawled under my skin and into my chest. And I want to keep her there. I could warn her. Tell her about the sabotage, about the impossibility of her task. But the moment the thought crosses my mind, I see the betrayal in her eyes. The disgust when she realizes I've been complicit in this farce all along. And beyond that, what then? Even if she believes me, even if she forgives me, what good would it do? She'd still be trapped here, still be forced to participate in a trial designed to kill her. No, warning her would only serve to ease my own conscience. It wouldn't save her. I sink into a chair, my head in my hands. When did I start caring more about a human's safety than my duty to the xaphan? When did her life become more important than my position, my standing among my own kind? The realization hits me like a physical blow. I care about her, more than I should, more than I ever thought possible, and now that care might get us both killed. Chapter 18, Sariel. I stand on the elevated platform, surveying the final trial arena spread out before me. The vast enclosed space stretches as far as the eye can see, filled with a dizzying array of floating platforms and obstacles. My wings twitch with anticipation, a mix of dread and excitement coursing through me. The arena is a masterpiece of xaphan magic. Translucent barriers shimmer in the air, creating invisible pathways and dead ends. Floating islands of various sizes hover at different heights, some solid and stable, others wavering and insubstantial, and everything is at the whim of the overseers. I focus on a cluster of platforms to my left, knowing they house one of the many death traps. From here, it looks like a clear path forward. But when a human steps onto it, the illusion will shatter, the air pierced with spikes and deadly obstacles they will have to navigate through. My eyes trace the true path through the arena, barely visible even to my enhanced senses. It weaves through a series of optical illusions designed to confuse and disorient. Distances will stretch and contract, directions will shift. The very ground beneath their feet will seem to move. In the center of the arena, a massive swirling vortex of energy pulses. As the humans approach it, it will project their deepest fears and most cherished loved ones. I've seen hardened warriors break down in tears, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. The humans will be given phantom wings again to work through a series of complex illusions and puzzles to get to the end without dying. The entire arena is another aerial trap, the illusions giving them false paths that lead to death traps, that change distances and directions, or apparitions of loved ones or fears, anything to stop the humans from finishing. I clench my fists, knowing what awaits the human candidates. The impossibility of their task weighs heavily on me. My eyes scan the arena again, searching for any weakness, any flaw in the design that might give Lyra a chance. There's nothing. The trial is perfect in its cruelty, designed to crush hope and extinguish life, and I'm powerless to stop it. I stand at attention as the general addresses us, all the overseers gathered, his imposing figure radiating authority. His silver wings, a mark of his high status, shimmer in the dim light of the command center overlooking the arena. Today is the last day, he begins, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. We've reached the final stage of these trials. It's time to end this charade with enough entertainment that our crowd will be satisfied. My jaw clenches involuntarily. I know what's coming, but hearing it aloud makes it real in a way I'm not prepared for. The humans must navigate through every obstacle we've laid out for them, the general continues, gesturing to the sprawling arena below. Physical challenges, magical traps, mental illusions, they'll face it all. I nod along with the other overseers, maintaining a facade of cool indifference. Inside, my stomach churns. But here's the real test. The general's eyes gleam with cruel amusement. At the end of their journey, they'll face a choice. Multiple portals, each identical to the last. One will lead to the finish line. The rest... He pauses for effect. Instant death. A murmur of appreciation ripples through the group. I force myself to smirk, playing my part. And just to make things interesting, the general adds, we'll be pushing them to their absolute limits. Physical exhaustion, mental fatigue, emotional manipulation. Use every tool at your disposal. I want them barely coherent when they reach those portals. He looks around at us. And even if they find the right portal, something else will stop them. My mind races to Lyra. I picture her stumbling towards those portals, battered and broken, forced to make a life-or-death decision when she can barely stand. The image makes me sick. Remember, the general's voice drops to a menacing whisper. No human leaves this arena. Is that understood? Yes, sir! We respond in unison, though the words stick in my throat. As the general dismisses us, I linger behind, my thoughts a maelstrom of conflict. How can I protect Lyra without betraying everything I've ever known? I stand at my designated post, overlooking the sprawling arena. As the humans pour in, already spelled with the phantom wings, I prepare to unleash the magic that will seal the fate of these human candidates. A flick of my wrist sends a ripple through the air, distorting the path ahead. What once appeared as a solid bridge now shimmers and wavers, an illusion masking the yawning chasm below. I watch as the first group of humans approaches, their faces etched with determination. The lead candidate steps forward confidently, unaware of the deception. His foot passes through the illusory surface, and his eyes widen in terror as he plummets, too slow to even beat the wings he is unaccustomed to having. His screams echo through the arena, cutting off abruptly as he vanishes into the mist below. I feel no remorse as I do it. Why would I? But I don't find the sick satisfaction the other overseers do either. With a wave of my hand, I conjure swirling vortexes of wind, their currents designed to throw off the humans' balance and send them careening into deadly obstacles. Whatever it takes to slow them down. But then I see Lyra in the distance, her blonde hair whipping around her face as she fights against the gale. Without even thinking, I send the current gliding around her. Next, I summon phantoms. Shadowy figures that resemble loved ones or feared enemies. They flicker at the edges of the human's vision, drawing their attention away from the real dangers that surround them. One man reaches out to an apparition of his child, stumbling off the edge of a platform in his desperation to reach her. As the trial progresses, I layer illusion upon illusion. Distances stretch and contract, making jumps impossible to gauge, and few of the humans are even remembering their wings. Solid ground turns to inescapable pits, swallowing candidates whole. Beams of light blind and disorient, leaving the humans vulnerable to the arena's many traps. With each act of sabotage, I find myself looking for Lyra. I don't care about these other humans, but each attempt sends a pulse through me as I remember that another overseer is doing the same to her. But I can't help her. It would only make her a target at this point. All I can do is watch as the human candidates fall, one by one, victims of my magic and their own misplaced hope. I can't tear my eyes away from Lyra as she navigates the treacherous arena. My heart pounds in my chest, a mixture of pride and fear coursing through me. She's doing better than I ever expected, her determination shining through despite the odds stacked against her. I watch as she gracefully dodges a sudden gust of wind, her phantom wings adjusting instinctively. She's learning fast, adapting to the challenges in a way I've never seen before. A small smile tugs at my lips before I can stop it. "Focus, Sariel," I mutter to myself, clenching my fists. I can't afford to show any favoritism, not with the other xaphan watching so closely. But as Lyra approaches a particularly nasty illusion trap, panic grips me. My hand twitches, ready to intervene, to save her. No, I can't. I force myself to remain still, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. The other overseers would notice if I helped her. It would only make things worse. Still, I find myself silently willing her to see through the deception. "Come on, Lyra," I whisper, too low for anyone else to hear. "You can do this." As if hearing my thoughts, Lyra hesitates just before the trap. Her eyes narrow, scanning the area with suspicion. At the last second, she veers away, avoiding the illusion entirely. Relief floods through me, so intense it's almost dizzying. But it's short-lived, as I remember the countless other dangers she still has to face. I continue my assigned tasks, setting traps and creating illusions. But with each spell I cast, I find myself looking for Lyra, making sure she's still alive, still fighting. The conflict inside me grows with every passing moment. How can I protect her without putting her in danger? Soon, I'm out of options. Lyra is nearing the center of the arena, where the most lethal traps await. My heart pounds against my ribs as I watch her approach a shimmering barrier, one I know conceals razor-sharp spikes. If she does it right, she'll be able to move and dodge them, but more than likely, they'll shred the wings and leave her to fall. Damn it, I mutter under my breath. She's moving too fast, too confidently. She hasn't seen through this illusion. Time slows to a crawl. I see Lyra's foot about to step onto the false ground. In that moment, everything else fades away. My duty, my orders, the consequences of disobedience. All that matters is her. My hand moves before I can think, a quick gesture sending a gust of wind her way. It's subtle, could be mistaken for a random current in the arena, but it's enough to throw her off balance, to make her stumble back from the edge of the pit. Lyra's eyes widen in surprise as she regains her footing. She looks around, confused, then takes a more cautious step forward. This time she notices the faint shimmer in the air, the telltale sign of an illusion. Relief floods through me, but it's short-lived. I've broken protocol. If anyone noticed... I glance around quickly, heart racing. The other overseers seem focused on their own sections of the arena. But I can't shake the feeling of eyes on my back. What have I done? I'd risked everything, my position, my life, for this human. As I watch Lyra carefully navigate around the hidden pit, I can't bring myself to regret it. But I can't push her into anyone's view. She'll become a target, someone to torment, and I don't want them to start trying to kill her. I try to focus on my duties to maintain the facade of indifference. But my eyes keep drifting back to Lyra, tracking her progress through the deadly maze we've created. She's so close now, so close to the end, to the choice that no human is meant to survive. And I don't know if I have the strength to watch her die.
Chapter 19. Lyra. I grit my teeth, pushing through the burning in my muscles as I navigate another floating platform. The air around me shimmers with illusions, but I've started to notice subtle patterns in the magic. A faint shimmer here, a slight distortion there. Telltale signs of fabrication. My phantom wings ache, the spell granting me flight feeling more unstable with each passing moment. I can't shake the feeling that even this magic is working against us, designed to fail at the worst possible moment. A familiar face appears before me. My mother, her expression twisted with disappointment. "You'll never be good enough," she sneers. I falter for a moment, old insecurities threatening to overwhelm me. But then I notice the slight flicker in her image. Another illusion. "Not real," I mutter, pushing through the apparition. It dissolves around me, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. I leap to the next platform, my legs trembling with exhaustion. How long have we been at this? Minutes greater than hours. Time seems to blur in this nightmarish arena. Ahead, I spot what looks like a clear path to one of the exit portals. It's too easy. My eyes narrow, searching for the trap. There, a barely perceptible distortion in the air. The safe path is an illusion, likely leading to a deadly fall. I veer off, choosing a route that looks more treacherous but feels real. Sharp spikes jut from the next platform, forcing me to weave between them. My arms and legs are slashed and bleeding, but I press on. Pain means it's real. Pain means I'm still alive. As I near what I hope is the final stretch, I catch a glimpse of golden eyes watching from above. Sariel. For a moment, our gazes lock. Is that concern I see flashing across his face? Or am I just seeing what I want to see? I shake off the thought. I can't afford distractions now. Wings or death, those are my only options. And I refuse to die here, a pawn in their cruel game. I push forward, my lungs burning with each ragged breath. The end is so close, I can see the shimmering exit portals just ahead. My muscles scream in protest, but I force myself to keep moving. Just a little further. Suddenly the air around me shifts. A violent gust slams into me from the side, nearly knocking me off the platform. I stumble, barely catching myself before toppling over the edge. What the hell? The wind picks up, swirling around me in a dizzying vortex. My phantom wings flap uselessly against the onslaught. This isn't right. It feels so targeted. Damn it! I curse as another gust threatens to sweep me off my feet, and my wings give up. I drop to my knees, clinging desperately to the edge of the platform. The world spins around me, a kaleidoscope of colours and shapes that makes my stomach lurch. I don't recognise anything now. I have no way to combat the swirling magic and wind. A vortex. I was taught to manoeuvre with my wings, but this... Realisation hits me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't part of the original course. Someone's changed it. Sabotaged it. Sariel's face flashes through my mind. His golden eyes, usually so cold, filled with conflict the last time I saw him. Did he do this? Was everything between us just another cruel trick? Anger and betrayal surge through me, giving me a burst of strength. I won't let them win. I won't let him win. I've come too far to fail now. I force myself to focus, searching desperately for any pattern in the chaotic winds that threaten to rip me apart. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat a reminder of how close I am to failure, to death. Then I spot it. There, a slight pause between gusts. It's not much, but it might be enough. It has to be enough. Gritting my teeth so hard my jaw aches, I time my movements with the brief lulls. Inch by agonizing inch, I crawl towards the nearest exit portal. The wind howls in my ears like a furious beast, threatening to tear me away at any moment. My muscles scream in protest, but I push through the pain. I can't give up now. I won't. With each excruciating movement, I'm hyper-aware of how exposed I am, how one wrong move could send me hurtling into the abyss. But I keep going, driven by a determination I didn't know I possessed. My fingers brush the edge of the portal, so close I can feel its energy humming against my skin. Just a little more. Through the haze of exhaustion and pain, I spot what looks like a shortcut, a narrow beam stretching across a gap to another platform, bypassing a series of treacherous obstacles. It's risky, but if I can make it across, I'll be that much closer to the final portal. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. The beam looks barely wider than my foot, and the drop below, I can't even see the bottom. I will have to rely on my wings, or one wrong slip will send me to my death. My muscles are already strained, and I'm not sure that I could keep myself aloft if I needed to. I'm so unaccustomed to having wings that I don't have the strength to keep using them. But I have to try. For my family, for my future, for the chance to prove everyone wrong. With trembling legs, I step onto the beam, arms outstretched for balance. Each inch forward feels like a mile, my entire body tense as I fight to stay upright. Don't look down, I tell myself. Just keep moving. Without letting myself think too hard about it, I launch myself towards the beam. My phantom wings flap uselessly, the spell barely holding as I land on the narrow surface. For a moment, I feel a surge of triumph. I've done it. But then I feel it. A subtle shift beneath my feet. The beam isn't solid. It's another illusion. Damn it! I curse as the fake surface dissolves beneath me. I'm falling, plummeting through empty space. My stomach lurches, terror clawing at my throat as I desperately try to regain control of my phantom wings. They flicker and sputter, the magic failing me when I need it most. The ground rushes up to meet me, and I brace myself for impact. This is it. This is how I die. I'm falling, the wind rushing past me as I plummet through the air. My phantom wings have failed, leaving me helpless against gravity's cruel pull. The ground below grows larger with each passing second, and my heart hammers in my chest. This can't be happening, not when I was so close. Images flash through my mind, my parents' disappointed faces, the other candidates who looked up to me, the life I dreamed of having as a xaphan. All of it slipping away as I fall. I try to scream, but the wind steals my breath. My body twists in the air, and I catch glimpses of the arena above me. Did I see a flicker of golden eyes? Or is my mind playing tricks on me in these final moments? The pain hits before I realise what's happening. Something solid slams into my side, and I hear a sickening crack. My vision blurs, agony radiating through my body. I'm still falling, but slower now. Did I hit a platform? Am I bouncing off obstacles on my way down? My thoughts scatter, fragmented by pain and terror. I failed. I'm going to die here, broken and alone, just another human who wasn't good enough. As darkness creeps in at the edges of my vision, I feel something. Strong arms wrapping around me, a sudden change in direction. Am I hallucinating? The world spins, and I catch a glimpse of silver-white hair. Sari! I try to speak, but my voice fails me. Everything goes black. I drift in and out of consciousness, my body a symphony of pain. Voices filter through the haze, urgent and muffled. I can't make out the words, but the tone screams panic. Gentle hands probe my injuries, sending fresh waves of agony through me. I want to scream, to tell them to stop, but I can't form the words. My throat feels raw, as if I've been screaming for hours. Fragments of conversation reach me, but I can't piece them together. Why am I still alive? I remember falling, the ground rushing up to meet me. I should be dead. My eyelids flutter, but the world remains a blur of shapes and colours. I swear I can hear a familiar voice, and I reach for it, trying to fight my way through. My thoughts scatter as another wave of pain washes over me. But I can't hold on, and darkness seeps in, stealing me away while I think someone begs me to stay.
Chapter 20. Sariel. I scan the arena, my golden eyes tracking the remaining humans as they struggle through the final trial. It's pathetic, really. These humans thinking they can become like us. But then I spot her. Lyra. She's making progress, determination etched on her face. Something twists in my gut. Suddenly the air shifts. The vortex I created earlier kicks in, more powerful than intended. Lyra's thrown off balance, her phantom wings failing. My heart lurches as she plummets. No! The word tears from my throat before I can stop it. Without thinking, I dive. Wind whips past my face as I tuck my wings and plummet after her. My mind races. What am I doing? She's just a human. I shouldn't care. But I do. Damn it, I do. I stretch out my arms, straining to reach her. She's falling fast, her body limp. Has she lost consciousness? Panic claws at my chest. I can't let her die. Not like this. Not because of me. Come on! I growl, pushing myself faster. The ground rushes up to meet us. I'm dimly aware of gasps and shouts from above, but I tune them out. Nothing matters except catching her. My fingers brush her arm. Almost there. With a final burst of speed, I wrap my arms around her, cradling her against my chest. I snap my wings open, the sudden resistance jarring my shoulders. We're mere feet from the ground when I manage to pull up, my wings straining with the effort. I land hard, my knees buckling as I clutch Lyra to me. Her head lolls against my shoulder, blood matting her blonde hair. Guilt crashes over me like a tidal wave. I did this. My sabotage, my tricks, they caused this. Lyra, I whisper, brushing hair from her face. Little Nexari, wake up. Please. She doesn't stir. Panic claws at my throat. What have I done? I cradle Lyra's limp body against my chest, her blood seeping into my tunic. My wings ache from the strain of catching her, but I ignore the pain. It's nothing compared to what she's endured. Hold on, little Nexari, I murmur, my voice raw with emotion I can't suppress. Just hold on. I rush through the corridors, pushing past gawking spectators and fellow xaphan. Their shocked faces blur as I focus solely on getting Lyra to the medical wing. Her shallow breaths ghost against my neck, each one a reminder of how close I came to losing her. The memory of her fall replays in my mind, tormenting me with every step. I see her phantom wings fail, her body twisting in the air as she plummets. The terror in her eyes as she realizes what's happening. And worst of all, the knowledge that I caused this. My sabotage, my tricks. They nearly killed her. I'm sorry, I choke out, though I know she can't hear me. I'm so damn sorry, Lyra. I burst into the medical wing, startling the healers. Help her! I demand, my voice cracking. They oblige, though begrudgingly, their faces twisted with doubt and concern. I can see the uncertainty in their eyes, the way they exchange glances that speak volumes. We'll do what we can, one of them mutters as I lay her down on a nearby bed. And the way she says it. They're unsure if she'll survive her injuries, and that knowledge settles like lead in my gut. I want to shake them, demand they do more, but I know they're already doing everything they can. The weight of my actions crashes down on me anew. If Lyra doesn't make it, her blood is on my hands. The guilt is insurmountable. But worse is the pain from the thought of going on without her. I pace the medical wing like a caged animal, my wings twitching with barely contained anxiety. The healers work on Lyra, their hands glowing with magic as they attempt to mend her broken body. I can't tear my eyes away from her pale face, willing her to open those deep blue eyes. "Work faster!" I snarl at a healer who pauses to wipe sweat from his brow. He flinches but resumes his task, fear evident in his eyes. I don't care, let them fear me, as long as they save her. I'm almost shocked that they didn't fight me more. I'm sure they have orders not to help the humans, but I don't care. I would force them if I had to. I'd do whatever it takes for my little Nexari. Hours pass. My legs ache from standing, but I refuse to sit. I won't leave her side. Not now. Not ever again. Sariel, one of the senior healers, approaches me cautiously. We've done all we can for now. Her injuries were severe. I grab him by the collar, lifting him off his feet. "Then do more," I growl, my voice low and dangerous. "If she dies, so do you. All of you." The healer nods frantically, and I drop him. He scurries back to Lyra's bedside, barking orders at his subordinates. Good. Let them work themselves to exhaustion. As long as she lives. Night falls, but I remain vigilant. Some overseers filter in, but I snarl at them to leave. Even as they ask why I'm here, why I stopped it. All the other humans are dead. Their taunts don't even register with me. It's the fact that Lyra could be one too, that she's not fully healed or even guaranteed to survive after the injury she's sustained. That keeps me on edge, snapping at everyone to get out and leaving the other xaphan laughing as they do. I ignore their stares, their judgment, let them talk. Nothing matters except the rise and fall of Lyra's chest. I pull a chair close to her bed, taking her small hand in mine. It's cool to the touch, and I find myself rubbing it gently, trying to warm it. "Come on, little Nexari," I murmur, leaning close. "You're stronger than this. Fight." The hours blur together. Healers come and go, checking her vitals, administering potions. I watch their every move like a hawk, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of negligence. "Sariel," a timid voice breaks through my vigil. It's a young healer, trembling slightly under my gaze. "You should rest. We'll alert you if there's any change." I fix her with a glare that could melt stone. "I'm not leaving," I growl. "Now get back to work." She scurries away, and I turn my attention back to Lyra. Her face is so pale, so still. It's wrong. She should be full of life, eyes sparkling with defiance. Not this. Never this. "I'm sorry," I whisper, squeezing her hand. "I'm so damn sorry, Lyra. Please come back to me." I've lost track of how long I've been sitting here, watching Lyra's chest rise and fall with each shallow breath. Days have passed, blurring together in a haze of anxiety and exhaustion. My body aches from the constant tension, but I refuse to leave her side. Every time a healer approaches, my heart races. Will this be the moment they tell me she's improving? Or the moment my world shatters? "Any change?" I ask for what feels like the 1,000th time. The healer shakes his head. Her condition remains stable, but critical. I growl in frustration, running a hand through my disheveled hair. This waiting is torture. I've never felt so helpless, so utterly powerless. I'm a damn xaphan, not exactly inept with magic, and yet I can't do a damn thing to help her. As I watch Lyra's pale face, a realization hits me like a punch to the gut. The thought of losing her, of never seeing those blue eyes sparkle with defiance again. It's more than I can bear. My chest constricts, making it hard to breathe. Not just because I care. Damn it, I whisper, the word catching in my throat. I'm in love with her. completely, irrevocably in love with this stubborn, brave little human. The revelation should terrify me, should make me recoil in disgust, but it doesn't. Instead, it feels right, like a missing piece falling into place. I take her small hand in mine, marveling at how perfectly it fits. "I love you, little Nexari," I murmur, the words foreign yet exhilarating on my tongue. "I don't care that you're human. I want you, all of you, for as long as your short life allows." The enormity of what I'm admitting crashes over me. I'm throwing away everything I've ever known, everything I've been taught to believe. But as I look at Lyra's face, I know it's worth it. She's worth it. "Just wake up," I plead, pressing my forehead to our joined hands. "Wake up and let me show you how much I love you." But she doesn't stir.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 21. Lyra. I drift in and out of consciousness, my body a throbbing mass of pain. Fragments of memory flash through my mind. The trial, the fall, strong arms catching me. As I slowly regain awareness, I realise I'm in the medical wing. The sterile smell of antiseptic fills my nostrils, and I hear the soft beep of monitoring equipment. My eyes flutter open, adjusting to the dim light. A figure sits beside my bed, hunched over with his head in his hands. It takes me a moment to recognise Sariel. "You're awake," he says, his voice rough with exhaustion. I try to speak, but my throat is dry. Sariel reaches for a glass of water, gently helping me take a sip. "What happened?" I croak. Sariel's golden eyes meet mine, filled with an emotion I've never seen in them before. Guilt. "Lyra, He stops, running a hand through his silver-white hair. "I need to tell you something." I watch as he paces the small room, his wings twitching nervously. "The final trial," he begins. "It was sabotaged." My heart sinks. I'd suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed. "How?" I manage to ask. Sariel stops pacing, his back to me. "I received orders from my superiors. All the overseers did. We were instructed to ensure that the last trial was a good show." Sighing, he adds, "In fact, I was supposed to let you fall, and I just—" His voice turns thick. I couldn't. I struggle to sit up, wincing at the pain. "You knew?" "All along." He turns to face me, his expression tormented. "Yes, I'm sorry, Lyra. I was torn between my duty and my feelings for you." "Your feelings?" I repeat, disbelief colouring my voice. Sariel moves closer, reaching for my hand. "I never meant for you to get hurt. When I saw you falling, He breaks off, swallowing hard. "I realised I couldn't lose you." I stare at our joined hands, my mind reeling. But why? Why go through with the sabotage if you cared? "I'm a xaphan, and we are supposed to be loyal to a fault," he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't defy orders even if I disagreed with them, but seeing you fight so hard, watching you fall, I couldn't bear it. I realize that there's only one thing that matters to me. I pull my hand away, anger and hurt warring inside me. So what now? What happens to the other candidates? To me? Sariel's face smooths out like he's trying to hide the emotion there. There are no other candidates. My stomach drops. There's only you, and I don't know what they will do now. I stare at Sariel, my mind reeling from his confession. The weight of his betrayal crashes over me, leaving me breathless. All those hours of training, the pain, the hope, it was all for nothing. A cruel game designed for xaphan entertainment. "Get out," I whisper, my voice trembling with rage and heartbreak. Sariel takes a step towards me. "Lyra, please." "I said get out," I shout, ignoring the pain that flares through my body as I sit up straighter. "How could you? I trusted you." He flinches at my words, his golden eyes filled with remorse. But I can't bear to look at him. Every glance reminds me of stolen moments, passionate encounters, all built on lies. As the door closes behind him, I collapse back onto the bed, hot tears streaming down my face. I think of my family, how I'd promised to make them proud. Now I have nothing to show for my efforts, except broken bones and a shattered spirit. The worst part is that despite everything, a small part of me still yearns for Sariel. I hate myself for it, for being so weak. He played me like a fool, and I fell for it completely. I close my eyes, trying to shut out the world, but memories of the trials flood my mind. Every challenge, every moment of pride when I succeeded, it was all orchestrated. We were nothing but pawns in their sick game. The realization that I'm the only survivor hits me hard. All those faces I trained with, laughed with, shared dreams with, gone. And for what? Xaphan entertainment? I clench my fists, anger replacing my sorrow. How dare they treat us like this? How dare Sariel pretend to care while leading me to my doom? As I lie there, surrounded by the sterile walls of the medical wing, I make a silent vow. I won't let them break me. Somehow, some way, I'll find to get my damn wings. I stare at the ceiling, my body aching and my mind in turmoil. Despite the rage burning in my chest, I can't shake the memory of Sariel's touch, the way his golden eyes looked at me with such intensity. It's infuriating how my heart still races when I think of him. I close my eyes, trying to sort through the mess of emotions. The betrayal cuts deep, but so does the memory of his strong arms catching me as I fell. He saved my life, even though he was supposed to let me die. What am I supposed to do with that? Every moment we shared replays in my mind. The harsh training sessions where he pushed me to my limits, but always seemed to know exactly how far I could go. The stolen glances, the tension that crackled between us. Was it all just part of the act? But then I remember the way he held me after our first time together, his wings wrapping around us both. The vulnerability in his eyes when he thought I wasn't looking. Could anyone fake that level of emotion? I groan in frustration, pressing my palms against my eyes. How can I still feel this pull towards him after what he's done? He lied to me, manipulated me, put me through hell for the entertainment of his people. And yet, the memory of his voice, thick with emotion as he confessed everything, echoes in my mind. "I couldn't lose you," he'd said. Those words replay over and over, battling against my anger and hurt. I think about all the times he supported me through the trials, the extra training sessions, the subtle hints he'd drop about what to expect. Was that all part of the sabotage, or was he genuinely trying to help me survive? My heart and my head are at war. I want to hate him, to never forgive him for his part in this cruel game. But I can't deny the connection we shared, The way he made me feel alive in a way I never had before. I don't know how long I lay there. But when I hear the door creak open, I tense immediately, knowing it's Sariel before I even look up. His golden eyes meet mine, filled with a mixture of guilt and concern. "How are you feeling?" he asks softly, hovering near the foot of my bed. I glare at him, like I've been lied to and manipulated. Oh wait, I have. Sariel winces but doesn't argue. "I am sorry. I thought you deserved to know the truth, Lyra. All of it." "Then tell me," I demand, sitting up straighter despite the pain. "No more lies, Sariel. What was this all really about?" He takes a deep breath, his wings rustling nervously. "The trials were never meant for humans to succeed. They're entertainment for the xaphan." My stomach churns. "Entertainment? You mean we were You just used us?" "It's more than that," Sariel says, his voice low. "These trials, they're a way to keep your kind hopeful, yet subservient." He swallows. "And to satiate the bloodlust for the xaphan and demons. It's supposed to keep everyone in their place." I feel like I've been punched in the gut. So all those promises of wings, of a better life, it was all just lies. Sariel nods, unable to meet my eyes. The trials were designed to be impossible. We change the rules, add new obstacles, anything to ensure no human ever succeeds. "But why?" I ask, my voice cracking. "Why give us hope only to crush it?" "Control," Sariel replies, his tone bitter. "As long as humans believe they have a chance to become like us, they'll never revolt. They'll keep striving, keep failing, and the xaphan maintain their power." I shake my head, tears stinging my eyes. "And you went along with this? You watched us struggle, suffer, die. For what? Your sick amusement." Sariel moves closer, his expression pained. "At first, yes. I didn't care about humans, but then I met you, Lyra. You changed everything." I want to believe him, but the hurt is too fresh. How can I trust anything you say now? He looks at me with such utter devastation that for a moment I'm shocked. And then quietly he says, "I guess you can't. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying. To save you, to protect. You are the only thing that matters to me, Lyra." And I swear he rips my heart out of my chest with those words.
Chapter 22. Sariel. "I want to go through with it," Lyra says. There are bags under her eyes and her shoulders slump slightly. She's still weak from her injury, but her attitude says otherwise. "And you're not going to stop me." I perk a brow, tapping my fingers on my thigh. In lighter circumstances, her audaciousness might have amused me, but right now her persistence is concerning. Her life is on the line. We've been arguing back and forth for days, and now this morning she was released from the medical wing. My overseers have yet to call me in about my show or what to do with her, and I want to take the time I've been given to get her out of here. Lyra, on the other hand, refuses to leave. Frustration builds inside me. This human is too stubborn for her own good. "Little Nexari, you don't understand what you're asking for. You're lucky to be alive. That won't be the case if you go through another trial, don't you understand?" Lyra's eyes flash with defiance. "I understand perfectly. I've come too far to give up now. These wings are my only chance at a better life." "A better life?" I scoff, rising from my seat. "You nearly died in the last trial. Is that what you call better?" She stands her ground as I approach, her chin tilted up in challenge. "I knew the risks when I signed up, Sariel. I'm willing to face whatever comes next." I growl, my wings rustling with agitation. "You're being foolish. There's no glory in throwing your life away." She steps even closer, her scent filling my senses. "Help me then. You saved me once. You can do it again." I clench my fists, fighting the urge to grab her and shake some sense into her. and maybe do something more to her small, willing body. I can't protect you if you insist on throwing yourself into danger. I'm not asking for protection, Lyra says, her voice soft but determined. There's a light that burns in her blue eyes that refuses to give out. I'm asking for a chance. That's all I've ever wanted. Sighing, I shake my head slightly. Your incessant determination might just be the best and worst thing about you. It's gotten me this far, hasn't it? She whispers, leaning into my touch as I graze my fingers along the edge of her chin. Please, I can do it. You know this too. I run a hand through my hair, my resolve crumbling. Lyra's determination is infectious, and I find myself nodding despite my better judgment. Fine, I huff. I'm risking my reputation for you, I hope you know that. Her eyes light up as her mouth slightly falls open. You mean you'll help me? Against my better judgment, yes. So I do. I reach out to the overseers who agree to give Lyra one last trial. They think it would be the grand finale, watching the girl who survived die in front of an audience. And this time, they'll bind my magic. I deny caring, of course. I only want to make the trials more interesting. Or at least that's what they think. So they let Lyra have this, and I hurry back to her. I can't believe I'm going to do it. She's been thrilled since I told her, and I can't get her to understand the dangers waiting. Listen carefully, little Nixari. The final trial isn't just another obstacle course. It's a massive magical labyrinth. Lyra's brow furrows, her deep blue eyes clouding with confusion. A labyrinth? She repeats, her voice barely above a whisper. I lean in closer, my breath ghosting over her ear. Not just any labyrinth, little Nixari. It's a living, breathing nightmare. The walls shift like restless beasts. Portals blink in and out of existence on a whim. You'll need every ounce of wit, strength, and speed you possess just to survive, let alone complete it. She nods slowly, her face a mask of concentration as she absorbs the information. I can practically see the gears turning in that pretty little head of hers. What's the goal? She asks, her voice stronger now, determination flickering in her eyes. I can't help but admire her resilience. Most humans would be pissing themselves at the mere thought of the labyrinth. But not my Lyra. Damn, when did I start thinking of her as mine? There's an artifact at the center. Reach it, and it'll transport you out to a safe platform. That's how you win. I pause, making sure she understands the gravity of the situation. But it won't be easy. There are beasts in there. Traps at every turn. Lyra takes a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Her determination is palpable, and for a moment, I'm reminded of a warrior preparing for battle. In a way, she's exactly that. I can do it. I've trained hard for this, she says, her voice steady despite the fear I can sense beneath the surface. I can't help myself. I reach out and grab her arm, my grip firm but not painful. The warmth of her skin against my palm sends an unexpected jolt through me. This isn't a game, Lyra. One wrong move and you're dead. No second chances, I warn, my voice gruff with an emotion I can't quite name. I need her to understand the gravity of what she's about to face. She meets my gaze, her blue eyes unwavering. There's a strength there that I hadn't noticed before, and it catches me off guard. I understand. Thank you for telling me, she says, her voice soft but resolute. As she turns to leave, I feel a tightness in my chest that I've never experienced before. It's as if an invisible hand is squeezing my heart. Lyra, I call out, surprising myself. I want to say more, to warn her, to protect her, but the words stick in my throat. What the hell is wrong with me? She pauses at the door, looking back at me. Don't... I swallow hard, struggling with the words. Don't disappoint me. A small smile plays at her lips. I won't. I promise. As the door closes behind her, I'm left wondering if I've just sealed her fate, or given her the key to survival. Out of my fondness for the human girl, I'm desperately hoping it's the latter. If this is going to work, I need to make sure that no one screws up the trial with any more instance of sabotage. My mind fixates on Raxus and his penchant for cruelty. He'll stop at nothing to make sure no human earns their wings. So against better judgment, I leave my office and head off to find him. Thankfully, he's alone in his office, head in a book. When I enter, he laughs dryly and shuts his book loudly. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" he asks sarcastically. "Cut the nonsense. I know you want to mess with this final trial, and I won't let you." "What?" "Sariel, I know you by now, Raxus," I say in a low voice, fists clenched. "Let it be. No human will get through the labyrinth, so you don't have to resort to tricks." As I lie through my teeth, I'm hoping he believes me. He sighs, clicking his tongue. "Sariel, it looks like you've become soft." "No. I just want to see this end fairly." I take a few steps towards his desk. "If I find out that you or Zephyr have meddled with the labyrinth, I'll tear your wings off your body. Do you understand?" The smile fades from his face. Then, his eyes narrow at me. "Don't tell me you're starting to go easy on the damn humans." "Not at all, but enough with this juvenile stuff. Let's try to maintain the integrity of some parts of these trials, all right?" Before he utters another word, I depart from his office, slamming the door behind me as I go. My mind races, with thoughts of Lyra and her precarious future at the very forefront. I want to trust in my little Nexari, but there's still a chance something could go wrong, and everything we've built in secret could crumble within the blink of an eye. I stand at one of the observation platforms, my heart pounding as I watch Lyra take her first steps into the magical maze. The walls tower above her, shifting and changing even as she moves forward. I've never felt this nervous about a trial before. "Come on, little Nexari," I mutter under my breath, my wings twitching with anticipation. Lyra pauses at a fork in the path, her brow furrowed in concentration. She closes her eyes, sensing the magical currents around her. A smile tugs at my lips as she chooses the correct path, avoiding a deadly pitfall. "That's it," I whisper, clenching my fists. "You've got this." As she progresses deeper into the labyrinth, I find myself holding my breath with each new challenge she faces. A group of spectral beasts emerge from the walls, their ghostly forms circling her menacingly. Lyra stands her ground, her hands glowing with magical energy. She dispatches them with a series of quick, precise spells, and I feel a surge of pride. "Impressive," I murmur, unable to contain my admiration. My eyes never leave her as she navigates through a series of shifting platforms, her agility and quick thinking on full display. With each obstacle she overcomes, my chest swells with an unfamiliar warmth. It's more than just attraction or a sense of duty. I genuinely want her to succeed, to prove everyone wrong. She's done everything right. She's worked incredibly hard for this, and now she's about to achieve what no other human before her has managed to do. As Lyra approaches a particularly treacherous part of the maze, I lean forward, my wings spreading unconsciously as if I could fly in and help her. "Careful, little Nexari," I breathe, watching her every move intently. She hesitates for a moment, and I see doubt flicker across her face. But then she sets her jaw, determination blazing in her eyes, and pushes forward. My heart races as she narrowly avoids a magical trap, her quick reflexes saving her from certain doom. "That's my girl," I say softly, a smile spreading across my face. Supporting her means risking everything I've worked hard to attain. My lifestyle, my reputation. But to my surprise, none of that matters. Not anymore. The only thing that I want to see is Lyra emerging victorious, with her life intact. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to create a life together where the prejudices of the world won't faze us at all.
Chapter 23. Lyra. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I take a deep breath and keep going. I can't believe I've made it this far. My limbs are screaming at me to stop, but I can't. I won't. Not when I'm so close to the finish. Turning a corner, I take a step forward but quickly jump back once I realise what's awaiting in front of me. My heart pounds in my chest as I face the narrow passage ahead. Gleaming metal blades swing back and forth, their edges catching the light with a deadly glint. I swallow hard, fighting the urge to turn back. Sariel's voice echoes in my head. Timing is everything, little Nexari. Watch the pattern, find your moment. I force myself to breathe, to focus. The blades move in a rhythm. Left, right, centre, pause. Left, right, centre, pause. I can do this. I have to. Taking a deep breath, I wait for my opening. As soon as the centre blade swings away, I dart forward. The whoosh of air from the nearest blade makes me flinch, but I keep moving. Duck, roll, pause. My muscles burn as I contort my body, twisting to avoid the razor-sharp edges. Sweat drips into my eyes, but I don't dare wipe it away. One wrong move and I'm done for. I can see the end of the passage, just a few more steps. The final blade swings towards me and I drop to the ground, sliding underneath it. My heart feels like it's going to burst out of my chest as I scramble to my feet on the other side. I made it. I'm through. Leaning against the wall, I take a shaky breath. My hands tremble as the adrenaline courses through me. I can't believe I did it. Not a scratch on me, just like Sariel taught me. For a moment, I allow myself a small smile, but there's no time to rest. The labyrinth stretches on before me, more challenges waiting. I push off from the wall, steeling myself for whatever comes next. I've barely caught my breath when the ground beneath me trembles. The walls around me groan and shift, stone grinding against stone. My heart leaps into my throat as I realise what's happening. The labyrinth is changing. Damn, I mutter, bracing myself. The passage I just cleared vanishes, replaced by a solid wall. New openings appear, leading off in unfamiliar directions. I spin around, trying to get my bearings, but it's useless. Everything's different now. A rumbling sound from my left catches my attention. I turn just in time to see a section of floor disappearing, revealing a pit of churning water below. The edge creeps closer, eating away at my safe ground. No time to think. I bolt to the right, sprinting down a newly formed corridor. The sound of rushing water fades behind me, but I don't slow down. Who knows what other tricks this place has in store? I round a corner and skid to a halt. In front of me stretches a shimmering wall of energy, pulsing with an eerie blue light. It spans the entire width of the passage, floor to ceiling. There's no way around it. Damn it! I hiss, frustration and fear battling inside me. I reach out cautiously, my fingertips barely grazing the surface. A jolt of energy zaps through me, making me yelp and yank my hand back. Definitely not something I can just push through. Sariel's lessons flash through my mind yet again. He's my saving grace amidst this absolute chaos. Magic responds to magic, he'd said. Sometimes the only way forward is to match energies. I focus on his words and the memory of his golden gaze. The spell I need is complex, one I've only managed a handful of times in practice. But I have no choice. It's this, or give up, and I've come too far to quit now. Closing my eyes, I begin to weave the intricate patterns of energy with my hands. The air around me grows thick with magic, making the hairs on my arms stand up. I can feel the barrier's energy pulsing in response, pushing back against my spell. The magic wants to slip away, to unravel, but I grit my teeth and hold on. Just a little more. Suddenly the resistance vanishes. My eyes fly open to see the barrier shimmer and fade, revealing a hidden path beyond. Relief floods through me, followed quickly by a surge of pride. Hell yes, I did it. I spin around at the sound of low growls behind me. My blood runs cold as I see them. 3 monstrous beasts with razor-sharp claws and glowing red eyes. They prowl towards me, their massive bodies blocking any chance of escape. "Damn, damn, damn," I mutter, backing away slowly. My heart hammers in my chest as I realise I'm being herded into a corner. The beasts fan out, cutting off any hope of slipping past them. I glance behind me, seeing only the shimmering, magical barrier I just passed through. Panic starts to set in. I'm trapped between certain death and an impassable wall of energy. My mind races, trying to remember any spell that could help, but fear clouds my thoughts. One of the beasts lunges forward, snapping its massive jaws. I stumble back, my shoulders hitting the barrier. A jolt of energy courses through me, making me cry out in pain. Doubt creeps in, whispering that I'm not strong enough, that I've come this far only to fail. My hands shake as I try to summon my magic, but it slips away like smoke. Then, movement catches my eye. High above, on one of the floating glass platforms, I see him. Sariel. His golden eyes are fixed on me, his face a mask of tension. Our gazes lock, and suddenly, everything else fades away. The beasts, the barrier, my own doubts, they all become background noise. In that moment, I remember every lesson, every grueling training session, every word of encouragement Sariel gave me. I also remember his lips on mine, his hands on my body. A thrill courses through my body at the thought of experiencing that again. My breath hitches in my throat as a burst of energy courses through me. The magic responds, flowing like a river from my chest to my hands. I begin to weave the spell, my hands moving in intricate patterns. The beasts charge, but I don't flinch. I pour every ounce of strength I have into the spell, feeling the barrier behind me pulse in response. Just as the lead beast leaps, jaws open wide, the barrier shatters. I fall backward through the opening, the beast's claws missing me by inches. I land hard on the other side, scrambling to my feet as the barrier reforms, trapping the enraged beasts on the other side. Their howls of frustration echo through the labyrinth as I catch my breath, hardly believing I made it. With one last glance at where I saw Sariel, I steel myself and press on, deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. I stumble forward, gasping as the air around me suddenly turns frigid. My breath comes out in white puffs, and I can feel the cold seeping into my bones. Just moments ago, I was sweating in sweltering heat. This labyrinth is relentless. "Keep moving," I mutter to myself, rubbing my arms for warmth. As I press on, the temperature plummets further. Ice crystals form on my eyelashes, and my fingers start to go numb. I grit my teeth, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The icy chill vanishes as quickly as it came, replaced by a new, equally daunting challenge. My lungs burn as I gasp for air, the atmosphere suddenly thin and lacking oxygen. Each breath feels like I'm sucking through a straw, my chest heaving with the effort. "Damn it!" I wheeze, groaning at the added exertion on my body. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision, threatening to overwhelm me. I force myself to keep moving, one agonizing step at a time. A low growl cuts through the haze of my oxygen-deprived mind. I spin around, nearly losing my balance, to face a creature unlike anything I've ever seen. It's massive, with gleaming scales and razor-sharp claws. Its eyes lock onto me, predatory and hungry. My heart pounds, using up what little oxygen I have left. I know I can't outrun it, not in this state, and I don't have the strength for a prolonged magical battle. The creature lunges, its jaws snapping shut where I stood just a moment ago. I dive to the side, rolling across the ground. My vision swims, but I force myself to focus. I remember Sariel's lessons on using an opponent's strength against them. As the creature turns for another attack, I grab a handful of loose stones from the ground. It charges again, and I wait until the last possible second before hurling the stones at its eyes. The creature roars in pain and confusion, momentarily blinded. Using the last of my strength, I dart between its legs, sliding underneath its massive body. As I emerge on the other side, I spot a narrow crevice in the wall, just big enough for me, but too small for the beast. I throw myself into the opening, squeezing through just as the creature's claws swipe at the air where I'd been. Its roars reverberate behind me as I push deeper into the crevice, finally emerging on the other side. Gasping and trembling, I collapse to my knees. My lungs burn as I gulp in air, the oxygen levels slowly returning to normal. Every part of me aches, pushed to the absolute limit. But I'm alive, and I'm still moving forward. With shaking legs, I force myself to stand. The centre of the labyrinth has to be close now. It has to be. Exhausted beyond measure, I press on, each step a monumental effort of will. The challenges keep coming, but so do I. I won't give up. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 24. Lyra. My legs feel heavy with every step forward, but I keep going despite the discomfort. My chest heaves and my eyes droop from fatigue. I take a moment to pause, leaning on a wall to catch my breath. This labyrinth better not shift again, I whisper. Not now. Suddenly, I'm no longer in the maze. The cold stone walls vanish, replaced by the familiar, worn-out furniture of my family's cramped living room back in my village. The scent of mould and desperation hits me like a punch to the gut. My parents are there, their faces twisted in anguish, eyes sunken with worry and fatigue. "Lyra, help us," my mother cries, reaching out to me with trembling hands. Her fingers are cracked and calloused from years of hard work. "We're going to lose everything if you don't come back to us." I blink hard, my heart racing so fast that it's the only thing I can hear in my ears. Sweat trickles down my back, and I fight the urge to run to them. No, this can't be real. I'm still in the labyrinth. This is just another trick, another cruel illusion designed to break me. "You're not real," I whisper, but my voice shakes. My hands clench into fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms. "You're not here. This isn't happening." The scene changes once more. Now I'm standing at the edge of a lush garden, filled with xaphan with beautiful wings. A twinge of envy courses through me as I eye those wings. A shimmering portal stands before me, promising an easy escape from the labyrinth. "Just step through," a soft voice whispers, seductive and alluring. "You've suffered enough. Take the easy way out. Don't you deserve peace after everything you've endured?" For a moment, I'm tempted. I'm so tempted. My body aches down to my bones. My spirit is nearly broken. It would be so easy to give up, to stop fighting, to let go of all this pain and misery. The shimmering portal beckons, promising relief from this endless torment. But then I think of Sariel, of the risks he's taken for me. The way his golden eyes softens whenever he looks at me, the gentleness in his touch. I think of my real family, waiting for me to return victorious. Their faces swim before me, hopeful, expectant. I've already failed them once before. How could I do that again? I also think of all the humans who've been deceived by these trials, who've suffered and died for the xaphan's twisted entertainment. "No," I growl, squeezing my eyes shut against the temptation. "Screw you. You're not real. None of this is real. I won't fall for your tricks. Not now. Not ever again." I force myself to remember the cold stone walls of the labyrinth, the feel of the rough ground beneath my feet. When I open my eyes again, the illusions are gone, but the emotional toll lingers. Tears stream down my face as I press forward. The visions may have been fake, but the pain they stirred up is all too real. I carry the weight of my family's hopes, the burden of every failed human candidate before me. but I also carry their strength, their determination, their dreams. I wipe my wet cheeks and set my jaw. Nothing is going to stop me from getting those damn wings. Turning another corner, I stop in my tracks at the sight before me. The artifact. A magical barrier shimmers around it, an intricate web of energy that seems to pulse with a life of its own. I can feel the power radiating from it, a force so strong it makes the hair on my arms stand on end. This is it, the final test. Everything I've been through, every sacrifice, every moment of pain and doubt has led to this. I take a deep breath. I know I need to bring everything I've learned together. My physical strength, my growing magical abilities, and every ounce of mental fortitude I possess. I reach out, my fingers trembling as they near the barrier. The air crackles with energy, and I can feel the resistance pushing against my hand. I grit my teeth, pushing harder, channeling every bit of strength I have into breaking through. Nothing happens. Frustration bubbles up inside me, threatening to overwhelm me. But I push it down, forcing myself to focus. This isn't about brute force, it's about balance. I close my eyes, reaching deep within myself. I feel for that spark of magic that's been growing inside me throughout the trials. It's there, a warm glow in my chest, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I let it flow through me, down my arm and into my fingertips. At the same time, I steel my mind, pushing away all doubt and fear. I am worthy, I am strong, I belong here, and screw everyone who thinks otherwise. As my fingers touch the barrier again, something shifts. The energy doesn't push me away this time. Instead, it seems to recognize me, to welcome me. Suddenly, I feel it. A connection, deep and profound, to the very essence of xaphan magic. It flows through me, encapsulating me, filling every fibre of my being. For the first time, I truly understand what it means to be one with this power. The barrier begins to dissolve under my touch, like mist evaporating in the morning sun. I can see the artifact clearly now, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly light. In this moment of transcendence, I realise that I've already won. Whatever happens next, I've proven to myself, and to everyone else, that a human can truly master xaphan magic. I am more than what they thought I could be. I am more than I ever dreamed I could become. With a surge of confidence, I reach for the artifact. An astonished breath escapes me as I grab it with both hands. The moment my fingers close around the artifact, the world shifts. The labyrinth's oppressive walls melt away like ice in the sun, and suddenly I'm back where I started. My legs wobble, threatening to give out as the adrenaline starts to fade. I blink, disoriented by the abrupt change. The roar of the crowd hits me like a physical force, and I stagger slightly. They're cheering. For me, a human. I did it. I actually did it. Tears spring to my eyes, blurring my vision. My chest heaves with sobs I can't control. Joy, relief, exhaustion. It all crashes over me in waves, threatening to drown me. I did it, I whisper, my voice cracking. I really did it. The artifact in my hands pulses with warmth, as if responding to my emotions. I look down at it, still hardly believing it's real, that any of this is real. My gaze sweeps over the crowd. Some are cheering, others look stunned. I understand their shock. No human has ever completed the trials before. Then I see him, Sariel. He's pushing through the crowd, his golden eyes locked on me. There's something in his expression I've never seen before. Pride, relief, and something else. Something that makes my heart skip a beat. As he reaches me, I open my mouth to speak, but no words come out. What can I possibly say? How can I express everything I'm feeling? Sariel doesn't seem to need words. He pulls me into his arms, holding me tight against his chest. I sink into his embrace, finally letting myself feel the full weight of what I've accomplished. "You did it, little Nexari," he murmurs into my hair. "You proved them all wrong." I pull back slightly, looking up at him through tear-filled eyes. "I couldn't have done this without you." "Yes, you could have," he whispers, smiling slightly. "You're stronger than you realize." I watch in awe as Sariel gently takes the artifact from my hands. His touch sends a shiver through me, a reminder of everything we've been through together. He murmurs a spell under his breath, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The artifact rises into the air, hovering for a moment before dissolving into a shower of golden flakes that shimmer and dance in the air around us. The crowd erupts into a deafening roar. My name echoes through the arena, chanted by hundreds of voices. I blink, trying to take it all in. Xaphan with their magnificent wings, humans with hope shining in their eyes, and even creatures I've never seen before. They're all here, all cheering for me. It doesn't feel real. Just moments ago, I was fighting for my life in that labyrinth, facing down my deepest fears and pushing my body to its absolute limits. Now, I'm standing here, basking in the adoration of the crowd. My legs feel weak, and I sway slightly, overwhelmed by it all. Sariel's hand on my back steadies me, grounding me in this moment. I look up at him, grateful beyond words for his presence. His golden eyes meet mine, and he nods. As I stand there, alive and victorious with Sariel by my side, a wave of gratitude washes over me. I'm grateful for my life, for making it through the trials when so many others didn't. I'm grateful for Sariel, for his guidance and protection, even when it put him at risk. And I'm grateful for this moment, this impossible, beautiful moment. The euphoria of proving them all wrong overwhelms me. All the xaphan who thought that humans were too weak or worthless to accomplish something of this magnitude. I want to laugh in their faces. I want to relish in their fury as I accept the pair of xaphan wings as my own. I earned this, and nobody can take that away from me.
Chapter 25. Sariel. I stand beside Raxus and Zephyr, my jaw clenched as I listen to Ramiel and Nisroch discuss the outcome of the trials. Their voices grate on my nerves, each word fueling the anger burning in my chest. "We can't allow this to stand," Ramiel says, his purple eyes narrowed. "A human earning wings? It's unprecedented. No xaphan will accept this outcome. Except me, you stupid jerk." Nisroch nods, his short white hair catching the light. "Agreed. We need to find a way to invalidate the results. Perhaps we could claim there was outside interference." I bite my tongue, tasting blood. These damn bastards. They're trying to rob Lyra of everything she's fought for, everything she's earned. My hands curl into fists at my sides, and I have to force myself to breathe evenly. "What about you, Sariel?" Zephyr's cool voice cuts through my thoughts. "You oversaw much of her training. Did you notice anything irregular?" I meet her gaze, keeping my face impassive. "No," I say, my voice low and controlled. "Nothing irregular. She completed the trials fairly." Raxus snorts. "Come on, Sariel. We all know these trials weren't meant to be won. There must have been a mistake somewhere. Or perhaps you interfered somehow because you have a liking for the human?" "Highly unlikely," I respond, even though my mind races with thoughts of Lyra. I turn my gaze to the arena center, where Lyra stands on a floating platform. The crowd around her cheers, their voices a thunderous roar of approval. She looks small from this distance, but I can see the strength in her stance, the pride radiating from her. My chest tightens. She did it. She actually did it. And now these pompous jerks want to take it all away. "Perhaps," Ramiel muses, "we could claim that her final performance was enhanced by residual magic from the labyrinth. It would be easy enough to fabricate evidence." I clench my jaw so hard I think my teeth might crack. The urge to lash out, to defend Lyra, burns through me like wildfire. But I know I have to play this smart. One wrong move and I could ruin everything. I watch in barely contained fury as Nisroch's lips curl into a smug smile as he raises a finger. Technically, he drawls, she didn't truly complete all the trials as it was intended. We can deny her the wings based on that technicality. Romuel's eyes light up, a cruel glint that makes my stomach turn. Brilliant, he says, nodding approvingly. I'll announce it to the arena immediately. My blood boils as Romuel steps forward onto the glass platform that overlooks the arena, wings spread wide to command attention. The crowd's cheers die down as he raises his hands, preparing to crush Lyra's dreams with a few carefully chosen words. Beside me, Raxus and Zephyr exchange knowing glances, chuckling quietly. Their laughter grates on my nerves, each snicker stoking the inferno of rage within me. I clench my fists so tight I can feel my nails digging into my palms. Every fiber of my being screams to intervene, to stop this injustice. But I force myself to remain still, my face a mask of indifference even as my insides burn with a white, hot heat enough to rival the stars. Lyra stands below, her face beaming with pride and joy. She has no idea of the twist of fate about to befall her. I want to warn her, to shield her from the crushing disappointment that's coming. But I'm trapped, powerless to stop the wheels already in motion. As Romuel opens his mouth to speak, I feel something inside me snap. The carefully constructed walls of duty and obedience crumble under the weight of my anger and newfound loyalty to Lyra. Lyra is worth losing everything for. And I can't stand watching these bastards try to knock her down after she's done everything to please them. Romuel raises his hands, his voice booming across the arena. Thank you all for joining us to witness the culmination of the wing trials, he announces, his tone dripping with false sincerity. My stomach drops as I see Lyra's face light up with hope and pride, a wide smile across her face. She has no idea what's coming. However, Romuel continues, his voice taking on a regretful tone that makes me want to rip his wings off. It's unfortunate that we must reveal a crucial detail. The arena goes silent. I swallow hard, wanting to step forward and put Romuel in his place. But he's my superior, and I'll lose more than my wings if I assault him in front of so many witnesses. Because Lyra didn't complete the trials in 3 distinct parts as originally intended, Romuel declares, his words like daggers to my ears. This means that she cannot receive her wings. A shocked murmur ripples through the crowd. I see confusion and disbelief wash over Lyra's face, her joy crumbling into devastation within the blink of an eye. I grimace, sympathizing with her grief. The crowd's murmurs grow louder, outrage and confusion mashed together. Some bastards nod along with Romuel's words, raising their fists in the air in agreement. Even from up here, I catch snippets of the ensuing conversations. But she completed the trials. How is that fair? She did everything right. I told you all. No human will ever win their wings. As the seconds tick by, the crowd grows even more agitated. The air crackles with tension, and I can feel the restlessness radiating off the spectators in waves. And Lyra, my little Nexari, despite the obvious despair weighing down her shoulders, lifts her chin and stares directly at Romuel. The fire in her eyes catches me off guard completely. Even in the face of injustice, she still carries herself with immense authority. I have never known a human quite as powerful as her. I watch, barely breathing, as Lyra's voice rings out across the arena. Her words slice through the chaos of the crowd like a sharpened blade, silencing the murmurs in an instant. "No!" she shouts, her blue eyes blazing with a defiance I've never seen in a human before. "I won't accept this injustice. I've earned my wings." The crowd falls eerily silent, every eye in the arena turning to the small human who dares to challenge the Xaphan leaders. My heart pounds loudly against my ribcage. I'm amazed by what my little Nexari is capable of, but I'm also terrified of the consequences she might face for her boldness. After all, What's stopping these two from swooping down and killing her right where she stands? They're capable of it. I've seen similar things happen to disobedient humans before. Ramiel's face darkens, his purple eyes flashing dangerously. I tense, ready to intervene if necessary. I won't let them hurt her. I don't care if the whole of New Solas realizes my affection for her. I have given everything to these trials, Lyra continues, her voice strong and unwavering. I've trained until my body ached and my mind was pushed to its limits. I've faced death and came out stronger. I've proven myself worthy. Murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd. I can't help but smirk at the shocked expressions on Ramiel and Nisroch's faces. They clearly didn't expect this level of resistance. As a matter of fact, I don't think they've ever had anyone call them out on their stuff before. It's almost comical, watching their pristine wings ruffle with indignation. You promised wings to those who completed the trials, Lyra says, her gaze fixed on the xaphan leaders. I completed every challenge you set before me. I overcame every obstacle, and I won! Her voice rings out, clear and strong, echoing my own thoughts. Damn, she's got more balls than half the xaphan I know. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices echoing off the arena walls. Lyra's words have struck a chord, and I can see the uncertainty creeping into Ramiel and Nisroch's eyes. It's a beautiful thing to witness. These arrogant bastards are finally realizing they might not be as untouchable as they thought. I cross my arms, enjoying the spectacle. This little Nexari of mine is turning their whole world upside down, and I'm loving every damn second of it. The trials were designed to test our physical endurance, mental strategy, and magical aptitude, Lyra says, her voice growing stronger with each word. I've proven myself in all these areas. How can you deny me what I've rightfully earned? More shouts of agreement from the crowd. I see humans and even some xaphan nodding along with Lyra's words. The atmosphere in the arena has shifted completely, from jubilation to the beginnings of a rebellion. Ramiel and Nisroch exchange bewildered glances, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. They whisper urgently to each other, their faces flushing red at the circumstances. As Lyra continues to argue her case, listing her achievements and the hardships she's overcome, I can't help but feel an immense pride surge through my body, as well as possessiveness. This is the woman I've come to admire, fierce, determined, and unwilling to back down in the face of injustice. And she's all mine. Oh, who the hell cares about what this human thinks? Zephyr retorts, crossing her arms over her chest. This is ridiculous. Shut the arena down already. And risk inciting a revolt, I reply, perking a brow. I'm doing a good job masking the fact that I would kill every xaphan in this room if it meant saving Lyra from their clutches. Word will spread across all of New Solas about what happened here. And, Raxus scoffs, the xaphan won't care. But other races will, I insist, gritting my teeth. We're not on the best of terms with everyone. They're only searching for something, anything to undermine our power, and this blunder might be it. As the crowds below continue to yell and protest against the injustice, I know one thing for sure. Lyra deserves those wings, and I'm willing to burn this arena to the ground if she doesn't get what she deserves.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 26. Lyra, how dare they? How dare they? After everything I went through, they're pulling this on me. It's incredible, but honestly, I shouldn't be too surprised. Xaphan have a way of rubbing everyone the wrong way and not caring at all about it. But this time, it feels nice to feel the support of the crowd around me. They too recognise this as foul play. Suddenly, my attention is drawn upwards towards the platform once again. I can't believe my eyes as Sariel steps onto the glass platform beside Ramiel. The Xaphan leader's face contorts in shock, clearly not expecting this bold move. My breath hitches in my throat as I wait to see what Sariel will do next. Lyra has earned her wings, Sariel declares, his voice ringing out across the arena. She completed all 3 trials with exceptional skill and determination. I would know. I helped train her. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. I stand there frozen, unable to process what's happening. Is Sariel really defending me? In front of all of these people? Ramiel's purple eyes narrow. The human failed to complete the 2nd trial due to injury. The rules are clear. The rules? Sariel interrupts, his tone sharp. Let's talk about the rules, shall we? There were irregularities in these trials, ones that put the human candidates at an unfair disadvantage. You and I both know this. My jaw clenches. Is he hinting at the sabotage? I watch as Sariel's golden eyes meet mine for a brief moment, before he turns back to Ramiel. I've overseen these trials personally, Sariel continues. I can attest to Lyra's exceptional performance in the face of unprecedented challenges. To deny her wings now would be a grave injustice. The crowd's murmurs grow louder. Gratitude overwhelms my body. He spoke out for me, despite everything, despite the consequences that will surely come his way because of this. He did it anyway. Ramiel's face darkens with anger. You overstep your bounds, Sariel. Your position does not give you the authority to— My position? Sariel cuts in, his voice low and dangerous. I'm willing to risk my position to ensure fairness. That's what the military taught me to do. We are never meant to engage in behaviours that corrupt our morality. Sariel tilts his head, narrowing his eyes at Ramiel. Is it possible that you're trying to stand against what the Praexer teach us? Ramiel stumbles on his words. What? No, not at all. I would never— Then why are you so adamant about denying her the wings? He presses. She's earned them fairly. I don't see the issue. I stand frozen, my heart battering against my chest as the crowd around me erupts into chaos. The air crackles with tension, and I can feel the weight of countless eyes on me. Some faces show support, others skepticism, and a few outright hostility. He's right, someone shouts from behind me, their voice cutting through the chaos. We all saw her complete the trials, every single one of them. But the rules! Another voice argues, sounding desperate and uncertain. Screw the rules, comes a passionate reply, so fierce it makes me flinch. They've been cheating us from the start. We all know it. The crowd's energy shifts, becoming more volatile by the second. We've always known it was rigged, a woman hisses nearby, her words dripping with pent-up resentment. Can't trust the Xaphan, another man growls. Never could, never will. She doesn't deserve wings, someone else shrieks, their voice full of venom. I wince, feeling the sting of their words, even though I know I've earned this. The crowd surges, pushing and shoving below me. The air feels thick, heavy with anger and desperation. I've never seen anything like this before, and it terrifies me. My palms are slick with sweat, and I clench my fists to stop them from shaking. This is spiralling out of control fast. I never wanted to cause a riot or challenge the entire Xaphan system. I just wanted my wings to prove myself worthy. I glance up at Sariel, still facing off against Ramiel on the platform. His jaw is set, eyes blazing. For a moment he glances at me and our gazes lock. I see a flicker of concern pass over his face. Suddenly, a scuffle breaks out near the front of the crowd. Two humans are shoving each other, their argument having turned physical. A ripple of unease passes through the onlookers, and I can sense the situation balancing on a knife's edge. If this escalates any further, there's no telling what the xaphan will do to regain control. My chance at wings, everyone's chance, could disappear in an instant. I take a deep breath, realizing that if I don't act now, everything I've fought for could slip away. My voice cuts through the chaos, surprisingly strong and clear. Enough! The crowd's roar dies down quickly, and all eyes turn to me. I swallow hard, feeling the weight of their stares. Please, I continue, my voice softer, but still carrying across the arena. This isn't what any of us want. We came here to prove ourselves, not to start a riot. I turn to face Ramiel and Nisroch, my body shaking but my resolve firm. Honoured leaders, I beg you to reconsider. I got injured during the second trial, but that was entirely out of my control. I still completed the trials, though. I did what was asked of me. My journey through these trials wasn't just about earning wings. It was about proving that humans and xaphan can coexist, that we can rise to your challenges and meet them fairly. I pause, gathering my thoughts. After taking a moment to think, I nod slightly. I know what I want to say. I've poured every ounce of my being into these trials. I've faced obstacles I never thought possible, pushed myself beyond my limits, and emerged stronger for it. Isn't that what these trials are meant to do? My voice grows passionate as I continue. I understand the rules are important, but sometimes extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures. The challenges I faced were unlike any other, and yet I persevered. Doesn't that show the kind of determination and spirit you're looking for in those who earn their wings? I look around at the crowd, then back to the xaphan leaders. By granting me my wings, you're not just rewarding one person. You're showing everyone here that the system works, that it's fair, and that true dedication and hard work can lead to success. I take a step forward, my voice softening. Please, consider what my journey represents. It's a testament to the power of your trials, to the potential within humans, and to the possibility of unity between our peoples. I've earned these wings not just through my actions, but through the very spirit these trials were designed to foster. I hold my breath as Ramiel's face contorts, his internal struggle visible for all to see. The tension in the air is thick enough to feel, sending shivers down my spine. I can feel the crowd's restlessness growing with each passing second. My heart pounds in my chest, hope and fear battling for dominance. Finally, Ramiel's shoulders slump in defeat. He raises a hand, silencing the murmurs that have begun to ripple through the crowd yet again. My heart skips a beat as I watch him, hardly daring to breathe. Will he hear me out? Or will he risk chaos brewing over? Very well, he says, his voice tight with barely contained frustration. In light of exceptional circumstances, we will grant Lyra her wings. I blink slowly, my mind struggling to process what I've just heard. The words take a moment to sink in, echoing in my head like a distant dream. Did I hear that right? Did he actually say? My pulse races, and I feel lightheaded, almost dizzy with disbelief. I want to pinch myself, to make sure this isn't some cruel illusion like the ones I saw in the labyrinth. After everything I've been through, after all the pain and struggle, could it really be true? The arena erupts into an overwhelming blur of cheers and applause. I stand there, stunned, as the sound washes over me like a tidal wave. My legs feel weak, and I'm afraid I might collapse from the sheer intensity of emotion coursing through me. I've done it. I've actually done it. As the realization sinks in, I feel tears welling up in my eyes. I blink rapidly, trying to keep them at bay, but it's a losing battle. Years of struggle, of doubt, of pushing myself beyond my limits. It's all led to this moment. My gaze drifts upward, and I find Sariel's eyes locked on mine. He's smiling, a genuine warm smile that makes my heart skip a beat. In that moment, all the complications between us seem to fade away. I see pride in his eyes, and something else. Something deeper that makes my breath catch in my throat. Ramiel's voice cuts through the din, commanding attention once more. "Never in our history," he proclaims, his tone reluctant, "has a human accomplished what Lyra has today. It is only right, therefore, that we award her the wings she so truly deserves." The crowd's cheers grow even louder at this announcement. I hear voices congratulating me, people calling out my name, but it all seems distant, dreamlike. My focus narrows to Ramiel's words, to the promise of wings, my wings, that I've fought so hard to earn. I think of my family, my friends, all of the people who said this wasn't possible, that it would never be done, that it couldn't be done. I've proved them all wrong in one fell swoop, and nothing in the world has ever felt better than this. The future I've always dreamed of is finally within my grasp. Chapter 27. Lyra. I stand there, still reeling from the events that just unfolded. The crowd's cheers have died down, and most have dispersed, leaving the arena feeling strangely empty. My heart is still racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I've done it. I've actually earned my wings. As I try to process everything, Sariel tugs on me. His golden eyes are fixed on me, a mix of emotions swirling in their depths. We haven't had a chance to really talk since everything. "Lyra," he says softly, "come with me." I don't question it. I let him pull me back into the corridors, and it doesn't take me long to realise that we are headed for his room. Not that I mind it. I want a moment alone with him. Once we are inside his room with the door shut, I take a deep breath, steadying myself. "Sariel, Wait," he interrupts, holding up a hand. "Before you say anything, I need to apologise. What I did, the role I played in the trials, it was unforgivable. I put you in danger. I betrayed your trust. I understand if you can never. I forgive you," I say, cutting him off. He blinks, clearly taken aback. "You... what?" I meet his gaze steadily. "I forgive you, Sariel. What you did was wrong, yes, but in the end you stood up for me. You risked everything to support me. And I understand the position you were in." Sariel's shoulders slump, relief evident in his posture. "Lyra, thank you, but I don't deserve your forgiveness. What I did is in the past," I finish for him. "We can't change what happened, but we can move forward." He nods slowly, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You're right, and I promise you, Lyra, I'll make it up to you. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, I'll prove to you that your trust in me isn't misplaced." He cups my face. "I love you, little Nexari." Biting my lip, I lean into his hand. "And I love you." Sariel brings my mouth to his, kissing me deeply and slowly. It's sweet and sensual, a promise of more to come. I melt into him, my heart racing as his hands roam my back, pulling me closer. He breaks the kiss, his golden eyes locked onto mine. "I'm going to make everything up to you," he murmurs, his voice low and husky. He guides me back towards the bed, his intent clear. I comply, my breath hitching in anticipation. He kneels before me, his hands trailing down my sides, sending shivers up my spine. He undresses me slowly, reverently, like I'm something precious. I feel exposed, vulnerable. But the way he looks at me, like I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, chases away any self-consciousness.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 28. Sariel. I stand beside Lyra at the entrance to the grand Xaphan temple, my wings twitching with nervous energy. Never in my centuries of existence did I imagine I'd be here, supporting a human about to receive her wings. Yet here we are, about to make history. Lyra fidgets beside me, her hands smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her ceremonial robes. I want to reach out and steady her, but I know this moment is hers alone. "You ready?" I ask, keeping my voice low. She nods, a determined glint in her eyes. "As I'll ever be." The massive doors swing open, revealing the cavernous interior of the temple. Hundreds of xaphan line the aisles, their faces a mix of curiosity, skepticism, and barely concealed disdain. At the far end, the high priestess stands on a raised dais, wings gleaming gold in the light streaming through stained glass windows. I feel Lyra tense beside me as we begin our walk down the center aisle. The weight of so many eyes upon us is palpable. I hear whispers, see pointed fingers. But Lyra keeps her head high, her stride steady. As we near the dais, I catch sight of a group of humans near the front, their faces alight with hope and wonder. This is why Lyra insisted on a public ceremony, to show others like her that it's possible, that they too can achieve what was once thought impossible. As I guide Lyra into the temple, my hand hovers near the small of her back. The cavernous space takes my breath away, even after centuries of visits. Soaring ceilings arch overhead, their vaulted heights lost in shadow. Intricate mosaics line the walls depicting scenes from Xaphan history. Our creation, great battles, moments of divine revelation. Shafts of light pierce through stained glass windows, casting rainbow patterns across the polished stone floor. At the center of it all stands the altar, bathed in an ethereal glow that seems to emanate from within the stone itself. The Prexa waits there, his golden wings spread wide, a living embodiment of xaphan power and grace. Xaphan dignitaries and officials crowd the front of the temple, their faces a mix of curiosity and barely concealed disdain. I can feel the weight of their judgment pressing down on us both. The Prexa raises his hands, and a hush falls over the assembly. Her voice, rich and resonant, fills the space. "We gather today to witness a transformation," she intones, "to honor one who has proven to be worthy of our magic and status, to become a xaphan." She looks at Lyra, "to earn her wings." I feel the energy rolling off of Lyra beside me. Her breathing quickens, and I fight the urge to take her hand. "Step forward, human," the Prexa commands. "Approach the altar and face your destiny." Lyra moves with measured steps. I hang back, watching her small form grow smaller as she nears the towering figure of the Prexa. Even from here, I can hear the thundering of her heart, a rapid staccato that seems to echo off the temple walls. I watch, my heart pounding against my ribcage, as Lyra steps into the circle of runes etched into the ancient temple floor. My fingers twitch at my sides, itching to reach out and pull her back. But I can't. I won't. This is her moment, her destiny. Ancient symbols flare to life beneath her feet, casting an eerie, otherworldly glow across her delicate features. Her blue eyes widen, a mix of fear and determination etched into every line of her face. The Prexa begins to chant, his deep, rumbling voice resonating through the chamber. The words, older than time itself, seem to vibrate in my very bones. Tendrils of xaphan magic, shimmering and ethereal, swirl around Lyra's body. They caress her skin, weaving through her blonde hair, probing, testing. I clench my jaw, fighting the urge to intervene. This magic is unpredictable, dangerous. And yet, as I watch her stand tall in the face of it all, I can't help but feel a surge of pride. My little Nexari is stronger than she looks. She gasps, her back arching as the energy seeps into her skin. I can see the strain etched on her face, the way her fists clench at her sides until her knuckles turn white. Every damn instinct screams at me to rush to her aid, to shield her from this torment. But I force myself to remain still, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. I can't interfere, no matter how much it kills me to watch. The magic intensifies, pulsing with a rhythm that matches the frantic pounding of my heart. Lyra's skin begins to glow from within, as if molten light runs through her veins. She cries out, a sound of both agony and ecstasy that tears at my very soul. I've never heard anything like it. Raw, primal, filled with power and pain. It echoes through the chamber, reverberating in my chest. I dig my nails into my palms, drawing blood. Anything to distract myself from the overwhelming urge to intervene. But I can't look away. If she has to endure this, the least I can do is bear witness to her strength, her determination. My little Nexari, facing down the very essence of xaphan magic. Who would have thought she had it in her? My wings rustle with agitation as I watch her, wanting to save her. But I keep myself still. I've never witnessed a human transformation before, and the raw power on display is staggering. Lyra's body twists and contorts, her muscles stretching and reshaping beneath her skin like some grotesque puppet show. I can see the outline of nascent wings pressing against her back, fighting to break free from their fleshy prison. Her screams grow louder, more desperate, echoing off the temple walls and piercing my very soul. The Prex's chanting reaches a fever pitch, their voices blending into an otherworldly chorus that sets my teeth on edge. Blinding light erupts from the circle, forcing me to shield my eyes with my arm. When I finally dare to look again, I'm struck breathless by the sight before me. Lyra is suspended in midair, her small frame wreathed in golden flames that lick at her skin but don't seem to burn. With a final gut-wrenching cry that'll haunt my dreams for years to come, Lyra throws her head back. There's a sickening crack that reverberates through the chamber, the flames blooming and growing until I'm forced to wince away from them. The magic swells until it shatters, the tension in the air breaking like glass. With eyes pinched closed, I can see the light fading and I turn back, hating I took my eyes off Lyra for even a moment. As the blinding light fades, I blink rapidly, trying to clear the spots from my vision. When my eyes finally focus, I'm struck breathless by the sight before me. Lyra stands in the center of the circle, her body trembling but upright. A pair of pristine white wings unfurl from her back, stretching out to their full span. They're smaller than mine, but no less magnificent. Each feather seems to glow with an inner golden light, a testament to the power she's just endured. Without thinking, I rush to her side. Her legs wobble and I wrap an arm around her waist, steadying her. She leans into me, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "I've got you," I murmur, my voice rough with emotion. "You did it, little Nexari. You actually did it." The Prex's voice booms through the chamber, but I barely register the words. Something about Lyra being officially declared as winged, no longer fully human, bringing honor to her family. All I can focus on is the woman in my arms, the impossible miracle she represents. Lyra's face is a mix of exhaustion and pure, unbridled joy. Her eyes, brighter than I've ever seen them, meet mine. A smile spreads across her face, and I can't help but return it. I squeeze her hand, trying to convey everything I can't say out loud. My pride, my amazement, Damn, I don't even know what to call this feeling swelling in my chest. "How do you feel?" I ask softly, mindful of the crowd still watching us. She takes a shaky breath, like I've been hit by a damn lightning bolt. Her wings twitch, as if emphasizing her point. But also incredible, powerful, like I could take on the world. I chuckle, relief flooding through me. Easy there, little Nexari. Let's get you steady on your feet first before you start conquering kingdoms. But she only smiles up at me, looking absolutely stunning, and I lean in. How about we start with that promise I made, You on your knees letting me show you just how fun these wings can be. The Prexa coughs behind us, clearly having heard us, and I chuckle as Lyra turns red and shoves me. But I wrap an arm around her, tugging her into my side with every intention of doing just that when we get home.
Chapter 29. Lyra. Are you ready, my little Nexari? I nod, smiling at Sariel's name for me. I clutch the cloak over my shoulders, wanting to surprise my family with my wings. The news still hasn't reached them. In fact, my village is so distant from the main city centres that no one has received the news just yet. I take a deep breath as we approach my parents' small, weathered house. The familiar sight of the crooked wooden planks and patched roof brings a rush of memories, both good and bad. Sariel's eyes widen as he takes in the modest dwellings around us. These homes are quaint. I've never seen such humble living conditions. I can't help but chuckle at his reaction. Welcome to my home. This is how most humans live out here. As we walk, I point out various landmarks. See that big tree? I used to climb it all the time as a kid. And over there, that's where I'd help my mom hang laundry. Sariel listens intently, his golden eyes scanning our surroundings. It must have been challenging growing up here. It was, I admit. We often went to bed hungry. Mum would make stews all the time for us and our neighbours because they would last longer, but they grew bland quickly with a lack of spices. And Dad would mend our clothes over and over because we couldn't afford new ones. We pause in front of my parents' house. Sariel's hand finds the small of my back, a comforting warmth spreading from his touch. Lyra, he says softly, his voice filled with a tenderness that still surprises me. You and your family will never have to struggle like that again. I promise you that. I lean into him, grateful for his support. Taking another deep breath, I reach for the door, ready to show my parents how much our lives are about to change. I step into the familiar, cramped living room, my heart racing. Mum and Dad are there, sipping tea from chipped cups. Their eyes widen as they see me, then nearly pop out of their heads when Sariel ducks through the doorway behind me. Lyra! My mother gasps, setting down her cup with a clatter. What are you doing here, and who is... Her voice trails off as she takes in Sariel's imposing figure. His head nearly brushes the ceiling, and his wings are partially folded to fit in the small space. Mom, Dad, I say, my voice shaking slightly. This is Sariel. He's xaphan, and he's here with me because... I take a deep breath, steeling myself for their reaction. I did it. I completed the wing trials. I won. For a moment, there's only stunned silence. Then my dad speaks, his voice barely above a whisper. You... won? But that's impossible. No human has ever... I can't help but smile at their disbelief. It's true, and there's more. With trembling fingers, I reach for the clasp of my cloak. I let it fall away, revealing my wings in all their glory. The pearlescent feathers catch the dim light, seeming to glow from within. My mother's hand flies to her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. My dad just stares, his mouth hanging open. Oh, Lyra, she finally manages to say. They're beautiful. I can see the mix of emotions on their faces, awe, pride, and yes, even a flicker of jealousy. It's everything I'd hoped for. Dad stands up slowly, his eyes never leaving my wings. I can't believe it, he murmurs. Our daughter, what are you now? Not quite xaphan, but... She's earned her place among us, Sariel interjects, his deep voice filling the small room. Lyra has proven herself worthy in ways few others ever have. I watch as my parents take in Sariel's words, the full weight of what I've accomplished finally sinking in. I hold my breath as my dad turns to Sariel, his eyes narrowing slightly. "And how exactly did you come to know our daughter?" Sariel straightens, his wings rustling softly behind him. "I was an overseer for the wing trials," he explains, his voice steady and clear. "It was my duty to train and evaluate the candidates, including Lyra." I watch nervously as my parents exchange a glance. But Sariel continues, his golden eyes softening as he looks at me. "I've watched Lyra grow throughout the trials. Her determination, her resilience, they're truly remarkable. She faced challenges that would have broken most, yet she persevered." My cheeks burn at his praise, and I duck my head, embarrassed but pleased. "She's become an extraordinary person," Sariel says, his voice filled with unmistakable pride. "Her strength of character, her compassion for others even in the face of adversity. I've never seen anything like it." My mother's eyes are glistening with tears again, and even my father looks moved. "We always knew Lyra was special," my mum says softly, "but to hear it from someone like you." My dad nods, clearing his throat gruffly. It's incredible what you've accomplished, Lyra. We had no idea." "Indeed," Sariel agrees. "Lyra's achievements are unprecedented. She's not only earned her wings but has opened doors for others to follow in her footsteps." I'm blushing furiously now, overwhelmed by their collective praise. "I couldn't have done it without all of you," I mumble, fidgeting with the edge of my tunic. My parents and Sariel share a look, united in their pride and admiration. It's surreal to see them bonding over me, of all things. My mum reaches out to squeeze my hand, while my dad claps me on the shoulder, careful to avoid my new wings. "Our little girl," my mum says, her voice thick with emotion. "You really have wings now." "Would you like to stay for dinner?" "We were cooking some vegetable stew," my dad says, gesturing towards the pot on the stove. Sariel smirks, shaking his head. "No, thank you. We have some more errands to attend to. But rest assured, Lyra's victory comes with benefits to you too. There should be a xaphan messenger who will come by soon to award the familial prize money. Perhaps you can use it to enjoy the more luxurious things in life." "Luxury?" My mother nearly shrinks away at the word. "We've never known that, not in this village." "Well, now you will," Sariel says, a touch of amusement in his words. "Oh, honey, this is wonderful," my dad says, clutching her hands. "Think about it. I don't have to mend our clothes anymore. We'll be able to buy a new closet full of them, and the food, the spices, the cheeses, the drinks. And we can repair the roof," my mother reminds softly. My dad nods eagerly. Yes, that too." Sariel chuckles to himself as he ducks his head. The heat has never truly left my face. As we depart my childhood home, I'm reminded of both the good and the bad, the fond memories of my parents and I, but also the harsh fights and cruel words we threw at each other because of our frustration with our poverty. None of that will happen again. As we step outside, Sariel turns to me with a mischievous glint in his golden eyes. "Come fly with me, little Nexari. I want to show you one of my favourite sights back in the city." My heart skips a beat at the invitation. Flying with Sariel? The thought thrills me. "Are you sure? I'm still getting used to these wings." He chuckles, the sound warm and reassuring. "Trust me, Lyra. I won't let you fall." Taking a deep breath, I nod and unfurl my wings. The sensation is still new, but it feels incredibly empowering. As we prepare to take off, I notice a small crowd of my village neighbours gathering, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sariel takes my hand, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. "Ready?" I give a quick wave to the onlookers before answering. Of course I am. With a powerful thrust of his wings, Sariel launches into the air, pulling me along with him. For a moment, panic grips me as my feet leave the ground. But then my own wings catch the wind, and suddenly we're soaring. The rush of air against my face is exhilarating. Below us, the village grows smaller, my neighbours now tiny specks gazing up in wonder. Sariel's hand remains firmly in mine as he guides me through the sky, his movements graceful and sure. As we fly towards the city, the landscape changes beneath us. Fields give way to buildings, growing taller and more ornate as we near the thrumming heart of New Solace. Sariel leads me to a high perch atop one of the grandest structures, a secluded spot with a breathtaking view of the city below. We land softly, and I find myself slightly unsteady on my feet. Sariel steadies me, his hands on my waist. We're alone up here, the sounds of the city muffled by the height and the wind. Before I can catch my breath, Sariel pulls me close. His lips meet mine in a passionate kiss that leaves me dizzy. When we finally part, his eyes are intense, filled with an emotion I've never seen before. "Lyra," he says, his voice husky. His thumb trails along my chin until it brushes along my bottom lip. A shiver courses through my body as I'm struck with desire. "Will you be my mate?" A small breath escapes me. I stare into his eyes, amazed that the xaphan who berated me so viciously when we first met could now look at me with such warmth, such care in his gaze. "Yes, Sariel," I whisper, nodding quickly. "I want to be your mate." "Good," he replies softly. I wouldn't have accepted any other answer. "No?" I tease, perking a brow. He shakes his head. "You're mine, and all of New Solace needs to know that."
Chapter 30. Sariel. I stand at the entrance of the Grand Xaphan Temple, my heart racing with anticipation. Today's the day I make Lyra mine forever. The sun's barely risen, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, but I've been awake for hours, unable to contain my excitement. My wings twitch restlessly as I pace back and forth. I can't stop thinking about Lyra, imagining how she'll look in her ceremonial robes. It's taking every ounce of self-control not to fly straight to her chambers and whisk her away right now. I'm about to do just that when I catch sight of Lyra's family arriving. Her parents look around in awe, clearly overwhelmed by the grandeur of the temple. It's a stark reminder of how far Lyra's come, how much she's achieved. Pride swells in my chest. As the guests start to file in, I find myself growing impatient. The ceremony can't start soon enough. I want to see her, to hold her, to make her mine in front of everyone, which means I have to go inside. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I force my body to head toward the entrance. As I walk into the temple, the familiar scent of incense fills my nostrils. The interior is a sight to behold, even more breathtaking than usual. Flowers and ribbons adorn every surface, and soft music fills the air. I take my place at the altar, trying to ignore the whispers and stares from the assembled crowd. Most are here out of curiosity. She's the only human who has earned her wings, and to earn not just that, but a soul bond intrigues many of the xaphan in New Solace. It's not like I could force them away from a public temple, but still, I know what they're thinking. The cold, ruthless xaphan brought to his knees by a former human. Let them talk. Nothing matters, except Lyra. The minutes drag by like hours. I shift from foot to foot, my eyes fixed on the entrance. Any moment now she'll walk through those doors. Any moment now I'll see her face. Any moment now she'll become mine forever. As the ceremony begins, I feel my breath catch in my throat. The temple doors swing open, and there she is. Lyra. My Lyra. She's a vision in white, her gown flowing around her like liquid moonlight. Her wings, still new and pristine, are folded neatly behind her back. But it's her face that captivates me. Her eyes shine with joy and determination, her chin held high. She's come so far from the timid human I first met, and I've never been more in love. And her wings, they are out and on full display. Her white gown with gold thread complements them beautifully, and I clasp my hands, fighting the need to run my hands along them and hear her moan. I did it enough last night. Lyra begins her walk down the aisle, and I can't take my eyes off her. Each step brings her closer to me, closer to our future together. The crowd fades away. The music becomes a distant hum. All I can see is her. As she approaches, I notice the subtle trembling of her hands. She's nervous, just like me. It's oddly comforting to know we're in this together, both of us stepping into uncharted territory. When Lyra reaches the altar, she looks up at me with those deep blue eyes. A smile plays at the corners of her mouth, and I have to resist the urge to kiss her right then and there. Instead, I take her hands in mine, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. "You look beautiful," I whisper, my voice rough with emotion. Lyra squeezes my hands. "So do you," she murmurs back. The Nashai steps forward, her golden robe shimmering in the temple's ethereal light. She raises her hands, calling for silence. The murmur of the crowd fades, and I feel Lyra's grip on my hands tighten. "We gather here today," the Nashai begins, her voice resonating through the chamber, "to witness the binding of two souls. Sariel and Lyra, step forward." We move as one, approaching the golden orb of solace that rests on a pedestal before us. Its surface gleams, seeming to pulse with an inner light. "Do you, Sariel and Lyra, come here of your own free will, to be bound for eternity?" the Nashai asks. "We do," we answer in unison. My voice is steady, but I can hear the slight tremor in Lyra's. The Nashai nods, then turns her gaze skyward. "Great Solace, we invoke your presence. Bless this union and bind these souls as one." As she speaks, I feel a warmth spreading through my chest. The Nashai's hands begin to glow with magical energy, and I watch in awe as she weaves the intricate bonding spell. A glowing tether of pure energy extends from her hands, connecting Lyra and me. It's beautiful and terrifying all at once. I can feel Lyra's pulse quickening through our joined hands. "With this bond," the Nashai intones, "your souls shall be forever intertwined. You will share in each other's joys and sorrows, strengths and weaknesses. Neither distance nor time shall sever this connection." The magical tether begins to sink into our chests. I gasp at the sensation. It's not painful, but intense, like a surge of electricity coursing through my body. Lyra's eyes widen, and I know she feels it too. As the last of the tether disappears into our bodies, I feel a profound shift within me. Suddenly, I'm aware of Lyra in a way I've never been before. I can sense her presence, her emotions, as clearly as my own. The Nashai smiles. The bond is complete. You are now one in the eyes of Solace and all who witness this day. I look down at my chest, and there, just over my heart, is a new mark. It's intricate and beautiful, a design unique to Lyra and me. I glance at Lyra and see an identical mark on her skin. I can't wait to get Lyra alone. The ceremony was beautiful, but now I'm itching to seal our bond properly. As we leave the temple, I scoop her into my arms, earning a surprise squeak from my new mate. "Sariel, what are you doing?" "Taking you home, little Nixari," I growl, spreading my wings. "Hold on tight." I launch us into the air, relishing Lyra's gasp as we soar over the city. Her arms tighten around my neck, and I can feel her heart racing against my chest. The bond pulses between us, urging me to claim her fully. We land on the balcony of our new home, a spacious apartment in one of New Solace's most prestigious towers. I set Lyra down gently, but keep her close, unable to resist nuzzling into her neck. "Welcome home," I murmur against her skin. Lyra turns in my arms, her eyes shining with emotion. "Our home," she whispers, reaching up to caress my face. "That's all it takes." I capture her lips in a searing kiss, pouring all my love and desire into it. Lyra responds eagerly, her fingers tangling in my hair as she presses herself against me. I growl low in my throat, my hands roaming over her body. The bond thrums between us, demanding completion. I break the kiss, panting slightly as I rest my forehead against hers. "Lyra," I breathe, my voice rough with need. "I need to seal our bond. Now." She nods, her eyes dark with desire. "Yes," she whispers. "Make me yours, Sariel." I don't need any more encouragement. In one swift motion, I scoop her up and carry her to our bedroom. As I lay her on the bed, I take a moment to drink in the sight of her. My mate, my love, mine, forever.